Okay, so this is going to really work as a twofold thing. Proofreading of this entire Washington, D.C. Capitol breach that happened January 6th of this year, 2021, to inform you of everything that I've gathered so that you have truth and understanding of all these things that have taken place. And then also me for proofreading all of this, because then this document will go up on my website, Open Covenant Life. So a lot of all this I just have gathered and quoted from all these various news reports and video recordings, audio recordings, just all this kind of stuff. So I've gathered all of this stuff from various sources. Majority of it, I'm just reading what has been reported. Okay?
Okay.
So mid-December, now obviously this happened January 6, 2021, but we're backed up a little bit here to last month. Mid-December, President Trump announced big protests in D.C. on January 6, 2021, and said it will be an historic day and be there will be wild. Million Mega March announced, quote, President Trump officially requests all patriots attend the biggest protest in American history. This is the big one, folks. All exclamation marks, end quote. Chuck Hagel, Defense Secretary under Obama, said, Trump continues this incendiary rhetoric. He's inciting his supporters and inflaming the situation. Hagel signed a letter with 9 other former defense secretaries that Trump's election fraud claims are dangerous and said, I'm concerned about violence. Trump's supporters' hopes are also being fueled by at least 140 House Republicans and 12 senators who say they are planning to vote against counting the electoral votes that would officially certify the election for Biden on Wednesday, the January 6th date. Stop the Steal website said, quote, our presence in D.C. will let members of Congress know that we stand with Republican Mo Brooks and his colleagues in the House of Representatives who will bravely object to the certification of the Electoral College, end quote. And at any time if something doesn't make sense or whatever, intervene, ask questions, or whatever you want to say, okay? Alabama Congressman Mo Brooks said at Wednesday's January 6th D.C. Save America rally that he had a message to take back home, and along the way stop at the Capitol. Mo Brooks spoke to the crowd saying, we are not going to let the socialists, bracket Democrats, rip the heart out of our country. We are not going to let them continue to corrupt our elections and steal from us our God-given right to control our nation's destiny. Today is a time of choosing, and tomorrow is a time for fighting. Today is also a day of revelation and separation. Today, the curtain will be pulled back, and American patriots will learn by their votes which Republican senators and congressmen have the courage to fight for America. Because today, Republican senators and congressmen have a simple choice. Today, Republican senators and congressmen will either vote to turn America into a godless, amoral, dictatorial, oppressed, and socialist nation on the decline, or they will join us and they will fight and vote against voter fraud and election theft and vote for keeping America great. Brooks switched his camouflage cap to a red one that said Fire Pelosi. And quote, regardless of today's outcome, the 2022 and 2024 elections are right around the corner. And America does not need and cannot stand, cannot tolerate any more weakling, cowering, wimpy Republican congressmen and senators who covet the power and the prestige the swamp has to offer. Today is the day American patriots start taking down names and kicking ass. Brooks spoke of our ancestors and their sacrifices for America, saying, the greatest nation in world history. This is what I'm now writing. Because neither Congressman Brooks nor President Trump, who has also said America is the greatest nation in the world, along with all those who believe this to be true, do not see or know the kingdom or nation of God in heaven on earth, in Jesus' name, in our nations and government and lives, who sacrificed his life for us all to live in his Father's nation, in ours, in all the world. That's why all this stuff happens. For only his nation in Jesus' name is the greatest nation above all. I'm continuing to write. And that we don't have, because we believe in God and say God, and God bless America, or I should also add, in God we trust, but do not say that his Son Jesus Christ is our Lord and only God and King in our flesh and nation, America and the world.
Right.
Hence all these problems. Therefore, becoming our own gods and lords, I'll use this here, in the name of God, according to our flesh and beliefs and Bill of Rights as Americans, and God in the world, and not Jesus Christ. Thank you, my Lord. Congressman Brooks asked the crowd, "Are you willing to do the same?" Louder. "Are you willing to do what it takes to fight for America?" Louder. "Will you fight for America?" Tyranny, like hell, is not easily conquered. The harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph. Uttering words that cause socialist and weak-kneed Republicans on Capitol Hill to know that we American patriots are not going to take it anymore. That we American patriots are going to come right at them. That we American patriots are going to take America back. What are the words that scare the hell out of them? Join with me. USA, USA, USA. Washington, America. Heed those words, because we're going to carry them right to you. God bless America, and the fight begins today.
So if that's not inciting something, I'm not sure what is.
Well, this was Mo Brooks,
And he's a congressman. That's very interesting.
Congressman of Alabama.
Yeah.
After his speech and President Trump's and his son's and lawyer Rudy Giuliani in the Capitol's breach and riot or insurrection by pro-Trump supporters, Brooks said, "I make no apology for doing my absolute best to inspire patriotic Americans to not give up on our country and to fight back against anti-Christian socialists in the 2022 and 24 elections." And also said regarding kicking ass, for emphasis, an ass is a donkey, the socialist Democrats' mascot and symbol. I call again for kicking that ass all the way back to the communist dictatorships that ass now worships, and to fight for honest and accurate elections. That was all of his response to that, with no apologies for what he said. Even though it is repeatedly reported that there has not been enough evidence of voter fraud to overturn the election, and some 90 judges ruled, now this is me writing, I've heard 50 to 90, and some 90 judges overruled Trump's claims in various states, and the Supreme Court denied Texas' lawsuit against 4 states due to, quote, lack of standing, according to Article 3 of the Constitution, saying Texas has not demonstrated a judicially cognizable interest in the manner in which another state conducts its elections. All other pending motions are dismissed as moot. Brooks displayed no tolerance in his speech for Republicans not willing to oppose the election results. Brooks also maintained his position that massive voter fraud occurred during the presidential election won by Democrat Joe Biden. Brooks was the first lawmaker in Congress to announce plans to challenge the Electoral College results. It is reported that many across the state and around the nation believe Brooks played a role in inciting the riot at the Capitol. Alabama Congressman Mo Brooks says people shouldn't rush to judgment on the identity of those behind the Wednesday's riot at the U.S. Capitol. In a series of tweets, the Huntsville Republican doubled down on claims Antifa was likely behind the violence.
So nobody else can judge quickly, but he can.
Interesting. A video has been circulating online which social media users say shows a member of the left-wing anti-fascist movement Antifa saying that he was paid to join the protest in the U.S. Capitol. This is false. The man who posted the original video has said the video was intended as a joke. In the video, the man says he was paid to protest, though he does not mention Antifa. This is what the man said. I just left the protest at the Capitol building and I got a big bruise on my leg. I had a difficult time pulling off the act that I was paid to do, and I'm making this video because I want to confess that I was paid to pretend to protest today. I can't say by who, but I will just say that it's an organized effort. Captions on social media posts sharing the video say the man is an Antifa member. One reads, Antifa member admits to being paid to break into the Capitol building. Other captions and comments show that some users took the video seriously. Confession of an Antifa member who was at the protest in the Capitol building yesterday. They need to investigate this guy immediately. Wow, yep, it happened. It was a coup against the Patriots and Trump. Not surprised, and jail this MF, said another. The original video, which can be seen on the YouTube channel of John Barry, now saying video unavailable, this video is private, now includes a link to an explanation video. In that linked video, Barry jokes around saying, the video that I posted about Antifa, so this is what happened, it's so silly, I am Antifa, but it's not what you think. I am the owner, founder, and sole proprietor of Anti-Farting Organization.
That guy's an idiot.
In a later video posted on his YouTube channel, Barry says his original video was a silly goof. After a rally where Trump exhorted his supporters to fight to overturn the November 3rd election he lost, hundreds of them stormed the Capitol on January 6th, forcing senators and members of the House of Representatives to evacuate as they smashed windows and looted in a siege that left 5 people dead. Reuters had recently debunked other false reports that the protesters who stormed the Capitol were members of Antifa. Verdict: false. The man who posted the video saying he was paid to protest later explained that it was intended as a joke. And videos and photos from the Capitol riot and breach show many people wearing and waving Trump-branded paraphernalia and flags. People brought a ladder to help them break into the Capitol. A Republican member of the West Virginia House of Delegates has been charged in connection with being part of a mob of President Trump supporters who invaded the U.S. Capitol earlier this week. Delegate Derek Evans had filmed himself and others going into the Capitol on Wednesday. "We're in, keep it moving, baby," Evans said on a video posted on social media. Evans was charged with illegally entering the Capitol. However, Evans' lawyer said that he committed no criminal act that day and that he will not resign from office. Okay, so he is a Republican member of the West Virginia House of Delegates who went in that day with the mob.
Mm-hmm.
Jack Angeli, also...
Yeah, and he's been arrested too now.
Yeah. Jack Angeli, also known as Jacob Anthony Chansley, has since been found and charged with knowingly entering or remaining in any restricted building or grounds without lawful authority and with violent entry and disorderly conduct in Capitol grounds. Richard Barnett, a Patriot protester who breached Speaker Pelosi's office during the insurrection, has been found and arrested on charges of entering and remaining on restricted grounds, violent entry, and theft of public property. And Adam Johnson, photographed carrying House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's lectern, was identified and arrested for 1 count of knowingly entering or remaining in any restricted building or grounds without lawful authority, 1 count of theft of government property, and 1 count of violent entry and disorderly conduct on Capitol grounds. Other Trump patriots are also being arrested and are fired from their jobs. I wrote that part. And I also wrote, and 2 pipe bombs were found near the Capitol building. This is what's reported. 1 from the Republican National Committee headquarters and 1 from the Democratic National Committee headquarters. 1 pipe bomb on each place to blow it up. As well as a cooler from a vehicle with a long gun in it that also included Molotov cocktails on Capitol grounds. Even in Washington, the mix of participants expected on Wednesday is at once surreal and worrisome, say law enforcement officials and extreme analysts. Republican officials and mega celebrities will join far-right groups, conspiracy theorists, and self-styled militias, all of which have different ideas about what exactly constitutes this final stand. While members of Congress are tweeting about defending the democracy, some online forums and messaging app participants are discussing armed Americans seizing the Capitol, hanging politicians, how to evade D.C. gun laws, and urging protesters to bring as much ammo as you can carry. Among the groups who have said they will attend are the Proud Boys. a far-right extremist group that has become a fixture at recent pro-Trump rallies after pledging allegiance to Trump when he told them to, quote, stand back and stand by during a presidential debate in September, which was received as a call to arms. The group's leader was arrested Monday night after he arrived in Washington and facing charges for burning a Black Lives Matter banner that was torn down from a D.C. historic black church last month has been banned from the Capitol, according to Associated Press. He had previously announced that the group's members would be incognito and spread across downtown D.C. in smaller teams on Wednesday, adding they might not wear their distinctive yellow and black clothing in order to blend in with counter-protesters. Proud Boys leader Nicholas Oakes, who shared an image of himself smoking while inside the Capitol last week, has been arrested in Hawaii but claimed that he took part in the mega raid as a professional journalist. Shortly after supporters of President Donald Trump stormed the Capitol building on Wednesday, Oakes shared the photo of himself smoking with another man. On Friday, January 8th, the Justice Department unsealed a criminal complaint against Oakes, charging him with unlawful entry into restricted buildings or grounds. During an interview with CNN, Oakes, who is a leader of the Proud Boys Hawaii faction, admitted he was inside the Capitol, but claimed he was there as a professional journalist. We didn't have to break in. I just walked in and filmed, he claimed. There were thousands of people in there. They had no control of the situation. I didn't get stopped or questioned. Oakes is one of several dozen individuals who had been charged with unlawful entry on the Capitol grounds. The top federal prosecutor for the District of Columbia has said all options are on the table for charging the rioters, many of whom were egged on by Trump's speech hours earlier at a rally over his election loss to President-elect Joe Biden. The throng of protesters who stormed the U.S. Capitol on Wednesday, including some neo-Nazis, including one man pictured wearing a Camp Auschwitz shirt. The unidentified man was pictured among the hundreds of protesters who breached the building and forced Washington, D.C. into a lockdown, sporting a shirt emblazoned with the name of one of the Nazis' deadliest concentration camps during World War II. The shirt included an image of a skull and crossbones and had the inscription, "Work brings freedom." The man was among hundreds who stormed the Capitol building following a rally by President Trump, during which he repeated claims that the presidential election won by former Vice President Joe Biden was rigged. It took police bolstered by National Guard troops to secure the building. The building, including congressional offices and the Senate floor, was vandalized and left with debris strewn about. Images of the crowd show other protesters waving Confederate flags alongside U.S. flags outside the building. More than 1 million people were exterminated by the Nazis at Auschwitz, making it one of the most notorious concentration camps of the war. Then the Oath Keepers, a self-styled anti-government militia, had also said they have teams rolling into D.C. from all over the nation and would be boots on the ground to protect protesters. It is critical that all patriots who can be in D.C. get to D.C. to stand tall in support of President Trump's fight to defeat the enemies who are attempting a coup through the massive vote fraud and related attacks on our republic, the group said in an online post. In the aftermath of the January 6th assault on the U.S. Capitol by a mob of pro-Trump insurrectionists, a Twitter video posted on January 10th caught the eye of social media sleuths trying to identify the perpetrators of the assault. In it, a line of men equipped with combat helmets, bulletproof vests, and radios moved steadily up the Capitol steps amid cheering protesters. They are members of the Oath Keepers, one of the largest radical anti-government militia groups in the U.S., readying themselves for a civil war. Oath Keepers is an American far-right anti-government militia organization. The group describes itself as a nonpartisan association of current and former military, police, and first responders who pledge to fulfill the oath that all military and police take in order to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. It encourages its members to not obey orders which they believe would violate the United States Constitution. The organization claims a membership of 35,000 as of 2016. Several groups that monitor domestic terrorism and hate groups describe the Oath Keepers as extremists or radical. Mart Pitkavage of the Anti-Defamation League, ADL, describes the group as heavily armed extremists with a conspiratorial and anti-government mindset looking for potential showdowns with the government.
Yeah.
The Southern Poverty Law Center lists the group's founder as a known extremist and describes his announced plans to create localized militia units as frightening. According to the SPLC, the group espouses a number of conspiracy and legal theories associated with the sovereign citizen movement and the white supremacist posse comitatus movement. SPLC senior fellow Mark Potok describes the group as a whole as really just an anti-government group who believe in a wild set of conspiracy theories. Oathkeepers.org says, quote, deploying to D.C. to protect events, speakers, and attendees on January 5 through 6. Time to stand, exclamation mark, by Stuart Rhodes, January 4th, 2021. Oath Keepers has multiple volunteer security teams. This is still on their .org site.
Okay.
Quote, Oath Keepers has multiple volunteer security teams and PSD teams rolling into DC from all over the nation, ... That's all I could see on the internet search, because when I clicked on their site, I don't know if it's been taken down.
Okay.
Something's happened. It was white supremacy in action that they stormed the Capitol in order to halt a constitutionally mandated process because they want to change things, knowing that nothing would happen to them. Their whiteness protected them, says Anita Cameron, a veteran black disability rights activist who has been arrested dozens of times for protesting at the U.S. Capitol. She says if this week's insurrection has been staged by black people, the streets would be running with blood, and they wouldn't have even made it inside the Capitol. A neo-Nazi conspiracist called Baked Alaska, a right-wing troll formerly known as Ali Akbar, a part-time actor with a horned fury hat who goes by the name QAnon Shaman. These are some of the Donald Trump supporters who incited and led the storming of the U.S. Capitol on Wednesday. Okay, so this is 3 parts. A neo-Nazi conspiracist called Baked Alaska, end quote. A right-wing troll formerly known as Ali Akbar, end quote. A part-time actor with a horned furry hat who goes by the name QAnon Shaman, end quote. Okay? They're 3 different. They're not the same one. These are some of the Donald Trump supporters who incited and led the storming of the U.S. Capitol on Wednesday. Their pseudonyms and eclectic backgrounds and the chaotic scene suggested a disorganized rabble, but this was an insurrection foretold. The same far-right activists and groups that have spent the past 4 years marching, protesting, and trolling on behalf of the president came to Washington, D.C. to enact a familiar playbook, except this time on the biggest stage of all. The flags and insignias advertised who they were. So this is still, everything's being pointed at Antifa, Antifa, and that all started during the Black Lives Matter protest. Antifa, Antifa, Antifa. Everything really comes up short of Antifa. Okay? The flags and insignias advertised who they were. The Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, 3%ers, this is another group name, QAnon, once shadowy groups that now rallied in broad daylight. Their assault on democracy performed as public spectacle for a world that watched in horror. Others brandished banners with more recent monikers such as Stop the Steal, an umbrella term for those who believe Trump won the election and that Joe Biden is a usurper. Make America Great Again declared one flag. Liberty or death, don't tread on me, said another, brandished alongside the Confederate symbol. Trump 2020, F your feelings, I won't say it, it was written out, said the fastest selling t-shirt. Are you awake here? Some messages were pithier, F Biden, it's all spelled out. The gathering of extremists in the cradle of American democracy was hardly clandestine. Trump, after all, summoned them. Big protest in D.C. on January 6th, he tweeted on 19 December, be there, be wild. I have to bold those again. Anything so far? Or? Okay, last month, December 2020, quote, hardcore Trump supporters flooded downtown Washington, D.C. for a million mega march, falsely claiming he, and not Joe Biden, had won the presidential vote and demanding election officials, quote, stop the steal. Also, as promised, Trump himself swung by to acknowledge what organizers had billed as the largest Trump rally in U.S. history. The rally was dominated by the presence of the far-right extremists who had organized it and the rhetoric of the speakers, which was not just violently hyperbolic, but often insurrectionary. From the outset, the aggregation of white nationalists, street brawlers, patriot militiamen, and conspiracy theorists who had organized and promoted the event on social media made their presence felt. Several hundred thuggish Proud Boys marched through downtown Washington chanting F Antifa and USA, USA, and so on. Trump said he found the rally heartwarming and that he may even try to stop by and say hello. Throughout the million mega march last month.
Yeah, he stops by and says hello, does a speech, says we're going to walk down to the courthouse or the Capitol, and he doesn't show up.
That comes up later.
Yeah.
Throughout the million mega march last month, far-right extremists of a variety of stripes announced their presence. White nationalists from Nicholas Fuentes' Groyper Army rushed to lead the march from the White House to the Congress and Supreme Court buildings, their blue America First banners held high. Oath keepers and other militiamen wearing body armor and prepared for battle, though unarmed, since Washington forbids open carry of guns within its city limits, joined eagerly in the march. This is still, again, this million mega march last month. Right. At one point, Fuentes addressed the crowd with a bullhorn. We're up against the media and against the giant corporations and against the swamp and the government and the CIA and the FBI and the intelligence community, and it is a pretty big path ahead of us, he said. There are a lot of them, and they wield much power, but I think to myself this, I have much confidence in knowing that God is on our side. The crowd roared. Alex Jones and his InfoWars operation were also easy to find, particularly Jones himself, who joined the Proud Boys in their morning march and then was surrounded by them for security as they marched. This is what America looks like, they chanted as they went on. QAnon conspiracy cultists were also present in abundant numbers. At one point, the crowd collectively chanted the QAnon slogan. Do you know what that slogan is?
I don't.
Where we go one, we go all.
Oh.
So, no surfacing of Antifa. Not really happening in any of this. Okay, anything on that so far? I feel like I'm reading a play. Like this play was written.
It's pretty far-fetched, yeah.
But it's all real.
I know.
It actually really happened on the world stage before the one true God.
Right.
Not this God, the one true God, in Jesus' name. President Trump's son, Eric Trump, said at Wednesday's Save America rally on January 6th, "We love everything that this nation stands for. That's why we fight. That's why my father sends out a tweet, 'Patriots, descend on Washington, D.C.' And Eric accused Biden and Democrats of lying, cheating, and stealing this election and hiding in his basement, even though there's been no evidence to back their election fraud claims. Eric said, "My father has started a movement, and this movement will never, ever die. We're going to keep America great because we live in the greatest country in the world, and we will never, ever, ever stop fighting." And his wife said to the crowd, "This fight has only just begun, and we're in this fight to the bitter end. And we're going to take our country back." And Eric requested for his birthday on the same day, it was his birthday that day, for all the senators and all the congressmen have some backbone, show some fight, learn from Donald Trump. He has more fight in him than every other one combined, and they need to stand up, and we need to march on the Capitol today, and we need to stand up for this country, and we need to stand up for what's right.
What is that?
So that was, in addition to Mo Brooks, that was also his President Trump's son, Eric.
Okay.
Kimberly Guilfoyle said backstage at the rally, "Have the courage to do the right thing. Fight!" It is reported that Guilfoyle's, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing this wrong, Guilfoyle's name came up as one of those in Trump's family and inner circle who many said should be investigated for inciting violence committed by the president's supporters that day. On Thursday,
Yeah, that's the one speech I didn't hear.
this was backstage, I said.
Yeah.
She said backstage at the rally.
Well, I saw that.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a thing where she came out and spoke, I guess.
Yeah, and I'll get to that one too. On Thursday, the next day, a furious Joe Scarborough called for Donald Trump Jr. Well, that's an MSNBC host. Okay. Called for Donald Trump Jr. and Trump's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, to be arrested for their calls to fight, while speaking at the rally saying, "Let's have trial by combat." Oh my gosh.
Right.
I'm like, you guys are digging a hole. The riot left 5 people dead. This is still what's so sickening. It's just like a punch in my stomach.
It just amazes me how it got out of that control. I mean,
I know. And when you put thousands of people into a situation like that, people are going to get killed. Hurt. Killed.
Yeah.
I meant to say hurt and killed at the same time. They're going to get killed. And if they don't get shot, they're going to get crushed. Trampled on and crushed.
Right.
So the riot left 5 people dead, including a police officer. Meanwhile, people across social media...
And that was done deliberately. Did they ever find out who did that? Because they threw a fire extinguisher at him.
Yeah, or hit him with
Hit
it
him
on
in
his
the
head.
head, yeah.
I don't remember. Let me finish reading all this stuff. I have been through so much information, I can't remember now that one. The riot... Okay. Meanwhile, people across social media said the others also should include 2 of Trump's other adult children, Ivanka Trump and Eric Trump, as well as Guilfoyle, the former Fox News host. That's who she was. The former Fox News host, one-time San Francisco prosecutor, ex-wife of California Governor Gavin Newsom, and now the girlfriend of Donald Trump Jr. During her speech, Guilfoyle, who was a top fundraiser for Trump's campaign, repeated his baseless claims of widespread voter fraud. Okay, so she was a top fundraiser for his campaign. She's repeating the widespread voter fraud. After calling Trump the most impactful, transformative president America has ever seen, Guilfoyle said to the crowd, this is her speech, "We will continue to hold the line across the incredible country because we finally had a president in the White House who knows what it means to put America first, who stands for veterans and law enforcement and the American family." Kimberly also said to the crowd, "We will not allow the liberals and the Democrats steal our dream or steal our elections." Guilfoyle then introduced Trump Jr., who greeted the crowd saying, "Hello, Patriots," and spoke saying, This gathering should send a message to them. This isn't their Republican Party anymore. This is Donald Trump's Republican Party.
Split one more time.
The crowd cheered.
Of course.
Donald Trump Jr. continued to say, this is the Republican Party that will put America first. This whole America first thing, you'll understand where all this stuff is coming from a little bit later on. This is the Republican Party that will fight for the American worker. This is the Republican Party that's not just going to roll over and die because the Democrats would like you to. You have an opportunity today. You can be a hero or you can be a zero. And the choice is yours. But we are all watching. The world is watching, folks. Choose wisely. Because if you just roll over, if you don't fight in the face of glaring irregularities, it's statistical impossibilities. And then the crowd chanted, fight for Trump, fight for Trump, fight for Trump. Donald Trump continues to say, that's right, guys, that's the message. These guys better fight for Trump, because if they're not, guess what? I'm going to be in your backyard in a couple of months. And said he couldn't list all the patriots that have been fighting on the ground and mobilized to put good Republicans in those positions. But also said, if you're going to be the zero and not the hero, we're coming for you. And we're going to have a good time doing it. We got to start fighting like the Democrats do. We got to play their game. So today, friend or foe, today, Republicans, you get to pick a side for the future of this party. I suggest you choose wisely. Thank you for being in this fight with us. Thank you for standing up to the bullshit. Trump Jr. ended his speech by saying, stand up and fight. Stand up and hold your representatives accountable. And when you do, we can keep America great. Keep fighting. Trump Jr. also filmed himself in the white tent before the rally saying, just awesome patriots that are sick of the bullshit. Thank you all.
There we go.
Okay, so I'm realizing this rally is all about this whole election was fraud and stolen from Trump.
Been part of it, yeah.
No, that's like the whole deal.
Mm.
That's the whole deal.
Okay.
So.
Well, other than being, I'll have the water. Other than being able to speak that out, I mean, there's nothing you can do at the White House in the Capitol building to change that.
Okay, so on the contrary, at the Capitol is where they were certifying the Electoral College votes, and then they were going to now say Biden is the incoming president.
Right.
They were there to stop that from happening.
That's right.
That was the last thing. They tried everything else along the way. Once that happens, it's done for. They were there to stop that from happening.
That's right.
Even though Biden was already declared president and they're just going to certify it. They were just there to certify it.
Which was only supposed to take an hour.
They were there to stop that certification process.
Yeah.
So, President Biden-elect is reported having 81,009,460 American votes, 51.33%, and 306 electoral votes. President Trump is reported having 74,111,419 American votes, 46.96%, and 232 electoral votes, from 100% of precincts reporting. On January 7th, it was reported that 8 Republican GOP senators object to Biden's victory. Ted Cruz, Josh Hawley, Cindy Hyde-Smith, John Kennedy, Cynthia Lummis, Roger Marshall, Rick Scott, and Tommy Tuberville. They're all objecting to this, Republicans. And 91 senators accept his victory, while the vast majority of Republican senators voted to affirm Joe Biden's win. It placed Republicans in the tough spot of standing with Trump or respecting the will of the people. Okay, wait, let me read that again. So, it placed Republicans in the tough spot of either standing with Trump or respecting the will of the people.
Correct.
But after pro-Trump rioters stormed the Capitol, several GOP senators planning to object reversed course. Okay, so this list of names I just read to you, they were all planning to object.
Yep.
the certification process in their states.
Yep.
Okay? So that's what this whole rally was, to go and stop that from happening.
Okay.
Shaking. But after pro-Trump rioters stormed the Capitol, several GOP senators planning to object reversed course. Congress confirmed the election of Joe Biden as president early Thursday, January 7th, a day after a mob invaded the U.S. Capitol in a chaotic effort to avoid having President Donald Trump be formally recognized as the loser in the race. The affirmation came after the House and Senate overwhelmingly rejected efforts by some Republicans to object to the acceptance of Electoral College wins for Biden in Arizona and Pennsylvania. Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris hit 306 votes in the Electoral College, 36 more than needed to secure a White House victory. Trump received 232 votes. Vice President Mike Pence read off the tallies at around 3:40 a.m. Eastern Time. Do you understand that?
Yeah. Right and early in the morning.
Well, or in the middle of the night.
Middle of the night.
They were still there
Yeah.
because of this.
Mm-hmm.
After lawmakers applauded the result, he gavelled the session closed at about 3:44 a.m. Minutes later, Trump said in a tweet through a surrogate that he was willing to allow an orderly transition on January 20th. But he added that it's only the beginning of our fight. The tweet was sent by Deputy Chief of Staff for Communications Dan Scavino. Trump's Twitter account was temporarily frozen because of his continued false claims about the results of the election. The certification of an electoral college win is normally a formality by Congress, enshrined in the Constitution. But Trump's refusal for the past 2 months to accept that he lost, while claiming without valid evidence that he lost due to widespread ballot fraud, complicated that process. Trump pressured Pence to void Biden's win unilaterally by refusing to approve some ballots for the Democrat. But Pence, in a letter released Wednesday, refused to do so, saying he did not have such power as the presiding officer in the joint session of Congress to toss out ballots. Congress began the process of counting electoral college votes Wednesday afternoon, but that proceeding was interrupted for about 6 hours by a mob that stormed the Capitol and breached its building in anger over Trump's loss in the election and their belief that he was the victim of ballot fraud. Okay. Trump aides publicly attempted to spin away the undemocratic attempts to prevent thousands of votes to be tallied. Now we're going to step back again, back into November. The president himself tweeted, "Stop the count." Trump tweeted at 9:12 a.m. Eastern Time after spending much of Wednesday, November 4th, posting a flood of misinformation on Twitter meant to make it seem as though Democrats are stealing the 2020 election from him. There's one big problem, though. If vote tallying were immediately stopped in all the states, former Vice President Joe Biden would prevail in Arizona and Nevada, giving him 270 electoral votes and making him the presumptive president-elect. Not only is Trump's talking point self-defeating, it's completely inconsistent with what his advisors were saying on Wednesday and Thursday. Again, we're still back in November, right after the election. The Trump campaign has called for the temporary halt of counting ballots in Pennsylvania as well as Michigan, which has already been called for Biden by most news outlets until they can get meaningful access to observe and review uncounted ballots. A Pennsylvania court ordered election officials on Thursday, trying to cross out some of these days as not to confuse them with this last week, to give more access to observers, a legal victory for Trump. Pro-Trump protesters at the same time gathered outside a Detroit location on Wednesday, loudly chanting, "Stop the count!" Now again, we're still back in November. With pro-Trump protesters shouting, "Count that vote!" You understand what's going on here?
Well, yeah, it's just two sides waging. One wants to keep going, one wants to stop.
Both from Trump.
Oh, both from Trump. Okay. I didn't get that.
So the Trump campaign has called for the temporary halt of counting ballots in Pennsylvania, as well as Michigan, which has already been called for Biden by most news outlets, until they can get meaningful access, that's their word, to observe and review uncounted ballots. A Pennsylvania court ordered election officials to give more access to observers, a legal victory for Trump.
Right.
Pro-Trump protesters, okay, at the same time, gathered outside a Detroit location loudly chanting, "Stop the count," with pro-Trump protesters shouting, "Count that vote."
Right. Because they wanted all legal votes to be counted, but
Well,
not illegal ones.
And these are in two different counties or states, actually. So outside of Detroit, Michigan, we know, they're saying stop the count. Pro-Trump protesters shouting count that vote outside a Maricopa counting facility. Maricopa, I can't remember where we are here, what that is. Maricopa, I'll make a note of that, where that is. Former senior Trump aide Kellyanne Conway appeared on Fox and Friends on Thursday morning, urging patience when it came to counting all the votes and getting the final result. This is what she said, they spent 3 years investigating the president, impeaching the president, she said. We can't wait 3 hours, 3 days, 3 weeks to get a result in our great, sturdy democracy as to whom the president will be. What is the rush all of a sudden? Conway did not address the fact that it was Trump himself who had demanded in the weeks leading up to the election that all results must be announced on election night, specifically saying that it would be totally inappropriate to count ballots for 2 weeks.
I'll have to push that forward.
What?
This is the kind of stuff that has to be brought out more, you know what I mean? It's just, I don't know.
What are you saying?
Just read that again, that last part.
Okay, so Kellyanne Conway said they spent 3 years investigating the president, impeaching the president. We can't wait 3 hours, 3 days, 3 weeks to get a result in our great, sturdy democracy as to whom the president will be. What is the rush all of a sudden? She's a Trump aide. And then Conway did not address the fact that it was Trump himself who had demanded in the weeks leading up to the election that all results must be announced on election night, specifically saying that it would be totally inappropriate to count ballots for 2 weeks. What?
Nothing.
Say, I mean, do you understand?
Yeah,
Two from the same party are
Yeah.
working in opposition to each other.
right. Yeah, one is talking about getting it all done right away. One is saying that it'd be wrong if it counted out another 2 weeks. Because he must be talking about the uncounted mail-in votes. Is what Trump is probably talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So Trump is saying everything has to be done and announced election night.
right,
And they're like, we can't because there's all this mail-in stuff.
right.
And then she's saying, what, we can't wait a couple of days, 3 weeks? What's the big rush?
Right.
And he's saying, I want all results at the end of that night.
Right.
And they're both working.
He wants to know
for the
if he
same
won or
team.
not, right.
So she's saying, slow down, wait, take all the time you need. He's saying, I want all the counts done that night and announced.
Yeah, they really should revamp this, and all write-in ballots, or mailed-in ballots. There should be a 1 to 2 week cutoff prior to the actual date of them winning or not.
No, because as
because
long
then-
as they're postmarked November 3rd,
But what I'm
that's
saying
the
is,
voting day.
no, that's what I'm saying. We should know on November 3rd who actually won.
No,
Why
November
not?
3rd is the date of the votes. So
Which-
everybody votes. So if you vote by mail, postmark November 3rd.
That's what I'm saying.
You vote at the
That's what I'm
poll,
saying.
postmark
anybody-
November 3rd.
Anybody who votes by mail the postmark date would be 2 weeks before that.
No,
Why not?
because November 3rd is our election day. That's the day you vote. So if they're
But
voting
because
by
they're not
mail,
going in to a physical location, which can be counted immediately, we need to cut that stuff off early,
no,
get it counted,
no,
and done by the 3rd.
no.
I think it should be.
Because here's the thing. November 3rd is the day when everybody votes. You got the entire month of November and December to count it all and figure out who won.
You're supposed to know on the 3rd,
No,
that night.
no.
Yes, that's why ballot things are counted, and then all the stuff on TV is showing you.
No,
what
everything closes that night. All voting closes that
and
night.
it's counted by that night.
They start counting it all through the night, and they start projecting who's in the lead and then what's changing until all the ballots are counted.
That's why I'm saying if they.
No,
if they-
November 3rd is our election day.
Right.
You can't have 2 election days.
We wouldn't. We would have a cutoff date for those that don't go in.
The cutoff date is November 3rd.
But it shouldn't be. What I'm saying is everything should be able to be counted by the 3rd.
Time. Everything needs to be voted by the 3rd. Then you
I know
have.
that, Terry. That's what they're doing right now.
You don't have
And
to change that.
We could change that,
No.
making it that on the 3rd we know the count of the walk-in, the write-in ones, and the ones who walked in. That evening we would have a count of everybody. That would be ideal.
Here's what's ideal and is already set in place and does not need to change. November 3rd is the cutoff date to vote. People can vote before then.
Yeah.
November 3rd is the cutoff date. So the
Which
polls
means
close,
that 2 weeks after we don't know who the winner is yet.
and that means once the polls have closed and all votes are postmarked, you can't send in anything after November 3rd.
I got all that.
All the counting now takes place in plenty of time, with enough time to announce who the winner is, and then get everything set up for the incumbent president, if it's changing, and the inauguration January 20th. So it's all set up with plenty of time for the votes to be cut off. All voting is cut off November 3rd. We don't have to up it for mail-in. All votes are cut off November 3rd, postmarked or at the poll. Now
So
the
then what we
counting
should be
takes place.
then what we should be saying is that the vote in or the voting of the president will take place on November 20th.
No, the voting of the president takes place November 3rd. The announcement will take place when all votes are
Which
accounted
means
for.
the 20th. So we should say November 20th
No.
is when the president is really told who's the president is.
So here's how it works by state. Each state, once they've tallied all their votes, be it at the poll and mail-in, then when all of those are tallied, each state now says, here is who got the majority. And they just track each state as they're coming in. Here's who won this state. Here's who won that state. Here's who won this state. Here's who won that
But they
state.
can't do the mail-in votes till the next day. They can't even start counting yet.
Todd, every state starts counting all votes after November 3rd, be it polls and mail-in. And once they've got them all counted, they announce who won the presidency
I
of
know
that
how it
state.
works, Terry.
Doesn't have to be on a specific day. It's just once you have them all counted, tell us who won. So when the states get them all counted, they announce the winner. Once every state has announced who won, then they now can take all the states that they now say are the electoral votes, and they now know who the president is. And then they announce that. So it can take days or a week or 2 weeks, however long it takes, and they're pretty quick. It's not like it takes months. They're pretty quick. They're on it right away, and they have their whole voter counter team in place that have been doing this every election. They're doing it every 2 years, actually. Every 2 years these people are doing this. And then they have the machine automations and then the hand counts and all that. So it just takes days or weeks, however long it takes every state. Once every state has announced who won, now we say this is who the president is. They have the entire month of November to do it. And chances are that it's not going to be announced at the end of November. It's usually within a week or 2 weeks. There is no, it has to be known November 3rd, that night at midnight, like Trump's pushing for. There is no, it has to be known by tomorrow morning, like it's Christmas Day morning, and we get up and we're like, who's our president? Because all these votes have to now be counted. And we have plenty of time to do that. So let it work itself out. And it will all work itself out beautifully and wonderfully. And no date has to change. Just abide by it. If you just abide by it, it all works itself out. So, then the president who won, the man who won, is elected however long after November 3rd, and then it's either accepted or then comes out the challenges. And then when the challenges come, now all that has to work itself out before January 6th, because January 6th is when all that got tallied and accounted for and now is announced, and now is either, yay, we're fine with it, and now we wait for January 6th for the certification by Congress, or we're not fine with it, we're going to contest it. Now they have all that time to contest it. So it gets thrown into contest and fast and furious, and that all has to be worked out by January 6th. And then these electoral votes are certified by Congress. Yep, this is what exactly has happened, and yep, there's this many electoral and this many electoral, and gavel, and that's the president. And now they start getting ready for the inauguration. Well, the president, if the current president lost, he's working to get moved out and get the new president moved in. It all works out fine. Trump is the one who's created this into an absolute fiasco. Complete fiasco. And like everything has to change. What has to change? We have to know by that night or tomorrow morning. No, you don't. He just has no patience. So everyone who has no patience will be like, it has to change. All the impatient people, it has to change. No, it doesn't. Just let it work itself out. So where am I? Do you know where I am?
Oh, right up there.
Yeah, so this Conway, she's like, why are we in such a rush to finish this election prematurely? Let's be patient. Let's take a deep breath. Let's count every legal vote. I think it's a time to be methodical and not emotional. Okay? This is Conway, who is a Trump aide. Pro-Trump aide. And Trump is the one saying, we need to know that night or the next morning and no more after that. Like, you can't do that. Every vote has to be counted. Shortly after Conway's interview, of course, Trump fired off his "Stop the Count" all caps tweet. And on Wednesday evening, Trump campaign senior legal advisor Jenna Ellis appeared on Tucker Carlson's show and blasted the media for, quote, reporting inaccurately and falsely that the Trump campaign is wanting the ballot counting to be stopped.
He said stop the count.
Uh-huh. So now this is his lawyer, who's senior legal advisor. Lawyer, senior legal advisor. She blasts the media for reporting inaccurately and falsely that the Trump campaign is wanting the ballot counting to be stopped.
After he said stop the count, yeah. Yeah, I don't get that. But okay.
She said, no, we want meaningful access to be able to look and observe as the law allows and requires that we can look and make sure there isn't fraud going on, she claimed, baselessly asserting that Michigan had fraudulently given votes to Biden. Ellis's comments, in turn, contradicted what Trump said during his bizarre early Wednesday morning press event / campaign rally at the White House, during which he described the election as a major fraud on our nation, quote unquote, and said, quote, wheel going to the U.S. Supreme Court, we want, I'm going to just insert the word in there if that got misquoted. We want all voting, i.e. vote counting, to stop. That same evening, the president seemingly dismissed his own team's actions while suggesting remaining votes should in fact not be counted. Our lawyers have asked for meaningful access, but what good does that do? Trump blared on Twitter. The damage has already been done to the integrity of our system and to the presidential election itself. This is what should be discussed. He also declared on Wednesday that we have claimed the states of Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina, all of which still have remaining votes to be counted, and Michigan, even though it had already been called for Biden. So he called that he won all those states, even though this was going on. In the state of Arizona, meanwhile, the remaining ballots left to be counted appear to be yielding some gains for Trump, and so Team Trump have therefore decided in the Grand Canyon state that the full count must be counted. Or the full vote, sorry.
Yeah.
Decided in the Grand Canyon state that the full vote must be counted because he was leading in that state. So all the states he was trailing, he's like, stop the count. And all the Trumps he's leading, he's like, carry on, keep on counting. Don't stop the count. In mid-November 2020, U.S. President Donald Trump's re-election campaign sent supporters fundraising emails saying poll workers were thrown out of rooms where election officials were counting ballots in the presidential election. Large number of poll watchers were thrown out of vote counting rooms in many key battle states, claimed a November 17 email obtained by Snopes. Separately, the Trump campaign sent supporters another fundraising email that claimed Republican poll watchers were not thrown out but prohibited from entering ballot processing rooms altogether, suggesting that the alleged lack of surveillance benefited President-elect Joe Biden. Do you understand what all this is?
Yeah.
The best description of this situation is widespread nationwide voter fraud, of which this is a part. Rudy Giuliani, Trump's personal attorney, said of the alleged conspiracy by Democrats without citing any evidence. Together, the emails and Giuliani's statement claim that some identified person or a group of people ordered Republican poll workers to leave ballot counting rooms or to not enter them in the first place, essentially breaking laws that allow for poll observers to monitor the election process on behalf of a political party or candidate. Every state allows some form of poll watching or election observing by means of which political parties or candidates appoint volunteers to monitor polling sites for fairness on election day. Additionally, states train and certify nonpartisan poll watchers to keep an eye out for any voting issues. Rules governing both types of poll watching, especially to combat any voter harassment or intimidation, vary state by state and apply to poll watchers regardless of their political affiliation. State rules vary on who can be a poll watcher, how many are allowed at polling places or local election offices, and how they must conduct themselves inside the office or precinct, according to the Associated Press. The Trump campaign alleged poll watchers were blocked from doing their jobs in many key battleground states, though it did not, in its emails, pinpoint one or more locations where this supposedly occurred. Giuliani, however, claimed Democrats in cities including Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Atlanta, Las Vegas, and Phoenix were behind the alleged conspiracy to undermine Trump's election. No poll watchers with the Democratic Party raised issues with the 2020 election.
Of course not.
For more details about the Trump campaign's allegations, we, Snopes, referred to the campaign's lawsuits challenging various aspects of the presidential election to determine where exactly the campaign believed citizen monitors were wrongfully kicked out of ballot processing rooms. At least 2 legal complaints in Pennsylvania and Michigan involved Republican poll watchers. However, on November 17th, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court ruled distancing regulations at polling sites were reasonable in that they allowed poll monitors to see what was happening as prescribed by state law. The High Court's ruling countered an earlier decision by a lower court that sided with the Trump campaign. Days before that decision, U.S. District Judge Paul S. Diamond asked a Trump campaign lawyer during a court hearing if poll watchers were allowed in the room where election workers were processing mail-in ballots in Philadelphia. There's a non-zero number of people in the room.
Non-zero?
What the heck is... Campaign lawyer Jerome Marcus replied, acknowledging that Trump representatives were indeed present despite the campaign's messaging. I'm like, how can you say that any weird way? That you say it is like, what?
Yeah, non-zero.
There's a non-zero number of people in the room.
Not sure what that is.
I'm just like, can this stuff get any weirder? Wow!
Right.
Can you just speak it plainly? Additionally, Republican poll watchers in Michigan's Wayne County filed a lawsuit alleged fraud. Additionally, Republican poll watchers in Michigan's Wayne County filed a lawsuit alleging fraud during absentee ballot counting at a Democrat convention center. That litigation sought to halt the state's vote certification process, but two judges found no evidence to support the accusations and allowed the process of certifying votes to proceed, finalizing the state's voter tallies. Other lawsuits claim poll watchers were temporarily denied access in some locations, but there has been no evidence to back it up, nor was there evidence of votes being miscounted out of political bias. Additionally, there were no reports of someone or a group of people throwing out poll observers from rooms to which election laws guarantee them the right, as of this report. Those conclusions do not eliminate the possibility that poll watchers at some or many sites across the country were asked to follow distancing guidelines. Keep yourself over there. You can still see.
Right.
Don't be hovering over my desk. To prevent
Yeah.
the spread of COVID-19 and avoid distracting voters.
Yeah.
However, there's no proof of such requests being part of a nefarious scheme to help Trump or Biden or any political cause. We should note here, the emails about poll observers from Trump's campaign asked supporters to chip in to a so-called official election defense fund or election defense task force, both of which the campaign framed as costly initiatives involving ballot recounts or various lawsuits to challenge Biden's win. But according to Brendan Fisher, director of the Federal Reform Program at Campaign Legal Center, the average donor's money was not covering these expenses. Rather, people were giving their money to the Trump Make America Great Again committee, where contributions are divided between Trump's committees and the Republican National Committee. Small donors who give to Trump think they are financing an official election defense fraud, are in fact helping pay down the Trump campaign's debt or funding his post-presidential political operation, Fisher tweeted. In summary, no evidence showed poll watchers were removed or prohibited from rooms where ballots were being counted in the Biden-Trump race, even though physical distancing rules may have affected the monitoring. In fact, one Republican lawyer representing Trump provided evidence to the contrary and acknowledged Republican poll watchers in Philadelphia were indeed allowed in ballot counting rooms. For these reasons, we, Snopes, rate this claim false. Okay, all of this stuff is what led up to last week's breach. Well, last week's speeches, and breach. So this is why if you get the backing of all this stuff as to what was happening, that led all this.
And they were already inciting it.
Trump's real position, of course, is that only votes cast for him should be counted. His followers are on the same page, and that's why groups of them chanted "Stop the Vote" outside government buildings in Michigan, a state where Trump led during the early part of the count on Tuesday evening. Early part of the count, I'm going to get rid of that. Only to be surpassed by Biden as more ballots were tallied. While others chanted "Count the vote" in Arizona, it was Arizona, where Trump is trailing. Trump campaign officials like Ellis and Pam Bondi have tried to thread the needle by arguing that Trump wants all the legitimate ballots to be counted, but not ones that were cast fraudulently. But when Bondi was pressed to provide evidence of fraud during a morning appearance on Fox and Friends, she couldn't. Trump's morning tweet was likely meant to allude to Pennsylvania, where his narrow lead over Biden is in jeopardy as more votes are counted from the Democratic-leaning Philadelphia region. But what Trump doesn't seem to understand is that Biden doesn't need Pennsylvania to get 270 electoral votes. More broadly, Trump's strategy, to the extent there is one, appears to be to try to create the perception that he was cheated by tossing out accusations of fraud. The problem for him is that there's no evidence to back up his claims. Later, Trump posted another tweet proclaiming that any vote that came in after Election Day will not be counted. Any vote that came in after Election Day will not be counted. No!
As long as it's postmarked.
Yes!
But if it comes in after that,
they are!
If it's not postmarked, it won't be.
Todd, if you go to the post office and you say, here's my ballot, and they'd be like, ka-ching, November 3rd. Okay, we're going to send it there. It's going to take a couple days to get to that state.
But anything not postmarked by that date has to be not counted.
No, Trump said any vote that came in after Election Day will not be counted.
Oh yeah, see that's wrong if it's not postmarked, yes. But if it's postmarked, it has to be counted.
These are the ones that are all being counted that he's having a fit over.
Right.
Because while they're waiting for those to come in, they're counting the polls.
Right.
And the polls have him in the lead.
Right.
And then as they waited for all these to come in and they're all in, or should be in, now they're counting those, and now Biden catches up and surpasses, and now he's yelling, stop the count. And don't count any votes that came in after Election Day.
Right.
But legally, you have to. And they're all now like, we just want legal votes counted.
Right.
Legally, you have to count these. They're postmarked November 3rd.
Right.
And they didn't get dropped off from wherever, whomever, and mailed to that thing immediately when you set it at the counter at the post office desk.
Right. Yep.
But this is the way he's making it.
Yeah.
But that tweet contradicts state law in places like Pennsylvania and North Carolina that allow mail ballots to be tallied after Election Day so long as they're postmarked before November 3rd.
Right.
Actually, before. I don't know. I thought on or before. I think other states are on. And here's the other thing. Every state has certain rules.
Yeah.
Laws. The president's meltdown came just as his early lead in must-win state Pennsylvania continued to dwindle away as mail-in votes, which lean heavily Democratic, continued to be tallied. The state's laws prevented these votes from being counted prior to Election Day. Did you hear that?
Yep.
Resulting in a huge tranche of ballots left to count, most of which were likely cast for Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden. Some states count in-person votes first, while others count early votes and absentee ballots first. Parentheses, I put plus November 3rd postmarked ballots still need time to come in for counting, and each state has their cutoff dates. I'm telling you, this is how things that are relatively simple become an absolute nightmare. Mm-hmm. And it becomes made twisted and construed. And it's not just this. I have dealt with this in so many things that have been turned into an absolute nightmare. And when you get all the nightmare done and you fight through the nightmare, you come right back to what was, and it's like, and there we have it, and this is what's supposed to be. That's what was put in place and why, and it remains.
Yeah.
And we didn't have to have the nightmare.
Right.
On Saturday, November 7th, okay? So, Election Day was November 3rd. November 7th, 11:24 a.m. Eastern. CNN called the 2020 presidential election for Joe Biden. NBC, MSNBC, CBS, ABC, the Associated Press, Fox News followed with their own calls soon after. So from 3rd to 7,
Yep.
oh my gosh, we had to have an absolute fit and nightmare and blow up our nation in all hell and chaos. Over 4 days. 4 days.
Yeah, it's a long time.
What?
It's a long time when your outcome is in the balance.
I thought that was actually relatively quick considering the massive amount of mail-in ballots because of COVID-19.
Well, what's very interesting to me is that I've never seen it take that long.
I just said why.
Yes, you did, but I'm just saying that, throughout all the different candidates I've watched, on the 3rd, that night, we kind of know who's already won. Without all those ballot
On
counts.
the 3rd, they will make projections. They are announcing, here's who's in the lead, here's who's in the lead, here's who's in the lead. That's what you're hearing. And then after X number of days, this is solidified. He is the president. Oftentimes that happens.
It never came about where it seemed to be a problem.
Because nobody made it a problem until Trump.
Well,
Trump
again,
has made it a massive problem.
Yeah, because...
And he's now demanding we know, like, the next morning. Anyway, the next morning, from all the years I've lived and have casually, not even really intently watched this stuff, have seen it as it comes on, it's always, this state we know already. All these other states, here's who's in the lead. And then one by one, they're projecting at the end of each nightly news who's in the lead, until however long it takes for them all to be counted. I have seen that in all these elections over the years.
I have not noticed that it took days after the 3rd to count and get everything finalized. I just never noticed that. I always...
Well, you seem to be the majority with the rest of the country because they're all like, yeah, why should it take so long? It's like, do you not understand what's having to be done? Obviously you don't understand what's having to be done.
Well, but I just wonder if it really mattered then. Because there was either such a large lead, and whether they did the votes and counted them all after, it didn't change anyway. That might be what it was.
I think it just didn't matter to you or our generation because we were a lot younger then and we weren't all that consumed by it.
I'm talking about just the last 4 years ago or whatever. It's like I never noticed this becoming an issue. It's never been an issue that I remember.
Because no one made it an issue until Trump.
Well, but okay, if Trump was in the lead on the 3rd,
Mm-hmm.
and then now all these write-in votes are being added, and he's losing his lead,
Mm-hmm.
I can see why. How come no one else ever lost their lead?
Because if he had any common sense, he would know, oh, all the mail-in ballots are now being tallied.
No, I
So
get
the
that.
polls were tallied,
I get that, but why?
and Trump's leading.
So you're saying that no other president has ever won based on these write-in votes that were tallied
I never said
after?
that. How would I know that? I haven't gone back and looked
Listen
at
to
all
what I'm
these.
saying, please.
I'm hearing every word you're saying, please.
If this was not an issue to any other president, and it was never brought up, then they won regardless of the counting the ballots that
No.
were written.
No. All ballots, Todd, poll
I get it.
and mail-in,
All right, never
are
mind.
always
It's just not even worth
counted.
talking about. That's fine. I got
This year, this 1 year out of all of American history has become the most mail-in ballots ever because of a global pandemic.
it. Sure.
So, with that being said, the mail-in ballots were not, this year it's like this, other years it's maybe been like this.
Okay.
So these can go much quicker. This year, we have this much
Sure.
because of a global pandemic.
Okay.
So this is going to take a while. So be patient, slow down, and everyone's like chomping at the bit. No, we want to know now. It's like, it's not even feasibly possible.
Okay.
So we're going to get these counted. If y'all just like wolves, back off and sit down and wait, and we will announce them as they're counted like we do every election.
Sure.
Every election.
Okay.
Counting polls and mail-ins. Ballots. Both are legal. Both are legal. Polls and mail-in ballots are legal. And Trump himself has voted mail-in ballots. Now he's having a fit with mail-in ballots because why? The majority of them are Democrat. Now, if they were majority Trump, he'd be like, oh, do we need any more time? Should we wait a couple of more days? Should we get some more? The whole thing would be different. And he'd be praising mail-in ballots. President Donald Trump's campaign has filed legal challenges over election results in several states and has alleged mail-in ballot fraud. But states' vote verification process has been designed to prevent fraud, according to multiple election groups. States have implemented protections against mail-in ballot fraud, including barcodes, signature verification, and post-election audits, according to the Brennan Center for Justice. Verified Voting, a nonpartisan organization that promotes election security, said in a November 4th, 2020 statement, "We must give election officials the time they need to count and verify every ballot. Doing so is a sign that our democracy is working. Mail ballots require different processing procedures, such as checking the ballot envelopes for eligibility, signature checking, sorting, and preparing them to be scanned. And because of the increase in mail ballots this year, this is taking more time," the statement continued. Most election jurisdictions have implemented barcodes on ballots to help officials track and verify the ballots, according to the Brennan Center. Barcodes are placed on ballot envelopes to help counties track ballot processing and prevent duplicate votes from one voter. Ballot tabulation machines use a master barcode, which is located on the ballot itself, not the envelope, according to a 2019 National Association of Secretaries of State report. The machine is able to identify which candidate the voter selected using the barcode. Studies indicate that even the best trained data entry operator will make an error approximately every 300 keystrokes, the NASS report said. In comparison, even the simplest barcode has an error rate of less than 0.00025%. As President Trump's legal effort to overturn the results of the election hits roadblocks at every turn, the president has returned to floating a conspiracy theory that anomalous ballot dumps, a debunked claim he first promoted the day after election. Theory about anomalous ballot dumps. A debunked claimed he first promoted the day after election. The president's claims suggest that in states such as Michigan, Wisconsin, and Georgia, which reported large number of ballots for President-elect Joe Biden in the wee hours of the morning on November 4th, a nefarious coup against the president was at work. They did these massive dumps of votes, and all of a sudden they went from winning by a lot to losing by a little, Trump said Sunday. Now, obviously, as he's winning by a lot with the polls, and now they're counting all the mail-ins, and Biden catches up and now starts leading, that's what's happening.
Yeah.
He's now saying there were these dumps, ballot dumps, because I went from winning by a lot to losing by a little.
Well,
It's like, what do you
anything
not
that
understand about the voting process and
anything
counting?
that has his name on it was being dumped. That's what he's saying.
Yeah,
So they're not being counted. That's why Joe is just jumping in the lead.
yeah. So he was winning by a lot by the poll tallies, and then the mail-ins are all, not all Biden, but mostly Biden. And all of a sudden now he's thinking all these other ballots were dumped. But it's like, no, it's still being counted, and the majority Democrats voted by mail.
Yeah.
All right, so Trump said they did these massive dumps of votes, and all of a sudden I went from winning by a lot to losing by a little. Trump is right that several states reported vote counts that leaned heavily towards Biden overnight, but there's no evidence there was fraud at work. Most of these ballot dumps were from heavily Democratic cities and were reported late due to delays in counting mail-in ballots, delays that happened because election officials in many states were required by law to wait until election day to count mail-in ballots. Another purported instance of ballot dump fraud the president latched onto was in Michigan, where briefly Biden seemed to receive 100% of a batch of more than 100,000 votes. The count was nothing more than a clerical error, which was fixed almost immediately. Even if massive ballot dumps, I can't believe I just typed that, were true, the subsequent canvass, audit, and or recount processes would have identified inconsistencies. Chris Krebs, the former head of the cybersecurity agency overseeing critical election infrastructure, who was fired by Trump earlier this month, said on Twitter, and yet the outcomes were consistent in Georgia, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, etc. The proof is in the paper ballots. Republicans in Pennsylvania, Arizona, Georgia, Wisconsin, New Mexico, Nevada entered competing slates of electors for President Donald Trump on Monday, December 14th, as Electoral College members in 6 contested battleground states officially cast their ballots for Democrat Joe Biden. Update. Although initially blocked by state authorities, a delegation of 16 Michigan Republican electors were eventually able to convene and cast their ballots for President Trump, bringing the tally to 7 states entering competing slates. Well, that seems illegal. Gosh. Louisiana's 8 presidential electors also convened in the Louisiana state chambers on Monday to cast provincial votes for the president. This is what seems illegal to me.
Yeah.
By casting conditional votes for Trump, the GOP electors have set up an epic showdown in a joint session of Congress next month, January 6th, that's what just happened, when lawmakers convene to count the electoral votes and officially declare the winner. GOP electors in Michigan also attempted to cast conditional votes for the president and vice president, but were blocked by state police from doing so. In Madison, Wisconsin, Republicans, including party chairman Andrew Hitt and Wisconsin Elections Commissioner Bob Spindle, met to cast protest votes for Trump. This all seems illegal. The Wisconsin Supreme Court on Monday ruled against President Trump's challenge. Okay, this is the Wisconsin Supreme Court on Monday. Ruled against President Trump's challenge regarding the status of indefinitely confined. This is quote unquote, because the president sought to have all votes cast under that status tossed out. You'll understand what that means in a moment. The court said the tossing ballots must be made on a case-by-case basis. In a separate ruling, however, the court ruled that election officials were wrong to ordain that all voters could claim special status because of COVID-19, and voters who falsely claim to be indefinitely confined may have their ballots tossed. In other words, the status of any questionable votes must be made on a case-by-case basis. A spokeswoman for Michigan Senate Majority Leader Mike Shirkey said the Senate closed its facilities for Monday, December 14th, based on recommendations from law enforcement for security reasons. That was the police blockage. Mm-hmm. The decision was not made because of anticipated protests, but based on credible threats of violence, spokeswoman Amber McCann said. Like tyrannical kings of old dissolving lawful parliaments, governors in these contested states have declared themselves to be the law and are actively preventing the state legislators from exercising their constitutional authority over the final certification process, said Phil Klein, former Attorney General of Kansas, now director of the Amistad Project of the Thomas More Society. Alabama Congressman Mo Brooks has been arguing that it will be up to Congress to determine who will be the next president of the United States. It's like, no, it's supposed to be up to the people, and the people have voted.
And then confirmed by them.
And now it's just to be certified by Congress. And now Mo Brooks is saying it'll be up to Congress to determine who will be the next president. Mm-hmm. That's like take our democracy, throw it out the window. Mm-hmm. Congress, you say, you vote who our next president is going to be, and that's what we're going to go by. And now, but we're still a democracy. Mm-hmm. No, we're not. If you do that, and that's what these guys are looking to do. Right. Trump, Mo Brooks, Giuliani, right. Trump's sons, Trump's inner circle, they're all looking to have that done. Mm-hmm. In a country that's supposed to be a democracy.
Right.
where the people vote,
Right.
and the people have voted. How are we doing time-wise?
We're okay.
Man, I feel like I'm reading like 2 days already.
Yeah.
On December 29th, 2020, the Associated Press reported, quote, claim, there are 133 million registered votes in the United States. So if President Donald Trump got 74 million votes, President-elect Joe Biden could not have received 81 million votes. Associated Press assessment, false. The number of registered voters in the U.S. is far greater than 133 million. Now, I saw this going around on social media. And there's no way Biden could have won. There's no way Biden could have gotten 81 million votes when Trump got 74 million and there's only 133 million who voted. So, the facts, false claims about the 2020 presidential election persist online, including the bogus allegation that vote tallies in the presidential race don't add up because they exceed the total number of registered voters in the country. Donald Trump got 74 million votes and there are 133 million registered voters in the USA, reads a popular but inaccurate tweet that was shared more than 10,000 times. If every single registered voter went out and voted, there would only be 59 million votes left for Biden. How did he get 81 million votes? The posts rely on an incorrect number of total registered voters, 133 million, to make this claim. It is unclear where the false number came from, but it is substantially lower than the 211 million registered voters who appeared on voter rolls in 2018. That number comes from the Election Assistance Commission's 2018 Election Administration and Voting Survey, which asks local election officials to report registration numbers. Stephen Ansela-Beher, a voter registration expert and professor of government at Harvard University, told the AP the 2020 survey is not completed yet. He said he expects 2020 voter registration numbers to be greater than the 211 million figure from 2018. The 133 million figure shared on social media is also far lower than the more than 136 million ballots cast in the 2016 election, which got Trump in office.
Yeah.
The number of 133 million registered votes is plainly false, said Michael McDonald, University of Florida political scientist who runs the election data site U.S. Election Project. This is how all this stuff is just spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning, and they're just throwing everything out there. And I'm seeing and reading all this stuff, and it's like, wow.
Yeah.
And then they believe all this stuff,
Well,
even though the truth is being spoken. It's all being debunked, and the truth, not only being debunked, but then the truth is being spoken. The reality is being spoken, and then they just jump to another thing and jump to another thing, and at the end they encompass it all and still keep it all as truth. And then it ends up, fight, and then our Capitol is breached, and 5 people got killed.
Right.
Not to mention all those who got hurt,
Right.
and then all those who got traumatized, and our nation, and the world even. Voting
Let's do
equipment.
one more section. Then we can...
Okay. Voting equipment maker Dominion Voting Systems filed suit Friday, January 8th against a former attorney, Sidney Powell, for President Donald Trump, who pushed conspiracy theories claiming the company rigged the 2020 election. Here's another accusation. The company seeks more than $1.3 billion in damages against Sidney Powell in a civil suit filed in U.S. District Court in Washington, D.C., accusing her of falsely claiming that Dominion rigged the election, was created in Venezuela to rig elections for Hugo Chavez, and had bribed Georgia officials for a no-bid contract. I don't know if you remember her. She popped up briefly. She was one that kind of talked very monotone and methodical and was saying all these weird things, and it's like, what?
With the attorney?
Yeah, and
Yeah,
all
I
that.
remember her
She was
now,
standing
yeah.
there amongst all them.
Yeah.
She kind of was there for a while, and was like,
Yeah.
gone.
Yeah.
Well, Trump fired her. I'll get to that in a moment.
Okay.
Because she'd say stuff.
Yes.
And when she said it, I remember her saying it. So, she claimed it was rigged, was created in Venezuela to rig elections for Hugo Chavez, and had bribed Georgia officials for a no-bid contract. Powell served as one of Trump's most visible litigators in the weeks following his election loss to President-elect Joe Biden. So she popped up right after the loss. claiming that Dominion was a key player in a conspiracy to steal the election from Trump. So they're the ones who make the voting machines.
Right.
The firebrand conservative attorney, however, was fired by the Trump campaign after a November 19 news conference in which she rolled out her theories about Dominion and Venezuela and made other baseless statements. Powell, a former federal prosecutor, filed lawsuits in Georgia and Michigan seeking to overturn the results of the election, all of which were dismissed. Her wild accusations are demonstrably false, Dominion said in the suit, adding there are mountains of direct evidence that conclusively disprove Powell's vote manipulation claims against Dominion, namely the millions of paper ballots that were audited and recounted by partisan officials and volunteers in Georgia and other key swing states. In its complaint, Dominion said its reputation and resale value were severely damaged by a viral disinformation campaign orchestrated by Powell to financially enrich herself, to raise her public profile, and to ingratiate herself to Donald Trump. Company officials said the false accusations resulted in employees receiving death threats and being stalked and harassed. One of Dominion Voting Systems employees filed a separate defamation suit against the Trump campaign, saying the conspiracy allegations forced him into hiding due to death threats. This is a guy who works for the company.
Right.
Dominion voting machines were used in dozens of states, including places where Donald Trump and Republican Senate nominees won. Did you get that?
Yeah. So it works in one state and not the other.
In the states where he lost, those machines were rigged. In the states where he won, oh, those machines are good.
Yep.
They work just fine.
You can turn them on and off.
This is the craziness of it all. The absolute most bizarre. Like, you can't even invent this stuff. Even if you wrote this as a play, people are like, this is really, no, we can't do that.
Right.
It's like, no, it really happened.
Right.
What? Donald Trump and his campaign have spent the past several days baselessly suggesting that President-elect Joe Biden only won because of rigged voting machines. But the same company's voting machines were also used in states where he and other Republicans did quite well. Trump had tweeted, "Why does the fake news media continuously assume that Joe Biden will ascend to the presidency, not even allowing our side to show, which we are just getting ready to do, how badly shattered and violated our great Constitution has been in the 2020 election?" Among the false arguments he made was that some Biden-won states used radical left-owned Dominion voting systems. Now he's got the Democrats owning them. Turned down by Texas and many others because it was not good or secure. Trump incorrectly claimed Dominion is running our election. Rigged! He claimed that.
Yeah.
He repeatedly shared videos from a right-wing outlet making false conspiracy claims about Dominion's machines. In recent days, Trump campaign lawyers have also pushed the argument. Jenna Ellis, an attorney with the campaign, suggested without any evidence that in the solidly blue state of Colorado, Dominion may have swung some of the state and local races. And another lawyer for the campaign, Sidney Powell, falsely claimed at a campaign press conference on Thursday that the software used on Dominion machines had been rigged for Biden at the direction of former Venezuela President Hugo Chavez, who died in 2013. Trump's team disavowed Powell on Sunday evening. I'm going to take that part out. Okay, Trump's team disavowed Powell. That's why she got fired. By her own president. She's trying to protect and defend and save. But while Dominion's machines were used in Colorado and in Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, the 6 swing states won by Biden and disputed by Trump, they were also utilized in many other states. They were also utilized in many other states, including several won by Trump. According to the nonpartisan group called verified voting, Dominion's ImageCast central machines were used in this year's elections in all or part of Alaska, Kansas, Louisiana, Ohio, and Tennessee, as well as in Iowa, as well as in Iowa and Missouri. Trump carried each of those states. So I needed to add from yesterday's reading 2 other things in reference to 2 people that were found and being prosecuted during this Capitol breach. And this is information I'd come across before but didn't put in here because I was really trying to not have this become super lengthy. But the Lord kept putting it on me to get it in here, and it was something that was sad for me to read, for the one, and concerning, and I wanted to I guess I needed to read it to you for you to know too, and it needed to get in this document. So I already edited the document to put this in earlier from stuff I read yesterday, but I'm just going to read it to you now and then carry on with where we left off yesterday. So the man who was photographed carrying Nancy Pelosi's lectern, his name is Adam Johnson, and it says, and Adam Johnson, photographed carrying House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's lectern, was identified and arrested for 1 count of knowingly entering or remaining in any restricted building or grounds without lawful authority, 1 count of theft of government property, and 1 count of violent entry and disorderly conduct on Capitol grounds. I read that yesterday, but then after that is Johnson is a stay-at-home dad who lives with his wife and their 5 children. The lectern was found the day after the siege in a corridor of the Senate wing off the rotunda, the Fed said. People on social media quickly identified him as Adam Johnson from Parrish, Florida. The Bradenton Herald says his wife is a doctor and he has 5 children.
Good leading of his kids.
And then his wife has got to be like, really?
I know.
And she has this quality career and integrity, and so I feel really bad for him and his family. It's like one night of just really, and now you're gonna be sitting in prison for who knows how long. Okay, the Phoenix man who stormed the U.S. Capitol in a fur hat with horns and carrying a spear goaded rioters to ignore police commands and continued to press on into the U.S. Senate chamber, where he left a threatening note for Vice President Mike Pence, prosecutors say. The note, according to a court filing, told Pence, quote, "It's only a matter of time, justice is coming." Meanwhile, an attorney who is representing Angeli said during a CNN interview that President Donald Trump should pardon his client, calling it the honorable thing for him to do.
Of course.
The attorney, Albert Watkins, said that Angeli had gone to D.C. at the request of his president.
Well, he called all patriots, so he's a patriot.
Angeli told FBI agents that his note was not a direct threat, but the government argued in its filing that Angeli and others who rioted posed a grave danger. Strong evidence, including Angeli's own words and actions at the Capitol, supports that the intent of the Capitol's rioters was to capture and assassinate elected officials in the United States government. Other federal officials took a different note. There is no direct evidence of kill and capture teams among the Capitol rioters. Washington, D.C. U.S. Attorney Michael Sherwin told reporters on Friday, the infamous bare-chested QAnon shaman who stormed the U.S. Capitol in a horned headdress and star-spangled face paint was reportedly booted from the Navy for refusing to take an anthrax vaccine. Jake Angeli, 33, who complained that jail staff won't feed him organic food, enlisted in the Navy as a supply clerk in September 2005 before getting assigned to the USS Kitty Hawk the following March, Task and Purpose reported. So now that he's sitting in jail, he's not getting organic food. Okay, so from yesterday's talk all about the Dominion voting machines, now we're picking up where I left off with that. A coalition of state and federal officials pushed back against President Trump's claims of widespread election fraud, saying they have no evidence that ballots were compromised, and saying the election was the most secure in American history. While we know there are many unfounded claims and opportunities for misinformation about the process of our elections, we can assure you we have the utmost confidence in the security and integrity of our elections, and you should too, the Cyber Security and Infrastructure Security Agency said in a statement. When you have questions, turn to election officials as trusted voices as they administer elections, the lead U.S. Cybersecurity Agency added. America, we have confidence in the security of your vote. You should too, the statement continued. Chris Krebs, I don't know if you remember hearing that name, a lifelong Republican, was put in charge of the agency handling election security by President Trump 2 years ago. When Krebs said the election was the country's most secure ever, Mr. Trump fired him. Okay. Krebs said, I have confidence in the security of this election because I know the work that we've done for 4 years in support of our state and local partners. I know the work that the intelligence community has done, the Department of Defense has done, that the FBI has done, that my team has done. I know that these systems are more secure. I know based on what we have seen that any attacks on the election were not successful. We spent something on the order of 3.5 years of gaming out every possible scenario for how a foreign actor could interfere with an election. Countless scenarios. Paper ballots give you the ability to audit, to go back and check the tape and make sure that you got the count right. And that's really one of the keys to success for a secure 2020 election. 95% of the ballots cast in the 2020 election had a paper record associated with it, compared to 2016, when Trump was voted president, was only about 82%. So our accuracy now was 95%, compared to 4 years ago when he won the election was 82%. That gives you the ability to prove that there was no malicious algorithm or hacked software that adjusted the tally of the vote. And just look at what happened in Georgia. Georgia has machines that tabulate the vote. They then held a hand recount, and the outcome was consistent with the machine vote. That tells you there was no manipulation of the vote on the machine count side. And so that pretty thoroughly, in my opinion, debunks some of these sensational claims out there that I've called nonsense and a hoax, that there is some hacking of these election vendors and their software and their systems across the country. It's nonsense. We had the Department of Defense Cyber Command, we had the National Security Agency, we had the FBI, we had the Secret Service, we also had representatives from the Election Assistance Commission, which is a federal independent agency that supports the actual administration of elections. We had representatives from some of the vendors, the election equipment vendors. And they're critical because they're the ones out there that know what's going on the ground if there's any sort of issue with some of their systems. And we had representatives from state and local governments. We did a good job. We did it right. I'd do it 1,000 times over. I know I didn't get in here. I should maybe. There was threats made against him, like death threats. After he got fired and all that stuff. President Donald Trump held campaign rallies across the country to fire up his supporters and get them out to vote. Many saw the rallies as a sign of big enthusiasm for Trump, but the data suggests the visits did not produce the desired impact for the president. Comparing Trump campaign stops over the last 2 weeks of the race to election results shows that in the overwhelming majority of cases, Trump underperformed his 2016 margins in the countries he visited, in some cases by large amounts. In 5 counties that Trump visited, he saw better results than he did in 2016, but in the remaining 25, his margins of victory got smaller. His margin of defeat grew, or the county flipped Democratic. Crowd sizes are often held out as a way to gauge support for a politician, and sometimes they are, but during a pandemic, with a polarizing candidate on the stump, it's possible the meaning of the rallies were misread. While the crowds were visible sign of enthusiasm for Trump, there were much bigger and less visible groups of people who were not at the rallies and who may have seen them in a negative light. In Michigan, Trump held 5 events, and in every one of those counties, his 2020 margins were worse than they were in 2016. Trump held a rally in Ingham County, and in the election results, he did 5.5 percentage points worse than he did in 2016, as Joe Biden beat him there by more than 32 points. Trump held an event in Oakland County north of Detroit. He lost Oakland by 14 points this year, 6 points worse than he did in 2016. Trump held a rally in Grand Traverse County in the northern reaches of the state. Trump still won the county, but by only 3 points, which was 9 points less than his margin in 2016. The pattern was similar in Pennsylvania. Trump held 7 events in the state in the last 2 weeks of the campaign, and in every county Trump visited, he did slightly worse than he did in 2016. Trump visited Erie, and in the end, the county narrowly flipped to Joe Biden by a single point after narrowly backing Trump in 2016. Trump visited Scranton, but when the votes were tallied, he lost the county by more than 8 points, roughly 5 points worse than his loss there in 2016. The president went to Hillsborough County, the home of Tampa, and still lost the county to Joe Biden, but basically by the same margin he lost it to Hillary Clinton. Trump's rallies may have helped him even in the places where he underperformed in 2020, but his margin losses in rally counties clearly hurt him in close states. And if the goal of all the barnstorming was to inspire and turn out the Trump base, the data at least suggests the rallies may have stirred the president's opposition as well. Another report says Trump rallies are turning voters against him. A survey in 6 battleground states show that voters see Trump less favorably by a 2-to-1 margin because of the rallies he's held in the midst of the coronavirus pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what caused him a big problem.
Well, yeah, he never took it seriously.
Mm-hmm.
And yet people are dying all over the place, so I don't understand.
President Trump loves his big rallies, where he not only revels in the cheers and chants of adoring crowds, but taunts Democratic foe Joe Biden for hiding in the basement and eschewing mass events. But voters in battleground states do not approve of Trump's largely maskless, packed rallies, a poll released by the Democratic Super PAC Priorities USA found. And more troubling for the president, voters in those states also overwhelmingly blame the president for the second wave of coronavirus infections across the country. The survey of 6 battleground states, Arizona, Florida, Michigan, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, found that majorities of voters saw Trump much less or somewhat less favorably because of his practice of holding in-person rallies with people standing shoulder to shoulder and not wearing masks. But bad public health policy is bad politics, and voters are onto this, Guy Cecil, chairman of Priorities USA, said. More and more Republicans say they're planning to vote for Biden. Okay? More and more Republicans say they're planning to vote for Biden.
Yeah.
While most Republicans are ride or die passengers on the Trump train, GOP defectors are growing in number, and more Republicans than ever before have declared their intention to vote for Democratic nominee Joe Biden this November. Now again, this whole rally that happened on January 6th was all because Trump said he won, and Biden and the Democrats stole the victory from him, and they cheated.
Right.
And then, I don't know which one of the two sons was saying, look at all the rallies and all the people that, and maybe I already read that one. I can't remember if I got to that or not. I think I already read it from yesterday, notes over there. And I don't know if I included all that part because I had to condense some of these speeches. Some of them were really long, and I was trying to just get the key components. One of them was riling up the crowd by saying Trump holds all these rallies and all these, it goes from thousands to 10,000s to 100,000s to millions. People are there, and really they're going to now tell us that Trump, my father, lost the election and that Biden won. When Biden, he goes and he said, I've been at some of Biden's rallies and you couldn't even fill a classroom. But when you read all this stuff, when you actually go into the depths of all this stuff, and I thought I read it earlier, rallies, what you see at rallies are not what's happening at the polls. People at the rallies, those aren't the votes. You can have a lot of people at a rally, but until they vote,
Right.
those are the votes.
Right.
I remember reading that before a while back. Someone else was saying, rallies aren't votes. And you can have, thousands, tens of thousands, 1 million people at a rally, but then you could have more than that sitting at home saying, this is ridiculous, and I'm going to do a mail-in ballot, and you could get 2 million mail-in ballots voting for, we'll say, Biden, and 1 million adding up all these rallies that now go to the poll and vote for Trump.
Yeah, but you could have 1 million people go to a rally, realize, okay, he's not who I want, and half of them vote the other way.
That too,
Yeah.
based on what he's saying at the rally.
Right. So they're there to see if he's a candidate worth voting for.
Right.
And then they realize, okay, nope, I'm not going to fall for this.
That's exactly it.
Yeah.
So it looks like the rallies kind of hurt him.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to say the word. I guess kind of big time hurt him. And Biden, every time I'd see Biden and Kamala Harris, they were always masked. They were always very concerned about COVID. They took it Biden has always taken it very seriously. Very respectful, very mindful, very much low key in his speeches and his rallying, which wasn't this hyper aggressive patriotic rallying. It was, we've got some serious things going on in our nation that need to be addressed and taken care of, and here's our plans.
Right.
It was just that.
Yep.
And he's been steady all along.
Yeah.
And if people are now wanting someone who is steady and calm and not so hyper emotional, they're going to be like, yeah, we're going to vote for Biden.
Yeah.
I even remember a couple of months back reading where Republicans are saying we're voting for Biden just to get Trump out of here.
Right.
We cannot do another 4 years of this. So, and I think the reason Trump was voted in was just to prevent Hillary from becoming president, which I get that and understand that, because I'm not against a woman becoming president, but I would not have wanted her to become president. But I also did not want Trump to become president, which is why I didn't vote for either one. And then this year, I don't want Trump to become president again, never did 4 years ago, and I'm not for the Democratic policies. I'm not of liberalism, so I didn't vote for Biden either, so I didn't vote this year either. Okay, hopefully I got this in the right spot now. I had to move this from yesterday. If you are still struggling to understand why evangelical Christians so heartily embrace President Trump, perhaps the closest thing in American life to a walking, breathing personification of the 7 deadly sins. Did you get that?
Yeah.
Why Christians are embracing him when he's pretty much the closest thing in American life to the walking, breathing personification of the 7 deadly sins, and they're still voting for him?
Yeah.
The answer came this weekend with his utterly unsurprising nomination of Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court. The math here is simple. Trump has reason to believe he owes his 2016 election in part to overwhelming support from white evangelicals. He hopes they'll help carry him across the finish line again in 2020. For more than a generation, The number one evangelical political goal has been to overturn Roe v. Wade, the 1973 court ruling that the Constitution protects a woman's right to have an abortion. And Barrett seems almost certain to supply that vote. Evangelicals gave substantial support to GOP candidates George W. Bush, John McCain, Mitt Romney. McCain and Romney lost, of course, but Bush won his first term in 2000, losing the popular vote but winning the Electoral College, in part by clinching an outsized portion even for Republicans of the evangelical vote. And he won re-election in 2004 with a strategy that focused him even more on getting evangelicals to the polls. That was the year Karl Rove helped put anti-gay marriage initiatives on the ballot in many swing states. Bush had an advantage among evangelicals and other conservative Christians, though. He was one of them. Trump obviously isn't. So to duplicate Bush's winning strategy, Trump said out loud the thing previous GOP presidents had mostly hinted at. He promised to appoint pro-life judges, dispensing with usual euphemisms about constitutional conservatism used by his predecessors. It worked. When asked if the Supreme Court will overturn Roe v. Wade or chip away at abortion protections if nominee Amy Coney Barrett is confirmed, President Trump said she is certainly conservative in her views, in her rulings, and we'll have to see how that all works out, but I think it will work out. During the 2016 campaign, Trump repeatedly promised to appoint judges who would vote to overrule that landmark, and with his 3 selections, including Neil Gorsuch and Brett Kavanaugh, he appears to have delivered. Still, it's worth remembering that real priorities of Trump and Mitch McConnell, the Senate Majority Leader, in this nomination. They're happy to accommodate the anti-abortion base of the Republican Party, but in animating passion of McConnell's career has been the deregulation of political campaigns. The Supreme Court's Citizens United decision brought the issue to wide public attention, but McConnell has been crusading about it for decades. He wants the money spigot kept open so that he can protect his Senate majority and the causes for which it stands. Donald Trump does not care about whether or not someone chooses to get an abortion. He does not care about health insurance or a company's ability to deny you coverage based on a pre-existing condition. At this point, it feels almost trivial, even mundane, to point out that all that motivates him is money and the preservation of his own personal power. As we grow closer and closer to an election that the president has already said he will take to the courts if necessary in order to ensure the outcome is in his favor, can we really be surprised that his selection for the Supreme Court is a woman who was on the front lines giving him the blueprint on how to do it? For Donald Trump, there was only one litmus test Amy Coney Barrett needed to pass, and she passed it at 28 years old before she was even a judge. It feels safe to draw the conclusion that the moment Donald Trump learned that she helped to steal the 2000 election for George Bush, that was the moment he decided she was the one. If the election is even remotely close and ultimately ends up in the Supreme Court as he hopes it will, he could not have chosen a more surefire guarantee that his pick will work in his favor when the time comes. But the real reason he chose Amy Coney Barrett was, Presidential Donald Trump said, he wants a 9-member Supreme Court as soon as possible in case the justices have to decide cases challenging the results of his own presidential election. Quote, I think this will end up in the Supreme Court, and I think it's very important that we have 9 justices, Trump told reporters after discussing election issues with a group of Republican state attorneys general. Having a 9th justice avoids the prospect of a tie vote in an election case. Trump said, I think having a 4-4 situation is not a good situation. That was his whole motivation. I remember hearing it at the time.
Yeah.
Political opponents say Trump wants...
Oh, it's interesting to hear you say that she stole the vote.
Helped George Bush in 2000. I didn't know that either.
Yeah, I'd like to know more about that, even before she was a judge. So how did that even help?
Well, I guess I can only, without diving into that any further, because I don't want to go off on all these rabbit trails. I had to go off on a whole bunch of them as it was. And I'm like, okay, this is her deal. I'm trying to stick with Trump here. And that was George Bush's deal. I'm trying to stick with Trump here. But if she pressed him to be all anti-abortion, and that's how you're going to win it, and you'll get the evangelical votes, and that's how you're going to win it from your opponent, then that's how it happened. But, however, this particular opinion writer said, but the difference between Bush and Trump is that Bush was one of them, and Trump isn't, even though Trump says he is.
He wants to be or pretends to be. Whatever works in his favor.
Exactly. He'll be whatever you want him to be as long as you vote for him. And send me money for my campaign.
Yeah.
And now my political defense.
Right.
Political opponents said Trump wants an ally on the Supreme Court to increase the chances that any disputes would be decided in his favor.
Yep. Well, why not?
Donald Trump knows the only way he remains president is by stealing the election, tweeted the Lincoln Project, an organization that produces anti-Trump commercials.
So he's okay to steal the election, but Biden's not. I see.
Yes. Now, the Lincoln Project
Yeah, I heard about that too.
is an American political action committee formed in late 2019, just recently, by a number of Republicans and former Republicans. During the 2020 presidential election, it aimed to prevent the re-election of Donald Trump. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. And defeat all Republicans in close races running for re-election in the United States Senate. They definitely did not want Trump re-elected. However, the Supreme Court threw a wet blanket on a once popular liberal talking point that Justice Amy Coney Barrett would back President Trump's efforts to overturn the election when the court denied a Texas effort that would have essentially nullified the presidential elections in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Georgia, and Wisconsin. And the U.S. Supreme Court once again refused to interfere with President-elect Joe Biden's win, rejecting efforts by President Donald Trump and his allies to get the justices to reconsider another round of failed election challenges before Biden is sworn in next week. So, everything he tried to do at the Supreme Court failed. And they're like, no.
Yeah. Yeah, he wasn't happy about that.
And when Ruth Gators, how do you say her name?
Ruth Gator Ginsburg.
Thank you. It's reported, and I've come across this multiple times without getting off on another rabbit trail, but she told her granddaughter, I do not want to be replaced until the next president. I do not want my seat filled until the next president is sworn in, and let his administration do it.
Right.
And Trump was told that, and he dismissed it and did his will. So then when her funeral was broadcasted, and he came out from behind, there was the casket like up at the top of the stairs, and he came out with the First Lady to pay their respects, all those that were there mourning Ruth booed him. And they said, you're not honoring her dying wishes.
Nope.
And now, of course, Trump supporters and patriots saw this as they're being so mean and they're being so rude and so un-American to Trump. But it's like, he's causing all this.
Yeah.
He doesn't honor anyone or anything.
Right.
He'll step on whatever and do whatever to make sure he stays in office and in power and get your money.
Yeah.
Gosh, I'm just like, seriously.
I know.
I don't know if I'm off again here. I'm just going to keep reading this.
Yeah.
Because now I'm back to, okay, something else. Move again? I don't know. This becomes so big and cumbersome. I have to try to figure out where all this stuff goes.
Sure.
Claims that radical groups were behind the violence began to circulate as crowds pushed into the Capitol, scaling walls and climbing fences. The theory or blame for the violence was shared by several lawmakers and widely on social media without evidence to back up the claims. They're being condemned as domestic terrorist and unhinged rioters, but supporters of U.S. President Donald Trump have sprouted a bizarre theory in the wake of their attempted coup of the U.S. Capitol, shifting the blame instead to left-wing anti-fascist movement Antifa. Multiple conspiracy theorists, right-wing figures, and MAGA fans, including notably Republican and former governor of Alaska Sarah Palin, are claiming that the rioters who descended on Washington, D.C. were actually leftists dressed as Trump supporters. Ms. Palin said, "We don't know who were the instigators. A lot of it are the Antifa folks," adding that President Trump tried to win over too many Antifa Trumpers whom he hired. She tweeted a message to the media demanding they quit labeling D.C. protesters conservatives, Republicans, Tea Partiers, Trump supporters, all caps. Look into who these people are who choose an apparent leaderless, insane swarm to create a perception of condoned violence. Two Republican congressmen, Louis Gohmert and Mo Brooks, are also spreading the theory, with the latter declaring time will tell whether it was Antifa fascists and backwards MAGA hats. Lawyer and self-proclaimed patriot and civil rights activist Rogan O. Hanley tweeted, "Remember, Antifa openly planned to dress as Trump supporters and cause chaos today. It's extremely easy for a radical leftist to throw on a U.S. flag shirt and MAGA hat, engage in violence, then let the media delegitimize an entire movement. In fact, it's a preferred tactic of dictatorship and three-letter agencies." Lynn Wood, another pro-Trump lawyer and QAnon influencer, sent several tweets also claiming Antifa supporters were the ones who stormed the Capitol, claiming there was indisputable photographic evidence that Antifa violently broke into Congress to inflict harm and do damage. Mr. Wood then went so far as to declare Trump supporters are peaceful, a statement given today's actions nearly as bizarre as the conspiracy theory itself, urging his followers to not be fooled and writing that it was Antifa that created the violence in our cities over the past several months. Conservative writer Paul Sperry tweeted that a former FBI agent on the ground at the U.S. Capitol had texted him and confirmed that at least one busload of Antifa thugs infiltrated peaceful Trump demonstrators as part of a false Trump flag ops. In an effort to spread their misinformation campaign, conservatives have singled out Trump supporters like Jake Angeli, also known as the QAnon shaman, who was one of the first to make it inside the Senate chambers and whose face and furry Viking hat has been everywhere since. A photo was spread on Twitter showing Mr. Angeli at a Black Lives Matter protest last year, with those plugging the theory declared as proof that he was not a real Trump supporter and instead an Antifa infiltrator. In actuality, though, while a picture of him at the protest is real, it's been cropped to hide his QAnon sign. So while Mr. Angeli was indeed at a BLM demonstration, he was there as pro-Trump counter-protester. Despite this barrage of claims, it's worth noting that there is yet to be any evidence of Antifa's involvement in today's events. A number of Trump supporters have openly planned for weeks on both Trump internet forums like the Donald and mainstream social media to storm the Capitol if Congress ignores the evidence of so-called voter fraud. So back up here where she's saying they openly plan to dress like Trump supporters, blah, blah, blah. What has been seen, what I've seen also, is a number of Trump supporters have openly planned for weeks to do this. Mm-hmm. They're not Antifa. They're Trump supporters.
Right.
Okay. They're patriots.
Which the whole thing, I mean, there was so little about Antifa there. This woman in the media seems to be making this become a bigger problem than it was.
Well, Mo Brooks was the first one to point the finger saying Antifa, and then after that was the domino effect of all the patriot supporters, Trump supporters, Patriot believers that the election was fraud, and then it was all Antifa who stormed the Capitol, where there's really no evidence showing anything of Antifa being involved or storming the Capitol.
That's what I said, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's showing QAnon, it's showing Proud Boys, it's showing Patriots, it's showing Oath Keepers, white supremacists. That's what this kind of whole group. Proud Boys isn't white supremacists, but they're not Antifa.
Right.
Okay. One post read on Tuesday, armed with rifle, handgun, 2 knives, and as much ammo as you can carry. These are these Trump supporter posts. And another post read, all this bull, it's asterisked out, SH asterisk T, about not bringing guns to DC needs to stop. And this is America, FDC. It's in the Constitution, bring your GD guns. Jared Holt, visiting research fellow with DFR Lab, told BuzzFeed News. Extremists have for weeks repeatedly expressed their intentions to attend the January 6th protest and unabashedly voiced their desire for chaos and violence online. So these are outright Trump supporters and patriots. They're not Antifa.
They're hell-bent on creating a problem, that's for sure.
What we've witnessed is the manifestation of that violent online rhetoric into real-life danger. Antifa stands for anti-fascist. Antifa stands for anti-fascist, is not a group, but a broad coalition of activists. So even all last year and during the Black Lives Matter protests, there was never really like an Antifa group. Mm-hmm. Now when you go back and you look at all this stuff and you kind of track it along and pay attention to what's being filmed and shown on the news, they wave their flags and they wear their shirts, and you see the QAnon group, and they're not Antifa. You see the other ones now that are showing where they have all the bulletproof armor stuff, the zip ties, the military looking things. Those are like the Oath Keepers. They are former military soldiers, police officers, whatever, that are now like strong patriots, white supremacists seem to be, or there's this white supremacist group in addition to them. Then there's the Proud Boys. Now, they all have their markings, their insignias. This Antifa never really seems to amount to anything. Mm-hmm. So in all this finger pointing and blame, as I've been looking at all this stuff and watching it and having to go in and research this stuff to know what the truth is, it just dissolves. Mm. It's not like there.
It's not as big a presence as they're making it.
It's not like a presence at all. Mm. It's not like this group of people swarmed in and they're all part of QAnon and they wear their Q shirts or whatever insignia, and so we know them, but everyone's pointing fingers at Antifa, and it's like, but there's really nothing here that's Antifa. It's not like this group.
Obviously, it's a scapegoat for them.
It seems to be, so that while they're going in and causing their stuff, they're immediately saying it wasn't us, it's Antifa. Right. So now it's almost like it's pointing the feds and FBI and all that to run and search for all these things that aren't really showing up. Right. There's nobody really showing up.
Right.
That everyone that they facial recognition and identify and go in and arrest, they're not Antifa.
Interesting. But yet that name is used a lot.
It's constantly being used.
Yeah.
So Antifa stands for anti-fascist, is not a group, but a broad coalition of activists. So there's a lot of people like, yeah, we're against fascism. I could be like, I'm against fascism.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. But that's not like I'm Antifa and I'm going to go rally at all this stuff.
Apparently if you're anti-fascist, you're a part of that group. That's it.
Well, I would think,
because this is a broad base of people standing against it. So that's pretty open-ended. Anybody.
But it can be like, it's a broad coalition of activists that, yeah, they don't believe in fascism.
Right.
But that's that's what they believe. They're all at home. They don't believe in fascism. But they haven't formed a group,
Right.
and they haven't gone to these events.
Right.
It's just weird.
Yeah.
Others focused on specific protesters who forced their way inside the Capitol and were shown in photographs, such as bare-chested man who wore face paint and a horn fur cap. One January 6th Facebook post said, "These are not Trump supporters, Antifa thugs, but the mysterious man in horns is not Antifa aligned. The man, Jake Angeli, supports Trump and is a well-known supporter of the baseless QAnon conspiracy theory. He goes by the moniker Q Shaman, and he told the Arizona Republic he uses his unique outfit to stand out. One of the most recognizable figures in the crowd was a man in his 30s with a painted face, fur hat, and a helmet with horns. Again, I've gathered these from various news reports. The protester Jake Angeli, known by followers as the QAnon Shaman, quickly became a symbol of the bizarre and frightening spectacle. In recent months, Angeli has been a regular presence at pro-Trump protests in Arizona, including demonstrations outside the Maricopa County vote counting center. Ugh.
And this guy, he's taken on a costume that's part goat and part human, like that.
Oh, a zodiac sign thing?
Yeah. I mean, it's
Those
like,
horns aren't goat.
I don't know what they are, but that's what
They're
he's,
kind of like Viking.
that's what he's
They're
trying to do. is be
like
that.
goat man.
Yeah.
Well, I think they kind of label him as Viking.
Oh, he looks like a goat man to me. That's the first thing I saw from being on Saturday Night Live.
Oh.
Goat boy or whatever. it was.
Jeez. Oh, it's you. That's
Yeah.
okay.
Anyway, it's just weird that anybody of that age is dressed up in costume like that. Anyway, it's so silly. But he was after attention, and he's getting it.
Poynter reported that in December, Angeli launched an online crowdfunding campaign to fund his participation in pro-Trump events.
What a smart guy.
Stop!
He gets
Don't
paid to
say
be there.
that.
He gets paid to be there.
The Arizona Republic
And what stupid people support him? That's what amazes me. Is that there's people out there that literally support people like that.
I know, and then I'm trying to raise money to feed starving
Yeah, well,
orphans and
we wouldn't want to get involved in that.
families,
No.
Christian families persecuted. Oh.
That's ridiculous. Let's support.
And I can't get
Let's
money.
support Goat Boy to go to the rallies so you can look good in the pictures, but not feed anybody that's dying, starving.
The Arizona Republic described him as a QAnon supporter who has been a fixture at Arizona right-wing political rallies over the past year. The Associated Press reported that he was also seen in the same signature headwear at a pro-Trump rally November 7th in Phoenix. PolitiFact's review of Angeli's Facebook page showed photos and posts that indicated support for QAnon and Trump. So again, all this stuff is like, these aren't Trump patriots, these are Antifa. And it's like, well, they're they're Trump patriot supporters, QAnon. The Phoenix man who stormed the U.S. Capitol in a fur hat with horns and carrying a spear goaded rioters to ignore police commands. Oh, this is a repeat. I do have that.
Okay, I thought so. Just call him Goat Boy from now on.
No. Where are we here? Oh, I know. It's not a repeat. I printed it off to make sure I read that to you and not realizing this is where it's found on this part. Thinking I should have had it earlier. Okay. There was also another QAnon Trump supporter pictured in the Capitol during the breach, gesturing to a police officer in a black patriotic t-shirt with the letter Q. False claims linking Angeli and other people who mobbed the Capitol to Antifa took off online in the hours after the event. So, all these Trump supporters and patriots are trying to say all these people are Antifa, and they're not.
Yeah.
They're either QAnon or just Trump supporters, patriots, oath keepers, whatever you want to call them, whichever group they are. There's several different groups here, nothing is showing itself as Antifa. And they're all saying Antifa, Antifa, Antifa. And then when you go to look at it all,
Right.
nothing's showing itself as Antifa. An NBC News analyst identified thousands of tweets that accused Antifa members of, thousands of tweets that accused Antifa members of posing as Trump supporters. Angeli responded on Twitter when Lynn Wood, an attorney who has filed lawsuits seeking to overturn the presidential election, posted photos of Angeli and claimed he is an Antifa activist. The Daily Beast's Will Sommer, who covers QAnon closely, highlighted the exchange. Mr. Wood, I am not Antifa or BLM, Angela's tweet said. I am a QAnon and digital soldier. My name is Jake and I marched with the police and fought against BLM and Antifa in Phoenix. Another man wearing a Q patriotic black shirt was also photographed during the Capitol riot. Followers of QAnon believe Trump is leading a fight against a global cabal of Satan-worshipping pedophiles.
Wow.
That's QAnon.
Nice.
I have to see if this is a repeat section of something here. False claims linking Angeli and other people who mobbed the Capitol to Antifa. Oh. Okay. There remains no credible evidence that the Trump supporters who stormed the U.S. Capitol were Antifa activists. Okay. Wowza. All that done.
I mean, that just shows you that the backers of Trump, the supporters of Trump, they can't even get organized. Because Trump can't organize and lead anything anyway.
Well, what it shows me is they do the same thing Trump does.
Yeah.
Trump will believe something, say it, and speak it, and it's that, and it's that. And then his believers, followers, and backers do the same thing. And they're all just going down this barrage of conspiracies, lies, exaggerations, false accusations, and they're all believing this stuff to be true, and they're all just entangled in this dark web of an absolute mess, and they're trying to take over our government and rule our country.
Yeah, I know.
And it's like, oh,
Yeah,
to do this, to save America.
yeah. From what?
From Biden, from being socialist and communist, which Biden is not communist. Socialist possibly, but every government has every president has certain aspects of socialism in there because we are a democracy, supposedly, and we are supposed to try to help each other. So there's going to be handouts and helping, and it's just, I don't know, it just becomes an absolute chaotic mess.
Well, it's a mess from the top down, that's all I'm saying.
It is. Yes, and so someone like me, the Lord has called me at this time to go in and know these things and find the truth, read the truth, gather the truth, speak the truth, keep the truth, and the truth will reveal itself, and we are supposed to be in the truth. Now, if I read this to like Trump or his administration or his lawyers or his supporters, they won't even look at this stuff. And that's the other problem, is when I have had to speak truth to patriots online, I just get a laughing emoji in my face, or an angry face,
Yeah.
or completely dismissed, or completely argued with, and more false accusations,
Yeah.
and accusing me of things that it's like, no.
Same with Goat Boy's been accused of a lot of things, so it's everybody's accusing everybody here.
Sure.
You know, it's just because nobody's taking the lead, nobody's taking the responsibility, no one's standing up, so they're all pointing fingers because they don't want to get caught.
Sure. But a lot of them firmly believe this is not us. This is not, we as patriots to Trump are not like this.
Right.
But it's like, well, this is some of you, this
Right.
is a fraction of you,
Right.
and these are the ones who are looking to take over. But then the rest of you still believe the election was a fraud
Yeah.
because he says the election was a fraud.
Let's pause for a second.
And again, this whole thing is based on the truth they believe that this election was a fraud.
Stolen.
It was rigged. It was, the Democrats cheated. it was stolen from Trump, that Trump won. So this whole thing is sitting on that and hinging on that. And every step of the way, all the evidence has shown and revealed that it was a more secure election than ever, and there was no cheating, and the results keep coming out the same, and if they come out slightly different, it still puts Biden in the lead. It's not like it came out different and, oh, Trump's now the winner of that county or that state. It was still Biden. And then the Supreme Court has said Texas has no basis to sue these 4 other states, because if they can, Trump's whole mission and his lawyers was, if they can get rid of the votes in these four key states, then he would win. That would put him the winner. So let's just get rid of those votes from those 4 states.
Yeah.
But it's like, no,
Right.
you can't do that. It's like, but if you would just do that, it'd make this all so much easier, and then
Right.
I'd be the winner. And
Right.
it's like, it doesn't work that way.
Right.
And so they're believing those 4 states were like rigged, and the machines are rigged, and all this fraud. And so now all these Trump supporters believe what Trump believes.
Right.
And then this whole Capitol breach happened because of that.
Right.
Yet all along, the truth has been being spoken and revealed and affirmed. And now 5 people get killed.
Yeah, I know.
And then the Capitol gets stormed. I mean, and there's death threats, and it's like people.
Yeah.
And now, and the other sad aspect is now there's certain people within Congress or that work in that area that immediately resigned. They're just like, I'm done with all this stuff. They have resigned, like that night or the next morning. Many of them just resigned. That's a sad fact. They're giving up their career over this. Others that were involved in the breach went home, were identified, and fired from their jobs. How many is it going to cause divorces and family breakups? And then now go to prison, and you have 5 kids and a wife who's a doctor. And it's like, all because you think that this thing happened that is showing all signs did not happen.
Right.
But they refuse to believe the truth.
Right.
It's just that refusal to believe the truth. And they're still fixated on the lie.
Right.
I mean, they don't believe it's a lie, and if I said that, But it is showing, they keep saying there is no evidence for what Trump keeps claiming.
Right.
And now he's got all these supporters and rally people, patriots, that are rallying to fight for him, believing what he believes and is saying. And he's leading this whole thing.
Yep.
Okay, so President Donald J. Trump said to his many supporters and patriots at a Save America rally on January 6th to march to the Capitol and stop the Electoral College vote certification in Congress, and announced to stop the Electoral College vote certification in Congress, from announcing President-elect Joe Biden the incumbent president for 2021, but instead have his Vice President Mike Pence nominate him President of the United States again. President Trump said to his crowd, okay, so that's the whole motivation behind all that stuff that happened January 6th, was to stop all this stuff, and Pence say Trump is going to be our president again.
Right.
So President Trump said to his crowd, these people, whom Trump said came from all over the world, actually, they came from all over our country. He changed, I don't know. This is the other problem, the way he talks, is he'll say this and then he'll say that.
Well, he'll find out one person was here from Canada. All over the world, and they're just visiting.
They came all the way from all over the world.
Right.
And then, I better correct myself. They came from all over our country. Are not going to take it any longer. The media is the biggest problem we have. Single biggest problem. The fake news and the big tech. And this year they rigged an election. They rigged it like they've never rigged an election before. And by the way, there was a mic cut. They didn't do a bad job either. If you noticed, I'm honest to slur, but then choked and stumbled on his words and said, and again, I just want to thank you. It's just a great honor to have this kind of crowd and to be before you and hundreds of thousands of American patriots who are committed to the honesty of our elections and the integrity of our glorious republic. Parentheses, I wrote. I wondered if he choked on the word honest because he knows he isn't and he couldn't finish that sentence. It's the weirdest thing. He's like, and I'm honest to... And again, I just want to thank you. It's just, I'm just like, what happened there?
Wow.
That was weird.
Okay.
Furball.
Yeah.
President Trump continued to say, all of us here today do not want to see our election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats, which is what they're doing, and stolen by the fake news media. And that's what they've done and what they're doing. We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved. Our country has had enough. We will not take it anymore, and that's what this is all about. And to use a favorite term that all of you really came up with, we will stop the steal. Okay. Set that for a moment. The United States was shocked, though perhaps not surprised, that President Donald Trump's supporters stormed the Capitol building on January 6th. Trump has long flirted with violence. His Republican opponents during the 2016 Republican primary, including many of the same Republicans who support his Stop the Steal movement now, warned that he incited violence at his campaign rallies. Trump has tweeted for his supporters to meet him in D.C. for a rally on Electoral College Certification Day. He telegraphed his displeasure that his vice president would not stop the certification process. Millions of Trump supporters did not just happen to believe that the election was rigged in a spontaneous and organic fashion. Their movement has a leader, and the most powerful person in the world has been claiming that he rightfully won the election since November 2020. These conspiracy theories trickle down to Trump supporters. If these supporters consume media that solely tells them that the election was stolen from Trump, if these supporters consume media that solely tells them that the election was stolen from Trump, is it at all surprising that they would rebel? Fox News pundit tells their viewers that the mainstream media is dishonest. As a result, unsurprisingly, many other viewers do not believe anyone who contradicts their opinions. Trump embodies an elite form of populism. Born with a silver spoon in his mouth and handed every opportunity in life, Trump tells his supporters to mistrust institutions and channels their affection toward him. He brands himself as a populist. Stop the Steal's massive disinformation campaign connected to Roger Stone. It is an internet battle cry. Stop the Steal has swept across inboxes, Facebook pages, and Twitter like an out-of-control virus, spreading misinformation and violent rhetoric and spilling into real life like the protests planned for D.C. this weekend. But while Stop the Steal may sound like a 2020 political slogan to many, it did not emerge organically over widespread concerns about voting fraud in President Donald Trump's race against Joe Biden. It has been in the works for years. Its origin traces to Roger Stone, a veteran Republic operative and self-described dirty trickster whose 40-month prison sentence for 7 felonies was cut short by Trump's commutation or pardon in July. Now, the reason I'm commenting on this is because he said to that crowd, we will not take it anymore. That's what this is all about. And to use a favorite term that all of you people really came up with, we will stop the steal.
But the Stone guy came up with that.
Correct. So, because he's making that, he's saying, and I thought, well, I'm going to investigate this. I'm like, well, look at all this. So Stone's Political Action Committee launched a Stop the Steal website in 2016 to fundraise ahead of that election, asking for $10,000 donations by saying, if this election is close, they will steal it. Now, this was the election between him and Clinton, Hillary Clinton. So, if this election is close, they will steal it, all caps. He first trotted out the slogan during the 2016 primaries, claiming a Bush, Cruz, Kasich, Romney, Ryan McConnell faction was attempting to steal the Republican nomination from Donald Trump before re-upping Stop the Steal for the general election. Donald Trump thinks Hillary Clinton and the Democrats are going to steal the next election, his website said that October. Stop the Steal briefly resurfaced around the midterms in 2018, with Republicans employing the hashtag during a recount in a neck-and-neck Florida race for U.S. Senate. But it wasn't until 2020 that it really caught fire. All the while, Roger Stone and Bannon have been in full disinformation mode, spreading lies. Stone has appeared on the show of far-right radio commentator Alex Jones to trumpet groundless claims that Biden is trying to steal the election. Bannon is echoing similar conspiracy theories on his podcast, calling the election a mass fraud. We're calling it a fraud, or we're calling it a steal. Stop the steal, he said on November 4th episode. When Stone launched Stop the Steal in 2016, it wasn't just a campaign slogan and fundraising website. It also became a self-described vote protectors project that sought volunteers to monitor polling places. Stone told CNN that the purpose of the group was to ensure the integrity of the vote. In November 2020, he appeared on Alex Jones' show, where Stone groundlessly pronounced that Biden's election was a hoax and made a plug for Stop the Steal. I think our headline is "Join the Patriots in Washington, D.C. this weekend to protest the hoax that is the theft of this election and demand that we stop the steal," he said, adding hashtag Stop the Steal. Okay, so Trump's like, I'm going to use a favorite term that all you people really came up with. We will stop the steal. Roger Stone is one of his closest
And
advisors.
So he didn't give him the credit.
Didn't give him the credit, or tries to now put all of the responsibility on the people to take away from any prosecution or
Maybe.
thing away from Stone, because Stone, I think, was one of them that, just got pardoned by Trump,
Okay.
and now he's putting it on the people that you came up with this. And it just slips. It just slips. It's all slippery and snaky. And now he affirmed it. You came up with this. And they're all like, yeah.
Yeah.
And they all took it upon themselves.
Okay.
And now Stone's like, whew, saved.
Yeah.
Trump arrives to speak to his supporters on Wednesday, January 6th. His speech included calls for his vice president to step outside his constitutional bounds and overturn the results of the election. Quote, "Hope Mike is going to do the right thing," Trump said at the rally. "If Mike Pence does the right thing, we win the election." More highlights of what President Trump said to his believers and patriots to incite or encourage anger, hatred, and violence with aggression against Democrats and President-elect Joe Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris in our election and democracy, and against or accepting Republicans at a Save America rally in D.C. on January 6 to fight and stop the certification process of the Electoral College votes and pressure his Vice President Mike Pence to override America's votes and vote him in as president again, as President Trump continued to say at his rally on the 6th. That was all the stuff that I wrote intro to that, because it's like, that's really, that now defines the whole thing right there.
Yeah.
What he's saying to incite or encourage anger, hatred, and violence with aggression against Democrats, President-elect Joe Biden, Vice President Kamala Harris, and our election and democracy, and against our accepting Republicans
I still can't believe
of
that.
Biden's victory at his Save America rally in D.C. on January 6th to fight and stop the certification process of the Electoral College votes and pressure his Vice President Mike Pence to override America's votes and vote him in as president again. What you're gonna say?
Well, just against democracy. You know, it's like, how can a president want to go against the way our country is built?
Because he lost.
I understand that, but again, you don't take the core, the fiber core of the country, and throw that out the window because you have a problem. It's like, you know, he's dismantling the strength of our country.
Yep.
So quickly in this last few months.
He's torn it apart.
Yeah, it's.
And now everyone around the world has now stood up and the many big ones that I've seen around the world has stood up and said, America was always a bright shining light. Now we're seeing democracy doesn't work.
Right. And we've been pushing democracy on everybody forever.
Yep.
Yeah.
So now we realize democracy doesn't work. So we're not going to even give it a try. Right. We're going to stick with communism. We're going to stick with this. We're going to stick with that.
I know.
Meanwhile, in Hong Kong, there was that young man and his group fighting so hard for democracy.
Yep.
And now we, as a nation, just pretty much let that guy and that whole group and all that they fought for down.
Yep.
Because now his government will look at him and be like, didn't work in America.
Right.
What makes you think it's going to work here? And this poor guy. And how many lives were lost over that and all the brutality and everything? I'm just like, Trump, would you just, oh my gosh,
Well, he's
you
not
have
thinking
no
of
idea.
them at all. Nothing.
No,
about
because he's
those.
only thinking of
Of
himself.
course. Yikes.
And not realizing, it's like, do you even realize the responsibility you have? Do you even realize the lives?
No,
Lives.
that's why I said he's not thinking of them. He's not thinking of Tokyo during this time. Hong Kong. He's thinking of himself. And so there's nobody he's concerned about at all except himself. And yet there's such a big picture here. When you're the leader, you know, the strongest leader in the world, you've got a few people looking at you.
Yes.
And he doesn't see that.
Yes.
He's just focused on his little circle that he can get into their pants and he can get excited about, and that's it.
To get their money?
Money or their body, whatever. He's just a womanizer. He's just a playboy. He's not a president of the world. He's just a glorified playboy. He just got to the biggest position in the world, that's all. He's not a president. You know, he doesn't understand that value of that. And what it entailed, you know.
I know.
It's just sad. Again, he could have been a great president.
Yes.
But he threw it all away because of self-ambition.
Yep.
And pride and arrogance. And now that I'm the top dog, I can have anybody I want and do whatever I want with them.
Well, he destroyed everything in his path.
Yep. And and let everybody out there hang.
Yep.
Yeah. It's a sad state of affairs right now that we're in.
It's horrific.
Yeah.
So he continued to say at his rally on the 6th, "Today I will lay out just some of the evidence proving that we won this election. And we won it by a landslide.
Of course he did.
This was not a close election. We will not let them silence your voices. We're not going to let it happen." Crowd chanted, "Fight for Trump, fight for Trump, fight for Trump," while he stood at the podium and let them. President Trump let them chant. President Trump then thanked them and said, "I'd love to have, if those tens of thousands of people would be allowed, the military, the Secret Service, and we want to thank you and the police law enforcement." This is how he speaks sentences. It's like, choppy. "You're doing a great job, but I'd love it if they could be allowed to come up here with us. Is that possible? Can you just let them come up, please? Rudy, you did a great job. He's got guts. You know what? He's got guts. Unlike a lot of people in the Republican Party, he's got guts. He fights. Thank you very much, John. Fantastic job. I watched. That's a tough act to follow, those two. John is one of the most brilliant lawyers in the country, and he looked at this and he said, what an absolute disgrace that this could be happening to our Constitution. He looked at Mike Pence, and I hope Mike is going to do the right thing. I hope so. I hope so, because if Mike does the right thing, we win the election. All he has to do, this is from the number one, or certainly one of the top constitutional lawyers in our country. He has the absolute right to do it. We're supposed to protect our country, support our Constitution, and protect our Constitution. States want to re-vote. The states got defrauded. They were given false information. They voted on it. Now they want to recertify. They want it back. All Vice President Pence has to do is send it back to the states to recertify, and we become president. And you are the happiest people. I just spoke to Mike. I said, Mike, that doesn't take courage. What takes courage is to do nothing. That takes courage. And then we're stuck with a president who lost the election by a lot, and we have to live with that for 4 more years. We're just not going to let that happen. Many of you have traveled from all across the nation to be here. I want to thank you for the extraordinary love. That's what it is. There's never been a movement like this ever for the extraordinary love for this amazing country and this amazing movement. Thank you. Crowd chants, "We love Trump, we love Trump, we love Trump," while he paused and listened to the crowd chant. President Trump continued saying, "By the way, this goes all the way back past the Washington Monument. Do you believe this? Look at this. Unfortunately, they gave the press the prime seats. I can't stand that. No, but you look at that behind. I wish they'd flip those cameras and look behind you. That is the most amazing sight. When they make a mistake, you get to see it on television. Amazing, amazing. All the way back. Don't worry. We will not take the name off the Washington Monument. We will not. Cancel culture. They wanted to get rid of the Jefferson Memorial. Either take it down or just put somebody else in there. I don't think that's going to happen. It damn well better not. Although with this administration, if this happens, it could happen. You'll see some really bad things happen. They'll knock out Lincoln too. By the way, they've been taking his statue down. But then we signed a little law. You hurt our monuments, you hurt our heroes, you go to jail for 10 years, and everything stopped. Did you notice that? It stopped. It all stopped during Black Lives Matter protests. They could use Rudy back in New York City. Rudy, they could use you. Your city is going to hell. They want Rudy Giuliani back in New York. Okay. Pause here. A replica of a controversial statue of Abraham Lincoln standing over a newly emancipated black man has been removed from a public park in Boston. Crews were seen wrapping and lifting the statue. Over the summer, the Boston Art Commission voted unanimously to remove it by year's end, after more than 12,000 people signed a public petition calling for it to be replaced. The statue by Thomas Ball depicts a black man shirtless and on his knees in front of a clothed and standing Abraham Lincoln. In one hand, Lincoln holds a copy of the Emancipation Proclamation, while the other is stretched out over the black man. Ball intended it to look as though the man were rising to freedom, but to many, it looks like he is bowing down or supplicating to Lincoln. Boston artist Tory Bullock, who started the petition, describes it this way: "I've been watching this man on his knees since I was a kid. It's supposed to represent freedom, but instead represents us still beneath someone else. I would always ask myself, if he's free, why is he still on his knees?" Boston Museum founder Moses Kimball donated the bronze recasting of the original Ball statue to the city in 1879. The replica will be placed in temporary storage while the city figures out a new, publicly accessible location where it could be better explained, Boston Mayor Marty Walsh said in a statement this month. The decision for removal acknowledged the statue's role in perpetuating harmful prejudices and obscuring the role of black Americans in shaping the nation's freedoms, Walsh said. Protesters denounce Abraham Lincoln statue in D.C., urge removal of Emancipation Memorial. The original statue in Washington's Capitol Hill neighborhood was also criticized over the summer during demonstrations following the police killing of George Floyd. Officials placed the statue under police guard and surrounded it with protective barriers after a group of demonstrators tore down a statue of former Confederate Albert Pike a few blocks away and threatened to do the same with the Lincoln statue. Afterward, residents posted notes to the fence expressing their views. The fence was removed after several months. The Emancipation Memorial statue was commissioned and paid for by a group of black Americans, many of whom were formerly enslaved, but the group did not have a say in the design of the statue. That distinction went to an all-white committee and the artist Ball, who was white. It was dedicated on April 14, 1876, the 11th anniversary of Lincoln's assassination. Abolitionist Frederick Douglass spoke at the unveiling, noting that the great emancipator Lincoln was reluctant to free enslaved people, and when he did so, it applied only to enslaved people in Confederate states. Enslaved people in most Union states were not freed until December 1865. The black man who modeled for Ball, Archer Alexander, was not freed by Lincoln, but by his own actions. As the Washington Post's Deneen L. Brown wrote earlier this year, Alexander escaped his bondage in the middle of the night in 1861. He repeatedly evaded capture by his former enslavers. Days after the unveiling, Douglass was the first to criticize the statue and suggest it be replaced or added to. Way back then. In a letter to the editor of the National Republican newspaper, the letter was recently discovered by historians Jonathan W. White and Scott A. Sandage. What I want to see before I die is a monument representing the Negro, not couchant on his knees like a four-footed animal, but erect on his feet like a man, he wrote. There is room in Lincoln Park for another monument, and I throw out this suggestion to the end that it may be taken up and acted upon. So that's the Lincoln Monument he's talking about.
Yeah.
And when I look at it, when you look at it, it's like, oh, I can totally understand why black people have a problem with that.
Sure. I can see it, yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I mean, again, I can understand both sides of it, but it would be better to bring it further along in the transformation, not at the very beginning when he's still on his knees. And he could have been on his knees crying out, "Thank you," and just being wetful, or what do you call it? Just thankful. And you know how you crumble and you just cry out?
Yeah, but apparently Lincoln didn't free that guy.
Well, I know that. They picked the wrong people, but
that
I'm just
particular
saying,
guy had to free himself running.
but the gist of it was to depict that he freed the slaves, which he did. Just not that particular man. So it's kind of odd that that worked out.
Well, I hear what you're saying, and it's a sad situation, and I totally understand, like,
Yeah.
why not have the black man standing
Right.
next
Well,
to
again-
Lincoln, fully clothed? At that time, it was
With
like
his
the
arm around him
colonial
or something
dress.
even, yeah, I mean, whatever.
Colonial dress, not the rags of a slave.
Right.
With him handing the emancipation to him, with his hand there.
Yeah.
That would have been fantastic.
Yeah. So they might have said, "All right, we're gonna take this slave who just was told you're free," and he falls to his knees and is worshipful. Could have been that. Could have been something that amazing, but it didn't come across that way. And then so right away in the beginning, it's like, wait a minute. Not only do I look like he's empowered over me, still as a slave owner, he didn't
master.
free me. He didn't free me. I had to do my own thing.
I know.
Get somebody else here. I mean, it was all that. There's a lot of problems here.
Right. So
So-
even from back then in the
Yeah.
beginning, there was
Yeah.
conflict saying this is not,
Right.
we shouldn't, and they still went ahead with it.
I know.
And now, all these years later,
Right.
it manifested.
Right.
The problem was still there, and they
It's,
knew back then.
Yeah.
Someone knew back then this is not the right thing to do,
Right.
but they still went ahead with it.
I know.
So anyway, when Trump is going on about the Lincoln
Yeah.
statue,
Yeah.
and we will not stand for it, I look at that and I'd be like, yeah, no, I
Well,
think you
wonder
should
if
get rid
he's-
of that
I wonder if
statue.
he's talking about the one that's in Washington D.C.
No, that
Because
big
he was
huge thing?
talking about Jefferson's statue.
No, they're talking about a statue, like on a stand, that they can remove. That thing is ginormous.
Well, I know, and it's
That's like a mountain, kind of.
but Jefferson's
older.
up there too, in another area, and that's why I thought he was talking about those that are in the Washington D.C. area.
No, it's this
Okay.
kind of stuff.
Okay. Interesting.
Okay, so I get
Yeah,
it,
yeah, yeah.
and I have always grieved for black and brown people.
Yeah.
I have always been appalled at how white people have treated them
Yeah.
and this racial stuff.
Yeah.
It has always been so evil and
Right.
unfair.
Right.
And I have always felt like, okay, your skin is white, your soul is black.
Yeah.
And these whose skin is black, their souls are white.
Sure.
And truly, who's the black and who's the white?
Good point.
And you KKK group and white supremacist guys and all this white skin and white sheep people, you people are evil and black.
Yeah.
And you got these slaves over here and these black people. These people are, and they're the ones who are white. They're the ones who are bright.
Sure.
They're the ones who know the truth. They're the ones who are speaking the truth.
Sure.
And you guys are evil and dominant against them and over them as Lord and Master to their demise. And it just keeps carrying on. I mean, it's like, this is all because of looking at the skin
Sure.
of a man versus the soul.
Yeah.
When you look at the soul, you can see who's black and who's white,
Right.
or who's dark and who's light.
Right.
You don't go by the skin,
Right.
because it's the soul that gives life to the body or the spirit, not the skin. And it's the soul we're supposed to judge, not the skin.
Right.
And it's the soul we're supposed to live by, or the spirit, not the skin. All right, so President Trump also said at a Save America rally in D.C. on January 6th, we're gathered together in the heart of our nation's capital for one very, very basic and simple reason: to save our democracy.
And he already tore
Which
it
is
down.
in total conflict.
He tore it down up here. Yeah.
Yeah,
Democracy.
total conflict of him telling Pence to get rid of those 4 states, send them back,
Right.
and declare me president.
Right. Let's change the democracy rules for my doing, but let's stand for democracy here.
Well, to save our democracy.
Yeah.
The Guardian.
His democracy.
Yeah. The Guardian reports, this is not a normal election.
Really?
Donald Trump is the most repellent individual ever to have sought, let alone won, the presidency of the United States.
Because he's not a president. He's just a man on a mission to break all the rules and set new heights.
The latest proof comes in a quadruple sourced account of Trump describing U.S. troops who died for their country as losers and suckers,
Yeah, that was great.
and demanding that a military parade exclude wounded veterans lest spectators glimpse at an amputee. Nobody wants to see that, Trump said. Trump branded John McCain, who had spent more than 5 years in a Hanoi cell as a prisoner of war, a loser, though of course now Trump swears blind that he never said any such thing, despite the existence of video showing him saying exactly that. President Trump said to voters in Iowa that he didn't like John McCain because he ran for president and Trump raised $1 million for him and he lost, so he let us down, and he doesn't like losers, and conceded with the interviewer saying he's a war hero, but Trump said because he was captured, but then added, I like people who weren't captured. Trump supporters will write this off.
Yeah, he was hoping to be captured. That's what he tried for.
I know, right? Oh gosh. Anyone who survives capture and years and then, oh, I'm like, yes, you are definitely a hero. Trump supporters will write this off as more fake news and stick with their man, even as he tramples on everything they claim to hold dear. Like he always said, he could shoot people on Fifth Avenue and they'd still vote for him. In January 2016, according to Republican presidential contender Donald Trump, his supporters are a staunchly loyal bunch. So loyal, in fact, that the billionaire could get away with some pretty drastic acts and his fan base wouldn't bat an eye. My people are so smart, and you know what else they say about me? Or what else they say about my people? The polls? Trump asked a crowd at Sioux Center, Iowa rally. I have the most loyal people. Did you ever see that? I can stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody, and I wouldn't lose any voters, okay? He said, referring to the
Wow.
major street in New York City that cuts through Manhattan's large commercial district. It's like incredible. I gotta bold these sections here. Yeah, that is. Now, that was before he was elected president in 2016. That was when he was running for presidency. The Guardian continues to say, which is why it will similarly make no difference that this week he spouted conspiracy garbage about Joe Biden being controlled by people in the dark shadows, or reheated a Facebook spread fantasy about black-clad looters boarding planes to fly around the country causing trouble. Think of it as Riot Air, offering no evidence. Of course, that won't move the needle, and it is that the critical contest on November 3rd, is not so much between Democrat and Republican as between Democrat and anti-Democrat. It is that nothing less than the U.S. standing as a democracy is at stake. In September 2020, the president urged his supporters to vote twice. Did you catch that?
Yeah.
In a series of Twitter messages that the social media company hid from view for violating its rules on civic and election integrity, Trump told his followers to vote early by mail-in ballot and then turn up in person on election day to vote again. Here was the, you want to talk about stealing and cheating? Here was the self-styled law and order candidate urging Americans to break the law. He claimed he only wanted people to test the robustness of the system. Because if the system worked, then his supporters shouldn't be allowed to cast that second ballot.
Wow.
But that's the logic of the bank robber who insists he's only emptying the safe to help the bank improve its security.
Right. Or the cyber guy now that does that. I broke into the Pentagon just to see if I could do it, so you could be safe and set up a better security system. Really?
Yeah.
We're still gonna throw you in jail.
Yeah. Or who was the other guy? Oh, was it the shaman, the Cuban shaman, or whatever? Whichever one said, I didn't break in. I just walked in and I went in as a journalist. Oh, the guy who was smoking in there. Yeah.
They didn't stop me.
I didn't break in. The door was open. I just walked in as a journalist and smoked in there while I was journaling it all.
Gosh. They do. I'll give it to them. I'll give it to this crowd. From Trump down, they have great excuses. They have really a good spin on things.
This is the stuff I have dealt with throughout my adult life, with stuff going on that I'm just like, really? You're going to use that? You're going to spin that? Oh, yeah, uh-huh. Oh, gosh.
It is amazing.
It's the way of the world.
Yeah.
And President Trump had suggested that since postal voting, set to increase massively because of the pandemic, was bound to lead to the most inaccurate and fraudulent election in history, quoted by Trump, it would be best to delay the election, even though the Constitution bars him from making such a move. That was the other thing he wanted to do, was not have us vote on November 3rd.
Mm-hmm. Right.
At his August convention, he urged the crowd who had been chanting for 4 more years to call instead for 12 more years, even though that too would violate the Constitution. Oh my gosh. So, okay. Where is he back here? We're here, we're supposed to protect our country. Support our country, support our Constitution, protect our Constitution. Now he's saying he wants them to chant that they'll have him president 12 more years. No, Constitution's top out at 8. Not for Trump, 12! And then send back 4 states and he wins. And Mike Pence, vice president, overrule those states that put him in the loser and Biden the winner, and just overrule and announce me president, and we're good to go. But we need to protect our Constitution and our democracy. I mean, it's like how does this guy even sleep at night? Right. How does he even function? His mind, and he said there's other things that he said he's a genius.
I know.
He's a genius.
Yeah, he's self-proclaimed. Yeah, I could do that too.
Not to mention him tweeting, "Stop the count," when Biden began gaining votes and leading the election.
That's a good one. That's going to go down. It's going to go down in infamy.
And these people are fighting for him.
I know.
And say, fight for Trump and chant, we love Trump.
Yeah.
And break in.
And
Now they're going to go into prison for Trump. And many got fired for Trump. And now families, his wife, doctor, and their 5 kids. There's my dad. And
hopefully they're going to see someday that how foolish.
Foolish. Completely foolish. Now again, I'm not for the Democratic movement or president, and I'm not for all the liberalism of them at all. And yes, does that cause our nation problems? Yes. But so does this. Like, worse than ever before.
For sure.
I mean, like,
this is
hell.
This is one man taking apart our country.
Yeah.
What it's been built on. That's what amazes me, is how we as people are allowing this.
I know. Like, it's just
crazy.
It's like being destroyed.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to take
worse than ever before.
It's going to take Biden just the first 4 years to rebuild and strengthen our country in the world again.
If he lives through it and doesn't get assassinated.
Yeah.
I'm concerned.
Yeah.
There's some Trump radicals out there, and they're willing to breach the Capitol.
I know.
Gosh, I'm like, Biden, you better hide in your basement. Do all office work from your basement.
Right.
Don't leave the basement.
Just watch out for Goat Boy.
He's going to be in prison.
For a short time.
So, democracy definition found online is, quote, a system of government by the whole population or all the eligible members of a state, typically through elected representatives.
Not in our case.
Not in his case.
Yeah, I mean Trump's case.
Included definition of, quote, a state governed by a democracy, a multi-party democracy, and control of an organization or group by the majority of its members, the intended extension of industrial democracy, as well as the practice or principles of social equality, demands for greater democracy, which Biden and his administration are all about social equality. Interestingly enough, I thought that was kind of strange. With their Equality Act, protecting the rights and lives of homosexuals and transgenders that the Republicans don't want, and claim that Joe Biden and the Democrats are socialists and even communists and are going to hurt God.
Well, okay, God doesn't approve of homosexuality and all that. Neither does communism. Communism does not allow that. Neither is Muslim. They don't allow any of that.
Mm-hmm.
So we as democracy are allowing everybody to do whatever they want, whenever they want, as long as they stay on these certain guidelines.
Yeah.
So worship whomever you want. We're becoming like India and have more gods than any other country.
Correct, and that's because of our little
Idolatry,
clause.
yeah.
Well, that's because of our little clause, freedom of religion.
And freedom of speech, yeah.
Yeah.
I
Freedom
can say and do whatever I want.
Yeah.
Believe however I want.
Yes.
And no one can hurt me. Yeah.
And we're all pompous, arrogant snobs as God.
Yeah. As our own gods.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, Biden and his administration are all about social equality with their Equality Act, protecting the rights and lives of homosexuals and transgenders that the Republicans don't want, and claim that Joe Biden and the Democrats are socialists and even communists and are going to hurt God and our nation, while President Trump honored Gay Pride Month in 2019, tweeting, quote,
And that doesn't hurt God.
as we celebrate LGBT, and he left out Q, Pride Month, and
He doesn't even know
I know.
the acronym. And same with the Bible. You know,
well,
instead
then he
of
said
holding it up.
2 Corinthians 3 instead of 2 Corinthians.
Right.
He's like, and we're going to read 2 Corinthians. We're like, really? Okay. Quote, as we celebrate LGBT Pride Month and recognize the outstanding contributions LGBT people have made to our great nation, let us also stand in solidarity with the many LGBT people who live in dozens of countries worldwide that punish, imprison, or even execute individuals on the basis of their sexual orientation. And my administration has launched a global campaign to decriminalize homosexuality and invite all nations to join us in this effort. Now that's not Trump saying that.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously in support of.
You think? Of their vote. He's in support of their vote.
There you go.
That's all it is.
So it is reported that, quote, Trump pointed to his administration's efforts to decriminalize homosexuality worldwide that are being led by the U.S. ambassador to Germany, Richard Grenell, who is gay. Trump's recognition of Pride Month, being the first Republican president to do it after President Bill Clinton established Pride Month in 1999, since President George W. Bush never recognized it during his time in office, comes amid a flurry of anti-LGBTQ activity in the past few months. Yet Trump rolled back healthcare rules aimed at helping LGBTQ people and also opposed the passage of the Equality Act. So in one point he's honoring them, and the next point he's working against them. And he's against the Equality Act. Representative David Cicilline, Democrat, Rhode Island, tweeted a response, "Nice tweet. Now how about telling Mitch McConnell to bring up the Equality Act," referring to the bill passed in the Democratic-controlled House of Representatives. At the 2016 Republican National Convention, presidential candidate Donald J. Trump noted the Pulse nightclub shooting and became the first GOP presidential nominee to directly address the LGBTQ community from a convention podium. Now this is when he was running for president, okay, in 2016. And he said, "As your president, I will do everything in my power to protect our LGBTQ citizens from the violence and oppression of a hateful foreign ideology." So he's wanting to protect them.
Yeah.
In the 2.5 years since Trump was inaugurated, he has taken steps to curtail LGBTQ rights, from nominating judges aligned with anti-gay hate groups to banning transgender people from the military. So again, he works with them and then in opposition. In February 2020, President Trump said to Geraldo Rivera in an interview that he would be fine voting for a homosexual as president, as he would not be in that group that would oppose a candidate because of their homosexuality. He questioned, "Would Americans vote for a gay man to be president? I think so. I think there would be some that wouldn't, and I wouldn't be among that group, to be honest with you. Yes, I think that it doesn't seem to be hurting Pete Buttigieg. It doesn't seem to be hurting him very much," he continued. "There would certainly be a group, you know this better than I do, that there would be a group that probably wouldn't, bracket, vote for a homosexual. But you or I would not be in that group." And as previously reported when interviewed by Steve Hilton, Trump agreed that it's great that Buttigieg is campaigning for office with his husband. "Putting aside policy disagreements, don't you think that it's just great to see the guy there on the stage with his husband and it's normal?" Hilton, host of The Next Revolution, asked. And President Trump said, "I think it's absolutely fine. I do. I think it's absolutely fine." Hilton then inquired, "Isn't it a sign of great progress in the country?" President Trump said, "Yeah, I think it's great. I think that's something that perhaps some people have a problem with. I have no problem with it whatsoever. I think it's good." And as previously reported, Time magazine placed Buttigieg along with his husband Chasten Glesman on its May 2019 cover with the large lettered headline, "First Family." Trump has similarly made a number of supportive remarks or positive gestures towards homosexual identifying Americans, stating while running for office in 2016 and said, "So you tell me who's better for the gay community and who's better for women than Donald Trump? Believe me." That's what he said. And after being elected, he decided to keep intact Barack Obama's 2014 order banning federal contractors from engaging in discrimination in employment matters against homosexual and transgender persons. The White House said in a statement at that time, President Trump continues to be respectful and supportive of LGBTQ rights, just as he was throughout the election. The president is proud to have been the first GOP nominee to mention the LGBTQ community in his nomination acceptance speech, pledging then to protect the community from violence and oppression. In 2018, Trump's staffer sent a letter of congratulations for the 40th anniversary of the homosexual group Log Cabin Republicans, with the signed correspondence stating in part, "No matter the color of our skin or our sexual orientation, we all live under the same laws, salute the same great American flag, and are made in the image of the same Almighty God."
Yeah,
So I just,
the one we've created.
yeah, pretty much, while
'Cause-
being our own.
Yeah, because you can't live under the Almighty God and be homosexual. It just doesn't work. I've said it before.
Because he
since I've been-
condemned Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah,
He
I've
destroyed
said this
it.
before since I was young. If you took all of the gay people and the men and put them on an island,
They would all die
they
off.
would all die off. Same with women.
You'd have
They
no life.
cannot procreate.
Mhm.
So it's not natural.
Correct.
It just can't be. And again, I know some gay people and they're wonderful people. But their sin is not. And I can't condone that. So it's just like, okay, I can't condone how I act in certain situations as my own God. So it's like, sin is sin, but these sins here there's a major consequence to them in the end. And it cannot continue.
Well, there's a major consequence in the end for all sin.
Sure.
But this particular sin is of perversion.
Right.
And then it's often outwardly displayed, and it makes people feel sick
Right.
because of its perverseness.
Right. And again, because it can go nowhere. But we as a people have allowed it to go somewhere. And now we're allowing
Because
it
they
to
say they
become-
can adopt.
Right. And now they can become a family and do all that same stuff. And then when you've got somebody on the stage saying, I'm proud of Mr. and Mr., being leaders of our country. It's like, okay,
Well, and when he keeps saying that Biden is going to hurt God and hurt our
I
country.
know. What is
And
this?
Biden is
Right.
of the Equality Act, so it's like protect homosexuals, protect transgenders.
Right.
Trump and his administration has been doing the same thing.
Yes.
And then as far as abortion goes, Biden and his administration is pro-choice, and they basically say it's up to the woman and her doctor to decide, not the president or the government. And the Republicans are all anti-abortion, pro-life, but then they have a president who ended late-term abortion, but still allows early-term abortion. So it's not like President Trump came in as this knight in shining armor and stopped abortion.
But he did something about it. A little bit.
He did.
That's more than the other guy, so then you get this group jumping on that bandwagon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then when you retract from all of that, and you're truly in Christ, whether they say you can legally get an abortion or abortion is against the law, myself in that situation, 30, however many years back that was,
7.
okay, as soon as I found out I was pregnant, my senior year in high school, and the biological father said, "Are you going to get an abortion?" I just said, "Absolutely not."
Right.
I mean, it wasn't even a thought. It just was not even a thought.
Right.
And it's like, am I equipped to have this child and take care of a child? No.
Right.
And my parents are going through a divorce, and I'm being upended, and all this stuff is happening. But it's like, going to get an abortion? Yeah, no, that's not even an option. Whatever the president and government is doing wasn't even a consideration for me.
And in my situation, had that ever happened, that was never even a thought. I didn't even know that was even possible.
I thank you, because I too I was actually appalled when he asked me, like, so if you want to get an abortion, I'll pay for it. And I was just like, oh my gosh, and like,
Right.
you can even do that?
Right.
Who would do that?
Well,
You can't do that.
And then when I met you again, and you had the daughter.
A daughter, a baby.
I'm like, I want this daughter. I love this kid. So I had no no worries or preconceived thought that, well, it's not mine, I'm not going to take care of it, or any of that. It was just instant, I want you.
Sure.
So, yeah, it was never like that. So I don't know if that's, again, something from God. It must be.
It had to have been.
Yeah.
And I know all these other people, he's telling them also, but then there's those that know immediately, and then there's those that entertain and question and decide as God,
Yep.
and then there's those who are so seared and cut off that they'll just do whatever they want, and they don't listen to anything else.
No.
But oh my gosh, I just grieve. I literally grieve. I grieve for the homosexuals and transgenders. I grieve for these pregnancy situations and abortions, because the worst of it all is they can't enter the kingdom of God.
Sure.
And so what they're thinking is, oh, this will all take place after I die and I'm raised from the dead. It's like, no, this is now. And
Yeah,
that's
but
not
a
being
lot of
taught
these
and
peop-
understood.
I know a lot of these people they're making it way, and they love their lives, they're happy, they're content, they're making money, they're doing everything that you would think is right here.
Yeah, but all that ends in death and goes to the
But
grave.
that's when it shows itself. Here on earth, they can live a scot-free life and have everybody look at you as, wow, wish I had a relationship like that. Even the husband and wives,
Oh, but don't be fooled. Don't be deceived,
I'm not.
because there's many of them
of course.
that have this huge dark stain spot burning within their soul
Sure.
that daily they're having to suppress
That's
and
true.
daily put on their persona.
That's true.
And why do you think also many of them are like, I have all these health problems and I don't know why, and there's like, and I have all this pain, I don't know why, and here's all these medications. Many of them they drink, they're doing crack cocaine or heroin, they're doing all sorts of things to keep up with the way of the world, to have the world believe they're happy and nothing affects them.
Right.
And it's a show, it's a persona.
Sure.
And eventually it catches up with them.
Yeah.
Eventually things, and who knows what all is manifesting also into cancer.
Right.
I mean, and all this inflammation in the body and all this pain and suffering.
That's true. That's true.
Hopefully where we left off was when I read, no matter the color of our skin or sexual orientation, we all live under the same laws, salute the same great American flag, and are made in the image of the Almighty God. This was in reference to, just to backtrack, where President Trump is tweeting about the LGBTQ community and honoring Pride Month.
Okay.
And then in reference to Buttigieg, it's either Buttigieg or Buttigieg, running for presidency, and then the first family would be him and his husband. And he was saying he wouldn't have a problem with that. So, September 2020, Catholic Vote is a conservative faith-based advocacy group that takes issues with Biden's position on abortion, among other issues. Joe Biden's record makes clear he will not protect our Catholic values or defend our way of life. Catholic Vote, President Brian Birch said in a statement. So Catholic Vote is like a group or thing that they've started. For Catholics who cherish the faith and their freedom to live it. Oh my goodness, really?
I forgot that alarms are not
And your phone is silenced?
Yeah, alarms are not silenced.
I'm starting over. Are you going to edit this part out? Because we're not really editing.
It's up to you. I'll have to edit this out, so it's fine.
Then stop it and we'll start again, because then you can just delete that one.
Okay, January 18th, 2021, take 2.
Okay, so where I left off was with President Trump saying in reference to LGBTQ and Buttigieg running for president, and then the first family would be him with his husband. He said, no matter the color of our skin or our sexual orientation, we all live under the same laws, salute the same great American flag, and are made in the image of the same Almighty God, even though God condemns homosexuality. and sexual perversion, and created us male and female and makes no mistakes. September 2020, Catholic Vote is a conservative faith-based advocacy group that takes issue with Biden's position on abortion, among other issues. Joe Biden's record makes clear he will not protect our Catholic values or defend our way of life, Catholic Vote President Brian Birch said in a statement. For Catholics who cherish the faith and their freedom to live it, a Biden presidency represents an existential threat. The group is launching a $350,000 digital ad campaign in Pennsylvania and Michigan and a video ad. The video ad...
It's a $350,000 digital campaign.
Okay, correct. Thank you. The video ad focuses on Biden's radical stance on abortion, with the narrator saying Joe Biden would force American Catholics to pay for abortions, sacrificing his Catholic values to kneel before the leftist mob. After criticism last year, Biden backtracked from his previous support of the Hyde Amendment, which bans federal funding for abortion under government programs like Medicaid. The Biden campaign launched Catholics for Biden, with more than 1,000 people attending as the campaign described how the former vice president's plans align with common good Catholic values. That vision is rooted in the ideals of loving our neighbor as ourselves, being our brothers and sisters' keeper, caring for the poor and vulnerable, repairing the world around us, sweeping down walls of oppression and injustice, and ensuring everyone has the chance to reach their God-given potential. John McCarthy, the campaign's deputy political director, said in a statement. Patrick Carolon, the Catholic Outreach Director for Vote Common Good, an advocacy group aiming to stop a Trump re-election, told The Hill that Catholic Vote is trying to promote the false narrative that there is anti-Catholic bias in the U.S. Perhaps when Catholic Vote issues a similar statement condemning Trump's anti-Catholic actions, they will have more credibility, he said. Catholic Vote previously called on the Democratic candidate to condemn the rising climate of anti-Catholicism in the country. Biden's religion has come under attack from the Trump campaign as the president seeks to maintain support among evangelical Christians. So what I'm getting from all this is that Trump is trying to get support from evangelical Christians. Biden is trying to get support from Catholics.
Yeah, but his stuff doesn't line up with the Catholics, so...
Yes, and then Catholics are having a problem with him because of abortions. Mm-hmm. But then, another article reads, there are morally grave reasons why Catholics should vote for Joe Biden rather than Donald Trump, according to a former top official at the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops who endorsed the former vice president in an article in the Jesuit journal America. Previously, Carr, who is pro-life, has described Catholics as politically homeless because neither party completely reflects Catholic social teaching. Republicans were better on abortion while Democrats were better on social justice. Carr, currently director of the Initiative on Catholic Social Thought and Public Life at Georgetown University, believes that under long-standing Catholic teaching and the moral criteria in the U.S. bishops' statements, President Trump does not merit re-election and Biden can be supported by Catholic voters. I believe Mr. Trump's character, lack of integrity, and record on racism and COVID-19, among other matters, constitute morally grave reasons to oppose his re-election, and that Mr. Biden has the character and integrity to lead our nation and is more likely to pursue other authentic human goods, he wrote. I will vote for Mr. Biden for what he can do to help us recover and heal, lift up those left behind, ensure health care for all, and treat immigrants and refugees with respect. I will not vote for him, Biden, to support his position on abortion, but in spite of it, he writes. He is especially disappointed with Biden's abandonment last year of the Hyde Amendment, which forbids use of federal money to support abortions. Carr recognized that Biden, like most politicians, sometimes exaggerates and dissembles, but his political leadership reflects Catholic social teaching and Democratic Party orthodoxy limited by political pragmatism. As someone who watched Joe Biden for decades and worked with him on occasion, Carr testified, I have also seen him stand up on issues of justice time and time again. Trump, on the other hand, seems to be consumed with himself, lacks empathy, and will not accept responsibility, according to Carr. His language on women, people of color, media, political adversaries, and the military is crude and unacceptable. His dismissal, dishonesty, and delayed response to COVID-19 brought deadly consequences for tens of thousands. He seems to view faith as a political tool, not a way of life, and his past and present behavior seem to violate most of the 10 Commandments, especially not bearing false witness. I'd say he got that really good. Top 3 reasons Catholics will vote for Joe Biden. Number 1, anyone but Trump. Number 2, Biden values Catholic social teaching. And number 3, Biden shows character. More highlights of what President Trump said to his supporters and patriots at a Save America rally on the 6th to incite or encourage more anger and hatred and fight aggression leading to violence and march to the Capitol and stop the certification process of the Electoral College vote so that Trump could win. Most candidates on election evening, now this is Trump's speech, and of course this thing goes on so long, they still don't have any idea what the votes are, even though they keep announcing them. We still have congressional seats under review. They have no idea. They've totally lost control. They've used the pandemic as a way of defrauding the people in a proper election. We want to go back and we want to get this right because we're going to have somebody in there that should not be in there and our country will be destroyed. And we're not going to stand for that. For years, Democrats have gotten away with election fraud and weak Republicans, and that's what they are. There are so many weak Republicans. We have great ones, Jim Jordan and some of these guys, they're out there fighting the House. Guys are fighting, but it's incredible. Many of the Republicans, I helped them get in. I helped them get elected. The weak Republicans, they're pathetic Republicans, and that's what happens. If this happened to the Democrats, there'd be hell all over the country going on. There'd be hell all over the country. But just remember this, you're stronger, you're smarter. Now he's saying this to his crowd. You've got more going than anybody, and they try and demean everybody having to do with us, and you're the real people. You're the people that built this nation. You're not the people that tore down our nation. The weak Republicans, and that's it. I really believe it. I think I'm going to use the term, the weak Republicans. You got a lot of them, and you got a lot of great ones, but you got a lot of weak ones. They've turned a blind eye, even as Democrats enacted policies that chipped away our jobs, weakened our military, threw open our borders, and put America last. Did you see the other day where Joe Biden said, I want to get rid of the America First policy? What's that all about? Get rid of, how do you say, I want to get rid of America First? Even if you're going to do it, don't talk about it. Unbelievable. What we have to go through, and you have to get your people to fight. If they don't fight, we have to primary the hell out of the ones that don't fight. You primary them. We're going to let you know who they are. I can already tell you frankly. Political Insider reported last November, President Donald Trump's former Secretary of Defense James Mattis says that a President Joe Biden must eliminate America First from U.S. foreign policy. Mattis resigned from the Trump administration in December 2018 after the president ordered a troop drawdown in Syria. Mattis, in practice, America First has meant America alone. Mattis said in his resignation letter that the U.S. needed to show more respect to its allies. In Mattis's new article published on Foreign Affairs, he called for the end of America First. Mattis wrote, "The United States today is undermining the foundations of an international order manifestly advantageous to U.S. interests, reflecting a basic ignorance of the extent to which both robust alliances and international institutions provide vital strategic depth. That has damaged the country's ability to address problems before they reach U.S. territory and has thus compounded the danger emergent threats pose," Mattis said. Mattis wrote, "In January, when President Joe Biden and his national security team begin to reevaluate U.S. foreign policy, we hope they will quickly revise the national security strategy to eliminate America First from its contents, restoring in its place the commitment to cooperative security that has served the United States so well for decades. And instead of putting Jesus Christ first in our nation and all other nations of God first, whom He, the Lord Jesus Christ, is the nation and life of God in the flesh, Americans are wanting to put America first above all other nations as God." I have to get something. So that's what the whole America First issue was about. You don't have to delete this out. I just need to get this other tea in here is too bitter. So it's not what Trump's making it out to be. You know, like, and I know his son, one of his sons, when they were on the platform on January 6th, were saying too about they're working to not put America first, and we are the ones who are going to put America first. And what this Mattis is saying, former Secretary of Defense James Mattis said that we have to stop doing this whole America First thing, and we have to work with the allies and the alliances and the institutes instead of just dominating over them as America First and no one else matters or nothing else is relevant. More highlights of what President Trump said to his elite Republican base and patriots at his Save America rally speech in D.C. that provoked their anger with his and incited violence for them to march to the Capitol and fight. But this year, using the pretext of the China virus and the scam of mail-in ballots, Democrats attempted the most brazen and outrageous election theft. There's never been anything like this. It's a pure theft in American history. Everybody knows it. That election, our election, was over at 10 o'clock in the evening. We're leading Pennsylvania, Michigan, Georgia by hundreds of thousands of votes. And then late in the evening or early the morning, boom, these explosions of and bullshit, and all of a sudden it started to happen. America is blessed with elections all over the world. They talk about our elections. You know what the world says about us now? They say we don't have free and fair elections, and you know what else? We don't have a free and fair press. Our media is not free. It's not fair. It suppresses thought. It suppresses speech, and it's become the enemy of the people. Even though he's suppressing the truth.
Right.
And the truth is constantly being said.
And tweeting and doing all this stuff that's throwing everybody in a tailspin.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then causing speech now to have to be monitored because of threats.
Right.
And inciting violence.
Right.
It's become the enemy of the people. It's the biggest problem we have in this country.
No,
it isn't. Others have said that. No, Trump, you're the problem.
Yeah, hello.
Wow, that was great. Republicans are constantly fighting like a boxer with his hands tied behind his back. It's like a boxer. And we want to be so nice. We want to be so respectful of everybody, including bad people. We're going to have to fight much harder. And Mike Pence is going to have to come through for us. If he doesn't, that will be a sad day for our country, because you're sworn to uphold our Constitution. And because he upheld our Constitution, he's like, there's nothing I can do here.
Sorry, you're on your own.
This is how it all gets spun around. It's the wickedness. And where does that come from?
Satan.
Creation as God. Now it is up to Congress to confront this egregious assault on our democracy. After this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down.
Liar.
We're going to walk down we're going to walk down anyone you want, but I think right here. We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women. We're probably not going to be cheering so much for some of them, because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong. We have come to demand that Congress do the right thing and only count the electors who have been lawfully slated. Lawfully slated. I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. Today, we will see whether Republicans stand strong for integrity of our elections, but whether or not they stand strong for our country, our country. Our country has been under siege for a long time. By who? Our president. Far longer than this 4-year period. Today we see a very important event though, because right there, we see the event going to take place, and I'm going to be watching because history is going to be made. Sure was, all right. We're going to see whether or not we have great and courageous leaders, or whether or not we have leaders that should be ashamed of themselves throughout history, throughout eternity. They'll be ashamed.
So he's going to be watching them march down there now instead of being with them. So he's already changed his tune
Okay.
from that page to this page.
And now he's shaming them.
Yeah.
He's shaming anyone who does not overrule our democracy
Right.
that has been counted in some of these battleground states 2, if not 3 times. And he's shaming now these weak Republicans if they don't uphold our Constitution, which they are, and he's not. And he's shaming them if they don't do the right thing according to him, which they are doing the right thing according to the Constitution. And now he's shaming them.
Yeah.
And you know what? If they do the wrong thing, we should never ever forget that they did. Never forget. We should never ever forget.
But we'll just pardon them.
Oh no, these people
let
would
them
never
off the
be
hook.
pardoned. No, these people would never be pardoned. The ones that get pardoned are the ones that actually did crimes against the United States. Our brightest days are before us. Our greatest achievements still wait. I think one of our great achievements will be election security, because nobody until I came along had any idea how corrupt our elections were. And again, most people would stand there at 9 in the evening and say, I want to thank you very much, and they go off to some other life. But I said, something's wrong here. Something's really wrong. Can't have happened. And we fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Our exciting adventures and boldest endeavors have not yet begun. My fellow Americans, for our movement, for our children, and for our beloved country, and I say this despite all that's happened, the best is yet to come.
Yeah.
So we're going to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I love Pennsylvania Avenue. And we're going to the Capitol, and we're going to try and give the Democrats are hopeless. That's where it goes. They're never voting for anything, not even one vote. But we're going to try and give our Republicans, the weak ones, because the strong ones don't need any of our help. We're going to try and give them the kind of pride and boldness that they need to take back our country. So let's walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I want to thank you all. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you all for being here. This is incredible. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, online pictures show close-ups of Trump's upper face and eyes in an all red hue on very large monitors facing the crowd. I mean, to me, it's like, really? It just is totally of the devil. I just have to say it. Everything. It's just Like, really?
It is weird. It is weird how there's
It's showing
so much.
itself and everything, and they're all just like, "Frrr."
I know.
So, shortly before leaving the White House on Wednesday morning for the ellipse, where a stage had been set up for him to address supporters, President Trump had a word with Vice President Mike Pence. Mr. Pence repeated what he had told Mr. Trump a day earlier, that when he went to Capitol Hill in a few hours to oversee the tallying of the electoral votes that would certify Joseph R. Biden Jr.'s victory, he would not have the power to do what the president wanted and overturn the results. Mr. Pence was planning to release a letter soon explaining that. Mr. Trump listened and stewed and chastised Mr. Pence as soft. He accused Mr. Pence's chief of staff, Mark Short, of being responsible for Mr. Pence's position and told his own aides that Mr. Short, who was working at the White House complex before the joint session of Congress began, was not welcome there. Mr. Trump was somber as he got in the presidential motorcade for the short ride over to the ellipse, where he made clear in his roughly 70-minute speech. His speech was 70 minutes. This was in January. They're all outside. And they listened to several others, including his sons, that whole time outside. Then they went to the Capitol. That he was furious with Mr. Pence and that he wanted the people gathered on the National Mall to go to the Capitol immediately afterward in protest of what he falsely claimed was a stolen election. President Donald Trump encouraged protesters to march on the Capitol on Wednesday with the assurance that he would join them, but instead drove away in his motorcade. Trump spoke from behind bulletproof glass, according to Bloomberg reporter Josh Wingrove. The president's pledge to join the marchers was greeted with cheers. However, according to the press pool report sent following the rally, he actually went back to the White House in his motorcade. He then watched the ensuing violence unfold on cable news, as insiders Charlie Davis and Lauren Frias reported. While he and his son Eric accused Biden of hiding in... While he and his son Eric accused Biden of hiding in his basement, Trump is found hiding in the White House and has also gone to Mar-a-Lago Resort in Florida golfing while all hell is breaking loose in America. That was in December when Congress was trying to work out a COVID relief thing and end of the year budget spending and all that stuff. In his speech, Trump urged his followers to fight like hell to overturn the election he lost. You'll never take back our country with weakness, he said. You have to show strength and you have to be strong. After he spoke, thousands of attendees, many of them without masks, marched toward Capitol Hill as federal law enforcement vehicles raced to beat them there. When the president's own loyal Vice President Mike Pence refused to challenge the electoral vote count in Congress, removing the last obstacle to Biden's presidency, chaos erupted. The crowd was shouting and repeating, "Let us in." Between the president's rally speech and Congress certification, chaos broke out at the Capitol when pro-Trump rioters breached security to wreak havoc inside the building, in some instances defacing the space and stealing property, prompting lawmakers in the joint session to go into hiding. Trump had urged his supporters to peacefully march toward the Capitol, falsely claiming that Democrats were stealing the election. Because you'll never take back our country with weakness, he told supporters gathered in front of the White House. You have to show strength and you have to be strong. We have come to demand that Congress do the right thing and only count the electors who have been lawfully slated. I know that everyone here will soon be marching over the Capitol building to peacefully, patriotically make your voices heard. Instead, live-streamed videos showed Trump supporters outside the Capitol yelling at police for holding them back.
Something got switched here.
They didn't win shit. They stole it and you're effing defending it, yelled one member of the mob. Those are our representatives and they're stealing our freedom, screamed another. One rioter attempted to steal an officer's baton. A rioter used a shield to smash windows in the Capitol, and rioters then scrambled inside. Others used rope to scale up the side of the building. Videos show a mass of Trump supporters carrying flags and banners storming law enforcement officials who pushed, used shields, and fired what appeared to be pepper spray in defense. Trump, who lost the popular and electoral college vote, continues to dispute the election results without evidence and has encouraged his supporters to attend the rallies. He took the stage about noon to roaring crowds, falsely claiming he had won the election. Later at the U.S. Capitol, throngs of people pushed past police who were trying to block them from entering the building as lawmakers inside debated counting electoral college votes confirming Biden's victory. A mob was able to breach security and successfully enter the building, where one person was shot and later died.
And then we find out 5 total got killed.
A mob of violent pro-Trump protesters stormed the U.S. Capitol building Wednesday, January 6, while expressing anger over the results of the 2020 election and disrupting the tally of electoral college votes. The crowds clashed with law enforcement before gaining access inside the building, causing it to go into lockdown with members of Congress still inside. Chaos ensued inside the building as Trump supporters went room by room, screaming about how Trump should remain president and breaking into the offices of lawmakers. Around 2 p.m., protesters wearing Make America Great Again apparel and carrying Confederate flags make their way up the exterior steps of the Capitol and begin pushing through barricades. 2:37 p.m., Representative Jim Hines, Democrat of Connecticut, tweets at police asked them to get gas masks because tear gas had just been released in the rotunda. 2:39 p.m., Trump tweets, "Please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are truly on the side of our country. Stay peaceful." 2:50 p.m., law enforcement confirms that a shot was fired inside the building, later reporting that a woman was shot and critically injured. The woman is rushed to the hospital in an ambulance, but police later said she died. 3 p.m., Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser issues a citywide curfew beginning at 6 p.m. and ending Thursday at 6 a.m. Shortly after 3 p.m., evacuated lawmakers are seen praying, several kneeling or with heads bowed, according to a small group of lawmakers who accompanied them. House security instructed lawmakers not to disclose where reporters and members are being held. 3:13 p.m., Trump tweets, "I am asking for everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful. No violence. Remember, we are the party of law and order. Respect the law and our great men and women in blue. Thank you." 3:20 p.m., the Senate chamber is secured and officers were in the process of pushing protesters down from the second and third floor of the rotunda, police said. 3:35 p.m., Vice President Mike Pence tweeted, "The violence and destruction taking place at the U.S. Capitol must stop, and it must stop now. Anyone involved must respect law enforcement officers and immediately leave the building." 3:40 p.m., White House Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany announces that the National Guard was on its way. 3:45 p.m., Capitol Police encourage members of Congress and their staffs to stay in place, remain quiet, and shelter. 3:50 p.m., State Minority Leader Chuck Schumer and House Speaker Nancy Pelosi release a joint statement calling on Trump to demand that all protesters leave the U.S. Capitol and Capitol grounds immediately. 4:05 p.m., President-elect Joe Biden addresses the nation, calling the actions of Trump's supporters an insurrection. "Our democracy is under unprecedented assault," Biden said. 4:15 p.m., the U.S. Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives and Capitol Police were investigating a suspicious item close to the Republican National Committee headquarters building on First Street. And that was one of those pipe bombs. 4:17 p.m., Trump posts a video to Twitter addressing the chaos. In the video, he holds on to the false notion that the election was stolen, but tells the crowds to disperse. He just won't quit. Senator Jeff Merkley, Democrat of Oregon, tweeted that the Electoral College ballots were rescued from the Senate floor. "If our capable floor staff hadn't grabbed them, they would have been burned by the mob," he added. Senator Mitt Romney, Republican Utah, told reporters who were with him in a secure position that this is what the president has caused today, this insurrection. Senator Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, Democrat New York, and House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Democrat California, released a joint statement around 3:50 p.m. calling on Trump to demand that all protesters leave the... Yeah, I already got that one. Some of these are overlaps from... Trump's former chief of staff, Mick Mulvaney, even called out the president for not doing enough to put an end to the violence. Following repeated calls from leaders on both sides of the aisle, Trump finally released a video message via Twitter on Wednesday afternoon telling his supporters to go home, but he also continued to push baseless false claims about the election. This is what got the whole thing going in the first place. Saying, I know you're in pain, I know you're hurt, we had an election that was stolen from us, it was a landslide election and everyone knows it, especially the other side, but you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time. There's never been a time like this where such a thing happened.
Yeah, because no other president has evoked such problems.
Where they could take it away from all of us. This was fraudulent. This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel, but go home and go home in peace. Social media platforms such as Twitter and Facebook first began restricting engagement with the video, later removing it altogether. A supporter of President Donald Trump sits inside the office of Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi. Shortly before 5 p.m., senators were moved to a hearing room on the Capitol campus. 5:30 p.m., the Capitol remained occupied by protesters. 6 p.m., curfew in Washington, D.C. goes into effect. 7:02 p.m., Twitter locks Trump out of his account for at least 12 hours over. Repeated and severe violations of its civic integrity policy. In order to unlock the account, he must delete the offending tweets, including the video he tweeted earlier. The Senate resumed its session at around 8 p.m., where both Vice President Mike Pence and Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell condemned the violence. We will not be kept out of this chamber by mobs or thugs or threats. We will not bow to lawlessness or intimidation, McConnell said. We are back at our posts. We will discharge our duty under the Constitution and for our nation, and we're going to do it tonight. McConnell went on to describe Wednesday's event as a failed insurrection. Both the Senate and the House ultimately went on to vote against Republican objections to certify electoral college votes in the presidential election, with Pence declaring Biden the winner early Thursday morning. In a statement tweeted by White House Deputy Chief of Staff Dan Scavino following the news, Trump said, "Even though I totally disagree with the outcome of the election and the facts bear me out, nevertheless, there will be an orderly transition on January 20th. I have always said we would continue our fight to ensure that only legal votes were counted. While this represents the end of the greatest first term in presidential history,"
Self-proclaimed again.
"it's only the beginning of our fight to make America great again." It was the first time Trump had publicly accepted Biden's victory and agreed to a peaceful transfer of power. President Trump had continued
Peaceful transfer of power. I'm not going to be there. I'm going to go on Air Force One for the last time.
We'll get to that. President Trump had continued to push the false narrative of a stolen election and praised the rioters as great patriots in a post that Twitter later deleted. Donald Trump launched a deadly attempted coup on Wednesday, January 6th, by unleashing a violent mob on Washington, D.C., with thousands of extremists breaching the U.S. Capitol and forcing senators and representatives to flee as they were certifying Joe Biden's presidential election win. The Trump mob, flying MAGA and Confederate flags, sprayed police officers with chemicals, looted and hung nooses, claiming to avenge their cultish leader's delusional claims that the election was stolen from him. It was a terrifying and dark moment in American history. Gunfire erupted in the halls of Congress, and one woman, draped in a Trump flag, was shot by Capitol Police. Law enforcement officers, who in 2020 were quick to use force on anti-racism protesters, were easily overwhelmed by the predominantly white domestic terrorists.
You know, one of the things that bothers me is that that shot didn't have to kill her. They could have shot her in the shoulder, in the arm, the leg. Why are these guys even pointing a gun?
Here's how it happened. The officer, okay, is here with a gun. On the other side of this doorway area, he's over here on this side. And over here is the doorway and windows. And she, from what I saw, this window got broken out,
Okay.
and she's coming in, climbing through this window head first.
Okay.
He's over here and he shot her.
I understand that.
You can't shoot her in the leg. She's behind
You
this.
can wait a second. I mean, she wasn't pointing a gun at him. This is what I'm getting at. When I took my gun safety courses,
Mhm.
and then I did my shooting, you learn how to shoot a full target, not just the head. No, there's a lot of guys that just shoot the head or the heart. That they're gonna kill somebody. Why? Why not maim somebody, or just put them down so they can be attended to later?
Yeah. If they were able to shoot her in the shoulder, that would have been great.
He's waiting for her. He could have easily waited and got her in the shoulder.
But the problem is, there's thousands of people right here coming in behind her,
I understand.
and
It's
he
a
has
chaotic.
one little gun.
But again, he's not in threat yet. At
But
that
soon
point,
going to be.
well, at that point, they hadn't brought guns in. They hadn't started shooting at the cops. They were just breaking and entering and causing a lot of chaos.
No, but I don't know at what point they were starting to spray the pepper spray and the chemical releasing in the Capitol. And now this entire mob is about to come in and breach this Capitol, possibly with guns, and start shooting anyone in their sight. She was the first one to try to get through that broken window. And unfortunately, I'm not
I know.
condoning him at all, but unfortunately, he shot her.
I know, and
And-
I just think that those that are in the position of power with a gun, they need to be able to know exactly what they're shooting. And if there is no threat at that moment, he cannot shoot to kill. He shouldn't be able to.
So are you saying once she got through the window, then shoot her?
No, if she raises a gun,
No, they're trying to stop all these people from coming in because they're now protecting all the lawmakers.
well then...
And this
then-
whole
okay.
thousands of people are funneling in, smashed in, with who knows what kind of weapons. And they
Then-
don't have enough people or officers there at the
Then
time.
you have to wait until she's on the other side, so you have a clear shot of a full body. Get her in the leg, the shoulder, the arm, just to stop her.
But then what about the next person,
Same
the next
thing.
person, the next person?
Every time
and
they
you're
come
out
in.
of ammunition.
Well, you've got 13 rounds, you've got 15 rounds, and probably another clip or two on you. I mean, you could
Possible.
sit there and shoot 30 people easily if you just sat and waited. And by that time, other people would be coming to help you. All I'm saying is,
Yes.
there's no reason that this guy should have shot to kill. He shouldn't have set up himself to kill her. And that is just, I mean, the training they go through, he should be able to pinpoint anything on her and hit it.
Well,
how-
she was draped in a flag.
Well, that's fine up here. So
No,
get her in
that's
the leg.
all. No, you couldn't see that yet. She's still back here behind this thing.
Well, then you
She's
wait.
now coming in,
Understood.
draped in a flag.
Sure, I would then.
And all you see is someone coming in draped in this flag with who knows what weapon. I don't even know if he knew it was a girl. It's all
but again,
happening in split
To
seconds.
shoot to kill. That's what he did. He could have shot other parts of the body as soon as she came through that window to drop her to the floor.
Sure.
And that's
But
all I'm saying.
Here's the part that even makes me question all this stuff more so. She gets shot. She immediately drops down. All those there, like, knowing she got shot. And they still bust through that window. They still all charge in through that window. So it's like they don't, apparently, there is no value of life there whatsoever. They are willing to die for this president. They are willing to go in there and do whatever it takes to take back what they believe was stolen from him and is going to make our country complete hell, which Trump has made it complete hell under his leadership and administration. And people are getting shot and killed and COVID and all this stuff going on where he's just like aloof and disconnected from it all. And then tweets from his upper room in the White House or in his motorcade driving by, "Great Patriots." And it's like, so all this stuff gets spun into this direction. And nobody should have died that day. Nobody should have tried to breach the Capitol that day.
Right.
I mean, it's like...
Well, that's a given. We're in America here, not in a third world country trying to take over a coup. And that's why this here, even if it gets to that point, this guy is highly trained. Highly trained. And that shouldn't have happened. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, you could say highly trained, but I think these were just your basic police officers. Your
No,
basic...
not when they're in the building.
These were... No.
The inside the building is the police that are for the
Capitol Police.
Correct. Yeah. Highly trained.
They're not like snipers on the roof. These are your basic police officers that are for the Capitol. So when they're holding tours, people are coming and going. They have a weapon like your regular police officer on the street.
My understanding is it's kind of like how in Italy you have the Swiss Guard. They are more highly trained than the regular police department, and they're within the Vatican. Their own police people.
Yeah.
The military police that are in the Capitol building are highly trained Secret Service kind of people.
Well, they didn't seem to be, like none of them.
They were supposed to be. The guys outside of that were from DC. They brought in the DC police guys.
Correct.
They're not as highly trained as the guys that are in the building should be. So I don't know, but my understanding is these guys are supposed to be the next tier up, and they should be more highly trained. So those are things that I question. Now, I agree, no one should have died that day. This is a ridiculous situation. It was just ridiculous that they stormed it, started rampaging, stealing. They didn't. It really bothers me when they started smashing through doors and stuff. These are 200 or 300-year-old doors. These are original stuff from when they built this building, and they have no respect for that.
So they have no respect for that. They certainly don't even care about life because they're willing to risk their life for this president and what they believe has happened to this president.
The whole thing makes me sick to my stomach.
It is totally sickening.
But now
and then when she does get shot, it doesn't even stop them. They still barrel in. She's laying on the...
They must not have seen it.
They did.
Really?
They had to go over her. She's right there on the floor, bleeding, and they had to get an ambulance in to get her out. But until that happened, these are all billowing in through that opening.
I didn't see that, so I don't know. All I know is this is just ridiculous.
So, moving on.
Please. I just know from my training with the firearms now, it's a whole different ballgame. And there's no reason that that girl should have got killed. She could have got shot and injured, but not killed. No need for it.
No, I get it. I understand.
Yeah.
I totally get it. And I wish it never happened.
I know. Because he's loaded up with Kevlar gear, probably a helmet. I mean, he's pretty well protected.
You know what? Before you speak all this stuff that's being recorded, find it and watch it.
Yeah.
Because from what I'm seeing, the one time or twice that I saw it, it's kind of like, ugh, okay, I see what's going on there.
Yeah.
You're speaking of what you think it is that you don't know for sure yet.
Sure.
So let's stop this one.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Where? Here?
Yeah, we ended there.
Well, I don't think I finished this. So, law enforcement officers who in 2020 were quick to use force on anti-racism protesters were easily overwhelmed by the predominantly white domestic terrorists. They had appeared just minutes after Trump, in a speech to the mob, urged them to march to the Capitol in a show of strength. The mob easily pushed through metal police barricades, forced open the doors to the Capitol and occupied offices. Officers barricaded the doors to the House of Representatives, drawing handguns at the rioters. As the rioters broke through windows and eventually claimed the Speaker's podium. As smoke rose from outside the Capitol and after the National Guard rolled in, the president endorsed the chaos. "Remember this day forever!" He tweeted.
Yeah, it's pretty hard not to.
Rioters destroyed news equipment and formed a noose out of camera wires, acting on years of Trump's claims that journalists are the enemy of the people. "We're coming for bodies. We are at war," rioters said from amidst piles of smashed cameras. Many Republicans, including Trump's children, acted stunned by the insurrection, though it had been planned publicly online for weeks and they had enabled Trump's dangerous behavior for years. The attempted coup was a accumulation of massive institutional failures, the Republican Party embracing Trump's racism and populism, social media platforms allowing him to spread bogus conspiracy theories far and wide, Trump's destruction of trust in government institutions, science, and facts, and a failed police response. When asked why more people weren't arrested, Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser said authorities were reviewing video and would issue wanted notices in the next several days. "We have a president who has incited and encouraged an armed attack on the Capitol of the United States," Democratic Representative Tom Malinowski told reporters after being evacuated from the House chamber. Rioters waving Trump flags and thin blue line banners, ostensibly in support of police, openly clashed with law enforcement officials who seemed unprepared for the onslaught of people that the president has been promising for days now. Police resorted to pepper spray, shields, and metal barriers to stop people, but it was no use. As the mob breached the Capitol building, Trump took to Twitter saying Vice President Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, and that the USA demands the truth. I'm gonna underline all this stuff, or bold it, I mean. He also tweeted, "Please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are truly on the side of our country. Stay peaceful." Meanwhile, Pence, who was escorted out of the Capitol building, pleaded for the violence and destruction to stop and for anyone involved to immediately leave the building. Witnesses say Trump was oblivious to the gravity of the situation at the Capitol on January 6th as 5 died. Congress was violated, and his vice president faced the very real possibility of being lynched. The U.S. Secret Service is reportedly aware of threats pro-Trump attorney Lynn Wood made against Vice President Mike Pence on Parler. In a Thursday, January 7 Morning Post that has since been removed by Parler, Wood wrote, "Get the firing squads ready. Pence goes first."
Jeez.
Pence and leaders of coup are planning to arrest and execute President Trump and his followers, Wood also wrote Friday in a post that was also removed, according to the Washington Examiner. As rioters
This guy's a lawyer? What an idiot.
Pro-Trump attorney Lynn Wood. This is what we're dealing with. Oh my gosh, this has been going
I am astounded at how many attorneys use verbiage that they've got to know, can be used against them.
You would think so.
And then I was just joking. You're an idiot.
I know.
When you open your mouth, you've rung the bell. You can't get that back. Whether you call it a joke or not, it should be used against you. These people are just unbelievable.
And they're running the country.
They're not running the
Or
country.
trying to
They're
run the
taking
country.
over right now. Yeah.
As rioters were storming the U.S. Capitol on Wednesday the 6th, President Donald Trump tweeted that Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done. Protesters could be heard shouting, "Where is Pence?" in video uploaded to Gab, the New York Times reported. Responding to Mediaite's inquiry on the matter, Wood said he had not been contacted by Secret Service, insisting he made no threat, and that his comments were rhetorical hyperbole. I know. I made no threat, Wood said Saturday. I do not believe in violence. I do not believe in the rule of law.
Let's set up the
Or I do
firing.
believe.
Let's set up the firing line or the firing squad, and Pence goes first. I don't believe in.
I didn't make any threats, he said.
Yeah, I don't make any threats. I don't believe in violence.
And it was just rhetorical hyperbole.
What does that mean? I would never use that in a sentence.
This is what happens. This is too how it all works with these people. Is they say these things and they retract them back. It was just hyperbole, or it was just satire. It was just a joke. And lighten up.
Well, boy.
But then when these things do happen, they'll say, "Well, we've been saying it would happen. You didn't take it seriously."
They're stupider than I've ever imagined people could be. That are in that kind of position.
Yeah.
It just blows my mind.
I know. And you know what's so bizarre is 4 years ago when the Lord told me, do not vote for Trump, which I didn't want to vote for Hillary either and didn't. But I knew a lot of people were voting for Trump just so Hillary would not become president. And he told me, do not vote for Trump. He's going to bring violence and destruction to our country. And that was November 2016. The Lord told me that.
4 years ago.
So he said, Wood said, I do not believe in violence. I do believe in the rule of law. I have reliable evidence that Pence has engaged in acts of treason. That's why he's going after him, because he believes he's engaged in acts of treason. My comments were rhetorical hyperbole. Any journalist should understand that concept. If my information is accurate,
You don't, and you can't.
law enforcement will address what punishment, if any, should be administered to Pence, as they do with all criminals. So now it's all still Pence. A Secret Service spokesman told Fox News on Saturday, we are aware of the comments and take all threats against our protectees seriously. The Secret Service and other federal agencies also are investigating others seen on a video inside the U.S. Capitol yelling, hang Pence. A source close to Pence told Fox News on Wednesday that while Pence was sheltering in hardened rooms in the Capitol, President Trump did not reach out to him to check on his status or condemn those who said the vice president should be executed. Later in the week, hashtag Hang Mike Pence was trending on Twitter. A Twitter spokesperson told Fox News on Saturday that the company had blocked the phrase and other variations of it from trending. Twitter's verification program put the company at the center of another political headache this week, with the social media giant stuck between liberals who demand stricter rules about hate speech and misinformation and conservatives who fear the site will target them for their political views. Twitter's blue check mark verification program is meant to authenticate the identities of high-profile users, but it's also come to be seen as the endorsement of or mark of approval from Twitter, sparking outrage when the check marks were bestowed on white nationalists. The social media site responded to the criticism Wednesday by taking check marks away from several users affiliated with the far right or white nationalism, as well as kicking one prominent Charlottesville marcher off the platform permanently. Further changes are expected next week when Twitter says it will implement more rules. Twitter declined to comment on the changes. While liberals cheered the crackdown, conservatives worried that they'll be punished next. Describing the crackdown, a Breitbart headline declared that conservative figures had been purged. One user who lost her verification charged that Twitter was trying to annihilate conservatives from the internet. They're absolutely targeting people on the right, said an internet troll better known as Baked Alaska, who attended the Charlottesville march with white supremacists and has made anti-Semitic statements on Twitter. Can you name one liberal that was de-verified? While several far-right and white nationalist figures affected by Twitter's policy change on Wednesday lost their verified check marks, Giannett appears to be the only one who was outright banned from the platform.
Why would they be, the liberals, why would they be targeted if they're not speaking out like these crazy right people?
So much of this stuff is just obvious answers, obvious understanding that has half our country gone mad, and you don't have obvious understanding? Even to the point where it's like, now the liberals are taking away our freedom of speech. It's like, because you're inciting violence and riots.
Right.
And destruction.
You're speaking beyond the platform's regulations. Here's the consequences.
I know. And then you're not doing it to Democrats or liberals. Well, because they're not doing it.
Right. They're not saying anything. At least they're not doing it in the way you are, which is violating
They're not
the rules.
inciting violence.
Oh.
Xiong, if I'm saying that right, told The Hill that he doesn't support the views of white nationalists, but argues that it's damaging for Twitter to censor speech. The reason why is if you drive them underground, they're going to radicalize further. The best way to counter arguments is to provide good arguments. They don't even read it, they don't even care. I've been doing that these last several months. They just do laugh emojis in my face, and then they just counter more things that have nothing to do with the original thing we're talking about, and it goes off into all these other things.
I told you this when Obama was trying to negotiate with terrorists, and that faction is like, you don't do that. They look at you as weak. They look at you as an idiot if you're trying to talk your way out of it.
Well, I am all for democracy. I am all for talking, meeting, working things out.
With people that are of a democracy. When they're not of a democracy, completely against what you stand for.
I wouldn't even say with people that are of democracy. I would say with just any human being who has intelligence enough to listen and gain understanding.
I'm not going to go there then.
So I am all for diplomacy. That's what I want to say. Thank you. I am all for diplomacy first. To as far as we can go with diplomacy, to avoid violence and to avoid all these divisions and fractions and hostility and hatred. So I am all for diplomacy. And that takes time, that takes work, that takes effort. But anyone who's going to be of a diplomatic nature has to really know the facts, has to really know the truth.
But you also have to know who you're talking to.
Yes.
And if they're not willing to talk, and you already know this, because of the way they have been for centuries.
Well, they're willing to talk, but they want to argue then other things. So then it's like, okay, I'll go there, and this whole diplomatic process is going to take, instead of a day, some of them will take 7 days with me and them back and forth. Till in the end, what I said stands. And what has been revealed is the truth. And then they're done. The best way to counter arguments is to provide good arguments. Internet conservatives similarly fumed after YouTube began to strip their videos of ads, cutting into the revenue right-wing internet pundits receive from them. So now they're losing money. Mm-hmm. Some of the community's most extreme members were also incensed when Reddit moved to purge Nazi subreddits from its site. Twitter once declared itself the free speech wing of the Free Speech Party. While the company still prides itself on being a forum for open discussions, it's now less comfortable with that characterization. I thought once everybody could speak freely and exchange information and ideas, the world is automatically going to be a better place. Twitter co-founder Evan Williams told the New York Times in May. I was wrong about that.
I'm glad he admitted that. Wow. I feel bad for him.
I do too. As thousands of President Trump supporters swarmed Washington last week, one hacker archived their posts on Parler to help reconstruct the role the social media platform played in the deadly assault on the U.S. Capitol. The hacker said her goal was to preserve every post from Wednesday's Capitol breach before the Parler platform was taken down. Like a bunch of people running into a burning building trying to grab as many things as we can. Mm-hmm. According to the Atlantic...
Sounds like you. Could have been you.
According to the Atlantic Council, Parler is one of the social media platforms popular with conservatives and extremists that was used to plan last week's riots. Others cited include... I think that's supposed to be...
Other sites.
Yeah. Include Gab and MeWe. The Parler
Never heard of these.
The Parler website went dark early Monday after Amazon's web hosting service suspended the company. It was the latest step It was the latest step taken by tech companies in response to the Capitol siege. Now these people and others will blame, I'm writing this. Now these people and others will blame America or Americans or the press, or worse yet, Biden and his administration for taking away their fundamental right, freedom of speech, according to our Constitution and Bill of Rights. Yet President-elect Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and his administration had nothing to do with it. I'm just speaking that right now, making that known, because that's how it all ends up going. Yeah. It all gets spun around and twisted. It's like, and it's because of them. It's like, no, it's because of you. Gosh.
Yeah.
So President Trump said to those who breached and rioted the Capitol, President Trump said to those who breached and rioted the Capitol, you do not represent our country, and to those who broke the law, you will pay. So now this is what Trump is saying on the back end of it. There was also a wave of resignation inside the Trump administration and the First Lady, and blame President...
She's resigning?
I thought actually that was the situation too.
I'm done with you.
I'm
resigning from being your wife. We may call it a divorce here, but I'm resigning.
At first I was like, wait, what is that? And then I realized, it's her staff. They resigned.
Okay.
So, I'm glad you did that too. So a wave of resignations inside the Trump administration and the First Lady staff. I better put that in parentheses since both of us. And blame President Trump for the violence, and many are calling for the president to resign and unfit to lead our country the remaining days he has left in office. If there was one single moment when the veil of American resilience crumbled and the Trumpist assault on democracy turned into an invasion, it arrived just before 1 p.m. on Wednesday. That was when a group of pro-Trump militants burst through a flimsy outer barrier on the northwest side of the Capitol building and advanced on a secondary barricade guarded by 4 frightened police officers dressed only in basic uniforms and soft caps. No helmets. One of the officers can be seen resting his hands on the barrier in as casual a manner he can manage in an attempt to defuse the confrontation. He clearly had no idea what was coming. On the other side, a young man in a white hoodie and red Make America Great Again cap pulls at the metal barricade, but it holds. Then an older man, also red cap but in full military uniform, takes the youth by the shoulder and whispers something in his ear as the swelling crowd around them chants, USA. 10 seconds later, the crowd pushes together, the metal fortification collapses, and the Capitol police officers are overwhelmed. The crowd surges past, rushing towards the great white domed building atop Capitol Hill. The protest has turned into an insurrection, breaching the home of U.S. democracy for the first time since the British Army set it on fire in 1814. Even those who had warned in vain of the Trump crowd's criminal intent were stunned at how quickly the nation's defenses buckled. This was America's shining city upon a hill, but only the thinnest blue line was there to guard it at the crucial hour. It later turned out that the Capitol Police had turned down offers of support from the National Guard, only calling for reinforcements when it was too late.
Well, that's interesting, because last night's interview of the guy who headed up that division was asking for help.
Yes, after the breach. Well, the breach was happening.
No,
this was before the breach.
He was saying he had been calling and talking to so-and-so about getting the National Guard there, and he's like, I don't know if we need to, blah, 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 and he kept putting him off.
Well, that was going on beforehand, because the permit again, I didn't get this in here. The permit, okay, let me put that in here. I don't read it, but the permit, from what I heard in the news, was they got a permit to legally, peacefully protest, and they had to stay within a football field length away from the Capitol building.
Yeah.
So this permit was gotten and filed, and here is the parameters, and they're like, okay, so that's what they're expecting. Peaceful protest to stand a football field length away from the Capitol and then go home. So, do we need to call in the National Guard? No. This is what's going to happen. This is what they came
That's
and
right.
said.
He called immediately. I need them right now.
So then when it was happening,
28 minutes later,
yes.
he still hasn't gotten them, and he's saying,
yes, and I'll get to
that. Okay.
No, I'll get to some of why
Okay.
that happened.
Okay. But I'm just listening to the interview last night. But yeah.
And how does this compare to BLM violent, fiery protests during 2020? I wrote all this part. For one, Facebook friend I saw within my newsfeed had two comparing images posted with a caption saying, according to Democrats, with one image of Trump's peaceful patriots standing at the Capitol in protest by day with a caption saying, this is unacceptable, and the other image with angry protesters standing in Minneapolis with fire at night saying, but this is fine. And this is according to Democrats, and these are the two comparisons. Did you get that?
Yeah.
Well, neither the Democrats, which I'm not, nor I, or anyone in their right mind believe violent protests and fire fine, just like Democrats and I and anyone in their right mind didn't believe the Capitol breach and violent protests were fine, and Democrats and I and many, if not most in America, condemned both violent protests as neither were fine, and the two images don't compare to one another. For the Capitol breach and violent protests and gunshots and hidden pipe bombs at each the Republican and Democratic National Committee headquarters should be compared with the Minneapolis BLM protests with fire, and both were condemned by Democrats and much of the world alike. This is how this other stuff gets twisted and manipulated, because they're showing the Capitol, the day of the Capitol protests with all these peaceful patriots standing there and saying, according to Democrats, this is unacceptable. But then the Minneapolis BLM protesters with fire at night saying, but this is fine. And that's what the Democrats are doing and saying. It's like, no, they're not. They never did. And it's, well, because their governors never did anything about it. No, their governors were working to do something about it. And it took quite a while to get all that under control. Yeah. Because the more police that came out, the more they protested and fought. Because they were fighting against the police. All right. Am I here?
You're up here.
The broader issue was race. This is now quoting. The broader issue was race. The protesters in the summer were largely black, infuriated by repeated police killings of unarmed black civilians. The mob which stormed the Capitol was almost entirely white. Efforts to build a concerted government response to the growing white supremacist terrorist threat has been stymied for years in the absence of political will and money. The warning signs along the road to Wednesday's attempted putsch, whatever that word is, the dress rehearsal occupations of state capitals, and a foiled plot to kidnap the Michigan governor, not to mention the activities of the Proud Boys and other far-right factions, were mostly ignored. The heedlessness was hardly surprising, given that the commander-in-chief was leading the calls for sedition. He responded to extremist rallies against Democratic governors by tweeting out encouragement for his followers to liberate those states. In his effort to somehow upend his resounding defeat in November, he summoned the faithful by Twitter for a Stop the Steal rally to reverse the result. Be there, be wild, he promised. Let's see here. I gotta see. Tens of thousands answered the call from around the country. Some drove all night, in part to avoid the price of a hotel. Some, like Texan real estate broker Jenna Ryan, arrived on a private jet with a group of friends, saying she was on the way to storm the Capitol. Ryan later posed with a smile and a V for Victory hand sign in front of the smashed windows of the Capitol building and declared it one of the best days of my life. After a wave of condemnation, she issued a statement saying she did not condone violence and was truly heartbroken for the people who have lost their lives. It's this back and forth stuff.
Well, she didn't realize it was going to get that bad either. She's just like, okay, we broke a few windows, we broke into the building, hey, cool, I'm part of this. wait a minute, somebody just got shot.
But even that part,
She didn't know it until it happened.
Ryan later posed with a smile and a V for Victory hand sign in front of the smashed windows of the Capitol building and declared it one of the best days of my life.
Right, because she had not heard that.
Breaching the Capitol?
Right. That's the stuff that she was part of.
Which even that is like, seriously?
I know, I'm saying. She just thought it was that.
Which is horrible.
I know.
Okay.
But when you get to the point of killing somebody, that brings it to a whole nother level.
Yeah, but
and now
she's
she
just
finds
saying,
out, oh
no,
my
she
gosh.
issued a statement saying she did not condone violence. They violently broke into that Capitol.
Well,
now
but
she
violence,
doesn't condone violence.
see,
It was
people,
truly now she's truly heartbroken for the people that
but
lost
people
their
don't
lives.
look at violence on things, buildings, as the same as people. So it's not violence. It's just breaking and entering. It's just
this is
it's
so
just proving a point.
ridiculously
I know.
finite definitions of every single sentence, of every single word, of every single belief, that it's like, well, we don't really believe that, we don't really condone that, but then this and then that, but then not this and not that. It's like, you guys are so upside down, backwards, left and right, reverse, spinning and twisting everything that you're just slithering your way out of everything. And this is just manifesting into more and more chaos, more and more destruction, whether it's property or lives. While all saying, oh, it's not me, it's not us, and best day of our life, victory. It's like, what?
I know. But that's what.
And then,
that's
oh,
the
but now
mentality.
people's lives were lost.
That's the mentality,
yeah.
right.
And let's talk about the Capitol too that got smashed up. I mean, yes, those are things, but you had no right to do that. And then why did you do it? Oh, because of an election fraud that shows no evidence that it's real. And all of this, based on things that aren't showing itself to be real.
Yeah.
With half of our country, almost half of our country, out of control. And then all wanting to excuse themselves and point the fingers at those that aren't doing it. August 2020, there was a fact check regarding the claim. Not a single Democrat has condemned violence linked to BLM and Antifa. A meme posted to Facebook claims that Democrats have turned a blind eye on violent protests, saying not a single Democrat has condemned nor called for an end of the BLM and Antifa caused violence. Yet still there was really not a whole lot of anything of Antifa. They are aiding and abetting mass violence across the country. Multiple high-profile Democrats have spoken out against violence at Black Lives Matter protests. Former Vice President Joe Biden wrote in a statement that protesting police brutality Former Vice President Joe Biden wrote in a statement that protesting police brutality is right and necessary in the American response. But burning down communities and needless destruction is not. Violence that endangers lives is not. Violence that guts and shutters businesses that serve the community is not. Biden said after George Floyd's death, people have a right to be in fact angry and frustrated, and more violence hurting more people isn't going to answer the question. So he's been condemning violence. Representative James Clyburn, Democrat, South Carolina, told the Washington Post that the movement for racial justice suffers when it is hijacked by violence. That's a Democrat. Okay, South Carolina. Peaceful protest is our game. Violence is their game. Purposeful protest is our game. This looting and rioting, that's their game. We cannot allow ourselves to play their game. Black leaders in many communities have echoed these calls, urging protesters not to shift their focus from justice to violence. Some also blame the violence on white fringe elements infiltrating the demonstrations. And after clashes between protesters and police turned violent in Chicago, Democratic Mayor Lori Lightfoot said there is no justification for criminal behavior. It is also published, it's unclear if any anti-fascist activists are responsible for violence committed at protests this summer. A fact check from the Washington Post in June 2020 found that there was no link between violent protests and Antifa. That's in part because Antifa is a moniker like a single group, or not like not a single group. So it's difficult to attribute any violence directly to that movement, which is focused on opposition to fascism and racism. After protests in Portland, Oregon, for example, federal prosecutors produced no evidence to link the people arrested to the Antifa or anarchist movements, according to Reuters. After supporters of President Donald Trump rioted and breached U.S. Capitol on Wednesday, President-elect Joe Biden condemned the violence as an assault on the rule of law. Soon after his remarks, critics claimed on Facebook that Biden had not condemned violent protests by activists from Black Lives Matter and Antifa. But Biden has also said throughout the summer, there is no place for violence, no place for looting or destroying property or burning churches or destroying businesses. We need to distinguish between legitimate peaceful protests and opportunistic violent destruction. And peaceful protesters should be protected, but arsonists and anarchists should be prosecuted, and local law enforcement can do that. And the deadly violence we saw overnight in Portland is unacceptable. Shooting in the streets of a great American city is unacceptable. I condemn this violence, and unequivocally, I condemn violence of every kind by anyone, whether on the left or the right, and I challenge Donald Trump to do the same. So all these accusations against Biden and Democrats, and they've been condemning violence. And all these Trump people are saying they don't condemn violence.
Right.
And during the presidential debate last September between President Donald J. Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden, when pressed to condemn white supremacists, Trump asked for the name of a specific group, and Biden said Proud Boys, a group that the Southern Poverty Law Center, a liberal advocacy organization, has designated as a hate group. And Trump responded, Proud Boys, stand back and stand by. But I tell you what, somebody's got to do something about Antifa and the left. Just go round, round, and round we go. Megan Squire, a professor of computer science at Elon University in North Carolina who studies online extremism, told USA Today that she immediately went to the Proud Boys group's social media channels. They reacted exactly as I thought they would, Squire said. They were extremely excited by what he said. They felt validated. They took it the same way everybody listening took it, that he was giving them a shout out, basically. Squire said she's been studying the Proud Boys for about 4 years, and so the group has been historically violent. According to the Anti-Defamation League, members have been known to engage in violent tactics. Several members have been convicted of violent crimes. They are kind of notorious for finding Antifa in what they perceive as their left-wing enemies, Squire said. A call out like this, it validates what they already fantasized was their purpose. Biden took to Twitter after the debate and quoted a tweet that showed a screenshot of the Proud Boys' enthusiastic response to Trump. Biden tweeted, This is Donald Trump's America. The entire District of Columbia National Guard was activated. The Metropolitan Police Department was deployed to assist the U.S. Capitol Police in dispersing the protesters and restoring order. This is back on January 6th. Several other law enforcement agencies in the region were also deployed to help. A source told ABC News that Pelosi requested the National Guard's help to secure the Capitol building. Police declared the scene a riot due to the violent behavior towards the police officers there and their intent on gaining access to the Capitol. Conte, the D.C. police chief, said at a press conference Wednesday night. After the chaos of the raid on the Capitol on Wednesday, there is still much confusion over the response of federal law enforcement and the delayed authorization of the National Guard and police support. While President Trump initially encouraged his supporters to march to the Capitol, he later asked the mob to remain peaceful, nonviolent, and support law enforcement in a tweet that said, I'm asking for everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful, no violence. Remember, we are the party of law and order. Respect the law and our great men and women in blue. Thank you. Then, minutes later, Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany tweeted that the president directed the National Guard to protect the Capitol. And in a video posted on Twitter on Thursday, Trump repeated the claim, saying, I immediately ordered the National Guard and federal law enforcement to secure the building and expel the intruders. After the video was posted, it was widely reported that Trump was not directly involved with the deployment of the National Guard on Wednesday.
Really?
It's like we're right back again where we were
Yep.
this summer with Kenosha,
Yep.
doing the same.
I don't know who he's calling. He obviously has the wrong numbers. Because nobody can get them deployed that he talks to.
This is just so ridiculous.
So yeah, he's missing the numbers. He's got the wrong phone tree set up.
You gonna give him that?
What else is there?
In a statement Wednesday,
Other than lying. He might be lying.
I think you're onto something. In a statement Wednesday the 6th, Acting Secretary of Defense Christopher Miller did not mention working with Trump. He said he spoke separately with the Vice President Mike Pence and with Speaker Pelosi, Leader McConnell, Senator Schumer, and Representative Hoyer about the situation at the U.S. Capitol. Reports show that Trump was initially hesitant to involve the National Guard. NBC said Trump had to be convinced and that Pence was in contact with the Pentagon and encouraged a much more rapid deployment, according to CNN. Trump was less eager to deploy federal forces on Capitol Hill on Wednesday than he had been for other protests, but Pence played a key role in coordinating with the Pentagon about deploying them and urged them to move faster than they were. Maryland's National Guard was immediately ready to tackle the Capitol riots, but the Pentagon didn't allow it to deploy for almost 2 hours, even as lawmakers begged for their help, Governor Larry Hogan charged Sunday, January 10th.
Yeah.
Hogan told CNN, "Within minutes of this attack, I called a security team together. I immediately called up the National Guard. I was getting called from the leaders of Congress pleading with me to get our guard into the city. But in D.C., only the Department of Defense can allow Guard members from other states to move in, and permission was not granted for almost 2 hours, well after the worst of the carnage was done." So there's a protocol.
Yep.
Our guard mobilized and was ready, but we couldn't actually cross over the border into D.C. without the okay, and that was quite some time. We kept running it up the flagpole, our generals talking to the National Guard generals. Eventually, I got a call from Ryan McCarthy, the Secretary of the Army, asking if we would come into the city. We were just waiting for that call, and also saying he can't speak as to what was going on the other end of the line back at the Pentagon or in the White House to explain the delay. I don't know all the reasons. I can just tell you that we were taking actions immediately. We were ready, and there was a delay, he said. The governor insisted that the biggest failing, however, was in the Capitol Police and federal law enforcement agencies not prepared for this, despite so much warning about the huge Trump rally planned that day. Hogan accused President Trump of having blood on his hands for the deaths of 5 people, including a Capitol Police officer. Governor Hogan said, "No question in my mind that he was responsible for inciting this riotous mob." Yeah. So no question in my mind that he was responsible for inciting this riotous mob. This was an insurrection, and they stormed the Capitol and threatened to kill the vice president and put the lives of people in danger, and he had a huge role to play in that, he said. 3 people died in medical emergencies, and one protester was fatally shot when she tried to crawl through a window during the mayhem as the mob descended on the Capitol, breaking windows and ransacking congressional offices. And Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick died of his wounds Thursday after being beaten with a fire extinguisher as he tried to stop the pro-Trump rioters. The mob descended on the Capitol just as congressional lawmakers were voting to certify the Electoral College vote for President-elect Joe Biden, and shortly after Trump spoke at a rally on the National Mall of his supporters.
You know what's so sad is that cop who was killed, he could have been a Trump supporter. They don't know that. He just was doing his job.
Yeah.
And, was trying to stop the damage to the Capitol building and keep the people inside protected. So he could have been one of them, but couldn't show it because of his duties,
Uh-huh.
and yet he's beaten to death.
Yeah. Now, I had seen, I don't know if there's two separate scenarios, but one of the news videos I saw was one protester, this is outside, and there's police down the steps, kind of down here with a whole bunch of mob trying to come in, and they're trying to hold them back. And there were people getting through and going up these stairs. And all of a sudden, one of the protesters just chucks a fire extinguisher and hits an officer on top of the head. He had on one of those black helmets, hit him right on top of the head, bounced off. I don't know if that was that incident and that officer.
Yeah, because I heard too that it was hit by a
Fire
fire
extinguisher.
extinguisher. So
on the head.
You have it written where he was beaten by it.
Yeah, and that was that report.
Right.
And then later, just like a day or two ago, after I'd already done this part, I saw that. So I was like, oh, is that the incident in the officer? And he had a helmet on, but that fire extinguisher landed right on top of his head, and I don't know if that's the one, and that officer that got killed. I mean, I'm assuming. So this was outside, and it got thrown.
Yeah, and
It hit him right on the head.
I don't know how big it was, but a lot of them are, 7, 10, 15.
Yeah, it wasn't your
pounds,
little tiny
right.
ones. It was your regular average size, bigger fire extinguisher.
So those are heavy,
So Army Secretary Ryan McCarthy told Pentagon reporters Friday, January 8th, that he and Acting Defense Secretary Christopher Miller acted immediately to authorize a National Guard tactical response to the Capitol siege by pro-Trump rioters Wednesday, flatly rejecting a claim by Maryland Governor Larry Hogan that such requests were denied or delayed. McCarthy said there was tremendous confusion. What is the situation? No one could give you adequate situational awareness. Looking visibly exhausted. I was in the heat of taking back the Capitol. We were literally running down the hall to Secretary of Defense's office. We're watching the TV in his office. Green light, go, move all the guard other states. The assessment directly contradicts Hogan's claims that he was repeatedly denied authorization to send Maryland National Group troops to respond to the crisis situation unfolding at the Capitol, which he doesn't say he was denied. He was just waiting for the call that he was supposed to get from whoever that was. Once that call came in, then they went out. So right now, with the National Guard and the reports coming out, there's this confusion going on too, and it's speaking all of that. All these quotes are. Maryland National Guard Adjutant General Army Major General Timothy E. Gowan told the Washington Examiner Friday afternoon that he did not receive the authorization until 5:30 p.m. I'm in charge of Maryland National Guard. I received it at 17:30. Gowan said, at 17:30 we finally received official notification from the Secretary of Defense that we can move our guys into D.C. on 502F orders, and that's what we needed. Gowan said his National Guard members needed to first leave their jobs, prepare for the mission, and equip at the armory, and were ready by 11 p.m., but the district was not ready to receive them until the following morning. Pentagon spokesman Jonathan Hoffman insisted Friday morning that any delay or denial was untrue, noting that the Maryland National Guard ultimately did not arrive until 1400 hours after the Capitol siege. McCarthy said that he did not deny Hogan's request and that he does not have the authority to grant such a request. I don't know what he's talking about, McCarthy told the Washington Examiner. I knew best case those guardsmen weren't going to be there for that, and we would need them to secure the Capitol for an enduring basis, he added. They already had the approval from the Secretary of Defense, McCarthy added. That was 3 o'clock when the decision was made. McCarthy said the Army does not have an intelligence or advisory role in deploying the D.C. National Guard, but he instead responded to requests from Washington Mayor Muriel Bowser to provide 340 crowd and traffic control guard members from Tuesday to Thursday. So she's calling in for this kind of people, and Pence and others within are calling for these kinds of people, and all this chaos is happening within seconds at the Capitol. And it does, obviously, yeah, it takes a while to assemble all this and get them out there, but then they have to get the okay, apparently, protocol from this defense group or one in charge. So, asked by the Washington Examiner if he pushed back on the limited scope of advanced preparation, McCarthy said it would have been unlawful for the Pentagon to take on such a role. We can't do domestic intelligence. We don't know. So for us to look at the groups that participate in that, we can't do that, he said. It's against the law. 2 days before the Save America rally, it is reported, bracing for possible violence, the nation's capital has mobilized the National Guard ahead of planned protests by President Donald Trump's supporters in connection with a congressional vote expected Wednesday to affirm Joe Biden's election victory. Trump's supporters are planning to rally Tuesday and Wednesday, seeking to bolster the president's unproven claims of widespread voter fraud. There are people intent on coming to our city armed. There are people intent on coming to our city armed. D.C. Acting Police Chief Robert Conte said Monday a pro-Trump rally in December ended in violence as hundreds of Trump supporters wearing the signature black and yellow the Proud Boys faction sought out confrontations with a collective of local activists attempting to bar them from Black Lives Matter Plaza, an area near the White House. January 5th, it was reported, as Donald Trump continues to embarrass himself and the presidency by advocating protests for tomorrow's certifying of the Electoral College votes, Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser has called in the D.C. National Guard to maintain peace in our nation's capital. Washington, D.C.'s mayor urged calm yesterday as some 340 National Guard troops are being activated while the city prepared for a potentially violent protest surrounding Congress' expected vote to affirm President-elect Joe Biden's victory. According to a U.S. defense official, Mayor Muriel Bowser put in a request on New Year's Eve to have Guard members on the streets from January 5th to 7th to help with the protests. The official said the D.C. National Guard members will be used for traffic control and other assistance, but they will not be armed or wearing body armor. During a press conference on Monday, Bowser asked that people stay away from the downtown D.C. and avoid confrontations with anyone who is looking for a fight. But she warned, we will not allow people to incite violence, intimidate our residents, or cause destruction in our city. There will be about 115 Guard troops on duty at any one time in the city, said the defense official. The official said Guard members will be used to set up traffic control points around the city and to stand with district police officers at all the city's metro stops. Acting Police Chief Robert Conte said Guard troops will also be used for some crowd management.
So he says they were saying 1,500. I think it's at 21,000 now.
Oh.
That they're bringing in.
So it's like they were trying to arrange guards and officers and protections based on what was supposed to be a peaceful protest, and then have them there for crowd control and traffic control, and just making sure the protest remains peaceful.
Right.
They were not armed and equipped for a violent protest or breach of the Capitol.
Well, that's the whole thing. The guy that headed the campus police, he wasn't expecting them to breach that 100-yard barrier.
Yeah, I don't think anybody was.
No, and that's the whole problem. I mean, here we are in America, where most people follow the rules to a point, not to do this. So
Yeah.
how could you ever be ready for that?
And then if you do, like, I know they were saying try to look casual and don't be armed, because then if you are, now we're looking like these other countries that have to have all these weapons and soldiers at these governmental things, that we're a democracy
I know.
and we honor our Constitution, so we avoid all that and don't ever do that sort of thing.
I know.
So now it's like you don't want to turn our capital into that. And now, of course, after all this happened, it's like, sure, hindsight is always we should have, but yet, then what? If you did have all those militant soldiers there, then they would say, well, that enticed them. I mean, it's just that also enticed them and fueled their rage, and It's just.
I know. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yes.
All right, January 19th, 2021. This is number 4. Day 4 of our taping of the Capitol siege or breach document.
And all the truth I had to gather regarding all these beliefs and accusations,
Correct.
claims. So, Vice President Mike Pence said Tuesday the 12th that he will not try to remove President Donald Trump from office, shortly before the House passed a measure calling on him and the cabinet to invoke the 25th Amendment. The Democratic-held chamber approved a resolution urging the executive branch to push Trump out of the White House because he helped to foment last week's deadly attack on the Capitol. The House approved the measure in a 223 to 205 vote. One Republican Representative Adam Kinzinger of Illinois supported it, and no Democrats voted against it. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi had pressed Pence to remove the president. She said that if the vice president did not act, the chamber would vote Wednesday the 13th to make Trump the first president ever impeached twice. The House looked all but certain to charge the president with high crimes and misdemeanors after Pence rejected the 25th Amendment route. Pence wrote Pelosi a letter saying, "I do not believe that such a course of action is in the best interest of our nation or consistent with our Constitution." He did not mention Trump's name. Pence argued that using the process now would set a terrible precedent because the amendment as written applies to cases of presidential incapacity or disability. He wrote that our administration's energy is directed to ensuring an orderly transition to President-elect Joe Biden's administration. Pence urged Congress to avoid actions that would further divide and inflame the passions of the moment, as we prepare to inaugurate President-elect Joe Biden as the next President of the United States. The Democrats, who on Monday introduced an article of impeachment against Trump, said they have enough votes to charge the president with high crimes and misdemeanors. The insurrection at the Capitol, which left 5 people, including a police officer, dead, sparked a rush to hold Trump accountable, with only a few days remaining in his term. Supporters of his removal say leaving the president in office even until Biden's inauguration next Wednesday, which is actually not tomorrow, poses too much risk. Speaking later in the day at the border wall in Texas on January 12th, Trump made a vague threat against Biden while insisting Pence and his cabinet will not remove him from office. President Trump said, "I'd like to say that free speech is under assault like never before. The 25th Amendment is of zero risk to me, but it will come back to haunt Joe Biden and the Biden administration. As the saying goes, be careful what you wish for." The Democrats introduced competing versions of impeachment articles on Monday. The one leaders appear most likely to catch on to title, quote, "incitement of insurrection." The one leaders appear most likely to catch on to title, "incitement of insurrection," came from Representatives Jamie Raskin, Democrat Maryland, David Cicilline, Democrat Rhode Island, Ted Lieu, Democrat California. In the article, the lawmakers charged Trump with sparking an attack on a co-equal branch of government and disturbing the peaceful transfer of power. They cite not only his calls for supporters to fight the election results at a rally shortly before the attack on the Capitol, but also his 2 months of lies that widespread fraud cost him a second term in office. The impeachment article points to Trump's call pressuring Georgia's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger to find enough votes to overturn Biden's win in the election. Okay, so here's how that all took place with this Georgia situation. On January 2nd, President Trump pressured Georgia's Republican Secretary of State Brian Kemp to find him enough votes to overturn the presidential election, and vaguely threatened him with a criminal offense during an hour-long phone call, according to an audio recording of the conversation. Mr. Trump, who has spent almost 9 weeks making false conspiracy claims about his loss to President-elect Joseph R. Biden Jr., told Brad Raffensperger, the state's top elections official, that he should recalculate the vote count so Mr. Trump, not Mr. Biden, would end up winning the state's 16 electoral votes. President Trump said, "I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have." The president, who will be in charge of the Justice Department for the 17 days left in his administration, hinted that Mr. Raffensperger and Ryan Germany, the chief lawyer for Secretary of State's office, could be prosecuted criminally if they did not do his bidding. Do you understand what's going on here?
Well, he's taking advantage of every little thing he can, that's for sure, trying to make this happen, to get his votes.
Yeah.
And strong-arming this guy from Georgia.
Yeah, to like make it happen.
Right.
Even though they produce the results. And he's like, and if you don't make it happen, you could possibly be criminally prosecuted. This is coming from the president.
Yeah.
The president said to him, "You know what they did, and you're not reporting it. You know that's a criminal offense, and you know you can't let that happen. That's a big risk to you and to Ryan, your lawyer. That's a big risk." The effort to cajole and bully elected officials in his own party, which some legal experts said could be prosecuted under Georgia law, was a remarkable act by a defeated president to crash through legal and ethical boundaries as he seeks to remain in power. By trying to bend Mr. Raffensperger to his will, Mr. Trump was asserting the power of his office in ways that recalled his 2019 phone call to Ukraine's president, during which Mr. Trump pressured the President Vladimir Zelensky to begin a bogus investigation into Mr. Biden by withholding vital military aid to the country. That call was the centerpiece of the scheme for which Mr. Trump became the third American president to be impeached for committing high crimes and misdemeanors. Mr. Raffensperger firmly rejected the president's entreaties, standing by the election results in his state and repeatedly insisting that Mr. Trump and his allies have been given false information about voter fraud. Trump said during their phone call, "We hear they're shredding thousands and thousands of ballots, and now what they're saying, oh, they're just cleaning up the office." Yeah, Raffensperger said to the president, "The problem you have with social media, people can say anything." President Trump said, "Oh, this isn't social media. This is Trump media. Social media is big tech. Big tech is on your side. I don't even know why you have a side, because you should want to have an accurate election, and you're a Republican." Raffensperger replied to President Trump saying, "We believe that we do have an accurate election." I got a font issue here. President Trump didn't agree. After the phone call, Kemp tweeted saying that he publicly called for a signature audit 3 times in an effort to restore confidence in our election process and to ensure that only legal votes are counted in Georgia. Trump responded in a series of tweets countering that Democrats could not be happier with the election outcomes in Georgia and Arizona, whose governor earlier this week rankled with White House by signing off on Biden's victory in the state. Trump also tweeted saying, "But you never got the signature verification. Your people are refusing to do what you ask. What are they hiding? At least immediately ask for a special session of the legislature that you can easily and immediately do." The tension between Kemp and Trump comes less than a week after Gabriel Sterling, the voting implementation manager with the Georgia Secretary of State's office, delivered blistering remarks condemning Trump's attempt to meddle in the Georgia election. "Mr. President, it looks like you likely lost the state of Georgia," Sterling said to him. "We're investigating. There's always possibility. I get it, and you have the right to go through the courts. You need to step up and say this. Stop inspiring people to commit potential acts of violence." On Friday, December 4th, preliminary results of a machine recount of the November 3rd presidential election posted on the Georgia Secretary of State's website showed Joe Biden won the state by less than 12,000 votes, about 900 fewer than a hand count of the ballots found last month. The recount, the third tally of Georgia's nearly 5 million votes was done at the request of President Donald Trump's campaign, since Biden's margin of victory was smaller than 0.5%. After a hand count of all the ballots in the 2 weeks after the election, Biden's lead was 12,670. Donald Trump begins one of the most perilous weeks of his presidency as momentum for a second impeachment soared over the weekend and a growing number of Republicans broke ranks to openly call for his removal. House Democrats said they were prepared to vote on impeachment as early as Tuesday for Trump's role in inciting a mob that stormed the U.S. Capitol last week. In a show of the president's evaporating support within his own party, Senator Pat Toomey, Republican Pennsylvania, suggested Trump should resign and could face criminal liability for his actions. Trump has only days remaining in his term, a point supporters noted, but the debate over how Congress should respond is focused largely on his legacy and his ability to control the GOP once President-elect Joe Biden takes office January 20th. Playing into that debate whether Trump could mount another run for the White House in 2024. And why impeach President Trump so close to the end of his term? When congressional Democrats voted to impeach Trump for inciting an insurrection, they believed they were acting to remove a clear and present danger, not only to American citizens and democracy at large, but to themselves specifically, within their own government there. Mm-hmm. And the fear that Democrats have following the assault of their Capitol extends beyond Trump to their own House colleagues. After impeaching Trump, Democrats are likely to pursue punishments against Republican members, including Representatives Paul Gosar and Andy Biggs of Arizona and Mo Brooks of Alabama and Lauren Boebert of Colorado, who either spoke at last week's rally or applauded the rioters who stormed the Capitol. Some members of Congress say Trump must be impeached to hold him accountable for his role, encouraging his supporters who participated in the violent January 6th insurrection at the U.S. Capitol. More tangibly, Trump has made noises about running for the president again in 2024, a prospect that alarms many Democrats and complicates the ambitions of either Republicans who envision themselves in the Oval Office. Should he be impeached again by the House and convicted this time by the required 2/3 super majority in the Senate, senators could also vote to disqualify him for serving in future federal office, which would take only a simple majority.
And that's going to take place now after tomorrow.
Actually, it's supposed to take place today and possibly into tomorrow.
Okay.
The day of the inauguration.
I thought they were waiting. Okay.
Sorry. It's too early in the morning for all this. I haven't had my walk and cleared lungs. Twitter announced the permanent suspension of President Trump's account Friday, January 8th, following months of flagging his tweets with warnings and days after the company said he violated its policies. The platform locked Trump out of his account for the first time this week. The social media company deemed a number of tweets connected to the violent protests at the Capitol on Wednesday as inflammatory. After close review of recent tweets from the @real.Trump @RealDonaldTrump account and the context around them, specifically how they are being received and interpreted on and off Twitter, we have permanently suspended the account due to the risk of further incitement of violence, the company wrote in a blog post. This is why I know they're going to be like, oh, freedom of speech, you're taking away our freedom of speech. But it's like, you're creating this. Donald Trump has been banned from Facebook and Instagram for at least the remainder of his term, CEO Mark Zuckerberg said Thursday morning, one day after supporters of the president stormed the U.S. Capitol. Trump was put on a 12-hour Facebook ban Wednesday night, but the ban was extended because Zuckerberg said, we believe the risks of allowing the president to continue to use our service during this period are simply too great. Therefore, we are extending the block we have placed on his Facebook and Instagram accounts indefinitely and for at least the next 2 weeks until the peaceful transition of power is complete. Twitter kicked President Donald Trump off his signature social media platform Friday, deepening his political isolation as he faces widespread rebukes and the prospect of a second impeachment over his supporters' rampage through the Capitol. The company muzzled the President of the United States 3 times in a matter of hours. First, it permanently suspended his personal account, @RealDonaldTrump, saying his use of it posed an unacceptable risk of violence. Then it removed a series of Trump's tweets on the White House's official @POTUS account, where he had lashed out at Twitter's decision Friday night and vowed, we will not be silenced, all caps. And when the identical messages popped up later on Trump's campaign Twitter account, the company permanently suspended that account too. Twitter announced the first move in a statement in which it said his use of the platform has forced it to act. After a close review of recent tweets from the @RealDonaldTrump account and the context around them, specifically how they're being received and interpreted on and off Twitter, we have permanently suspended the account due to the risk of further incitement of violence, the company said. Eric Trump, one of President Donald Trump's 3 sons, made a threat against Republicans on Tuesday, but the attempt to intimidate was met with a mix of shrugs and mockery. Trump, who helps to run the family business, vowed on Twitter that there would be primary challenges against Republicans who didn't assist the president's effort to subvert the election and block President-elect Joe Biden from taking office. Eric Trump tweeted on January 6, I will personally work to defeat every single Republican senator/congressman who doesn't stand up against this fraud. They will be primaried in their next election and they will lose. His family is out for.
And again, I want to see him do this. I don't think he'll follow through.
Don't say that. I don't want to see him do this.
I think he's a bunch of hot air. That's what I think.
Oh, they're not. That's why they keep doing what they're doing. That's why they keep pushing what they're pushing.
Yeah, but it's a bunch of speak. We'll see.
And it all ends up having to go through our country and into the courts and all this upheaval, and it's just one issue and thing after another that they are pushing and pushing every boundary, everything that's ethical. President Trump condemned Twitter shortly after the social media platform banned him permanently. Quote, as I have been saying for a long time, President Trump said on Friday night, January 8th, from his presidential Twitter account, Twitter has gone further and further in banning free speech. And tonight, Twitter employees have coordinated with the Democrats and the radical left in removing my account from their platform to silence me and you, all caps, the 75 million great patriots who voted for me. Twitter may be a private company, but without the government's gift of Section 230, they would not exist for long. It's this constant rhetoric and like threats. Trump apparently circumvented Twitter's ban of his personal account, posting the message briefly from his @POTUS handle before the tweet disappeared. His message was then released in an official statement. The social media platform issued a review of 2 of the president's tweets Friday the 8th, which it determined violated its glorification of violence policy. So it does have a policy of do not glorify violence. And they're now saying, you have violated that
Right.
policy. Twitter determined that the 2 tweets could be viewed as an incitement of violence, encouraging his supporters to mobilize. President Trump added, quote, "I predicted this would happen. We have been negotiating with various other sites and will have a big announcement soon, while we also look at the possibilities of building out our own platform in the near future. We will not be silenced." All caps, exclamation mark. Twitter.
Yeah, we've been negotiating with another company. Or whatever. It's like really just like you have been for your healthcare program, which has never been brought forth. 4 years he's been talking about we're going to announce it tomorrow.
I know.
Announce it tomorrow.
I know.
Nothing. It's like okay. That's why I said about his son. He's all words, hot air. I'd like to see if they're really going to do anything.
It's always this pizzazz and
Yep.
showmanship and coming soon and great things and
Yep.
big things, and all he brings is more false accusations, more exaggerated claims without evidence, and the pizzazz and the big things coming are all of this domino effect of this, which is throwing our country and everything into hell.
Right.
So there's the big show for you.
Yeah.
There's the great thing they're producing.
They have all these words with no follow through.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes. And it's all for tomorrow. It's all coming soon. It's all for the future. And then everyone rallies around and can't wait to see that. And he's cleaning house in there. He's breaking up that
But
government.
he doesn't do anything.
Well, what he's doing is creating hell and a whole lot of work, having to constantly fact check everything and bring forth the truth to everything that he just bulldozes over, dismisses, and keeps on speaking and floundering around with what he believes, and all of his supporters coming in behind him, creating a wake of havoc and hell, which is the greatest show on earth and the great thing that's been coming and is come and is here and we're dealing with.
And wasting our time.
And then saying, we will not be silenced. It's like, if you could just shut your mouth for, the rest of your administration, we could probably get some things done. Why don't you spend your efforts coming up with the health care plan? Because the Democrats keep saying, here's our plan for the health care. Here's our plan for our environment and climate change. Here's our plan for this, and here's our plan for that. They have met. They have gone around the round table. They have talked. They are feasibly and reasonably trying to put these plans together to tell them to the American people. Trump, he keeps talking about it, and it's going to come, but then nothing comes. And it's this constant hopeful talk and rhetoric and rallying, lots of rallying and excitement and cheers and all this stuff. And then when he's in the White House, it's like nothing's happening.
Right.
Nothing's coming out except more lies, more exaggerated claims, false accusations,
More rallies.
more rallies to keep rallying the troops and keep them excited.
Yep.
And now I want 4 more years to do what exactly? Because we still haven't heard your healthcare plan. Have you even spent time doing that?
Right.
How can you when you're doing all this stuff that leads to nowhere? Sorry. So, he said, Twitter is not about free speech, all caps. Now, that's an accusation. Again, another accusation. They are all about promoting a radical left platform where some of the most vicious people in the world are allowed to speak freely. Stay tuned, all caps. So he's accusing the left, the radical left, as being the most vicious people in the world. Meanwhile, we're literally dealing with the devil and his minions.
Yep. I agree.
The New York State Bar Association said that it was launching a probe on whether to revoke the membership of Rudy Giuliani. the personal lawyer for President Donald Trump, over his violent rhetoric at the Save America rally on January 6th before the Capitol was breached with rioters. Quote, the bar group said in a statement that the blame for the rampage by thousands of the president's supporters lies first and foremost with Trump, who has continued masking false claims about his election loss to President-elect Joe Biden. But the president did not act alone, the Bar Association noted. Hours before the angry mob stormed the Capitol walls, Trump's personal attorney, Rudolph Giuliani, addressed a crowd of thousands at the White House, reiterating baseless claims of widespread election fraud in the presidential election and the Georgia U.S. Senate runoffs. At the rally near the White House shortly before the riot, Giuliani had said, "If we're wrong, we will be made fools of. But if we're right, a lot of them will go to jail. Let's have trial by combat." It's like, oh my gosh. Therefore, inciting violence and fight. The Bar Association noted that its bylaws state that no person who advocates the overthrow of the government of the United States or of any state, territory, or possession thereof, or of any political subdivision therein, by force or other illegal means shall be a member of the association. And the group said Mr. Giuliani's words quite clearly were intended to encourage Trump supporters unhappy with the election's outcome to take matters into their own hands. Their subsequent attack on the Capitol was nothing short of an attempted coup intended to prevent the peaceful transition of power, said the group, whose membership is voluntary. Now, Giuliani said, if we're wrong, we'll be made fools of. Are they not the fools? I mean, after all this stuff, they are the fools.
They are, but we have too many people out there that are foolish as well, following them, backing them, supporting them, and not realizing how stupid they are. I mean, I don't get it. I just don't get it.
And this is, so the presidential election was, what, like 51% Biden, 49% Trump, so we're kind of just about divided. Fortunately, not equal 50-50, but almost half of our country has, what happened?
I don't know. That's what I don't get.
Yeah, it's like something weird happened, and they all kind of went crazy.
It is. It's bizarre. This is a bizarre.
And then when you actually try to speak truth to them, like several that I have tried to speak truth to,
oh,
they won't even listen.
no.
And they dismiss it, and then they'll laugh in my face.
Right.
And then they'll come up with some other thing that it's like, what? No, we weren't even talking about that.
Right.
And then it's just another distraction or another road or rabbit hole to chase, constant, down this road, this path that leads into more darkness, more evil within this Trump party,
Right.
Republican, right-wing Republican, radical, whatever you want to call them. It's like, what happened? I
Well,
thought
it's
you
called-
guys were smart and intelligent.
It's called Trump's Republican Party.
Yes,
I mean, he's created something that's even divided our country even more.
correct. So he's got Trump's Republican Party and he's got Trump's media. So he's got his own entity.
Well, and anybody that stands in his way or goes against him, he fires them.
Correct.
So he just keeps weeding out his people
Yes,
to get down to the bare minimum of who's going to continue to support him.
I know.
And they're the fools.
This is bizarre. Facing likely impeachment and the potential for criminal liability for helping incite last week's deadly riot
Second
at the U.S.
impeachment.
Capitol, President Trump on Tuesday sought to defend himself, saying the speech he gave at a rally shortly before the siege was totally appropriate.
Yeah, it is to incite violence.
Speaking to reporters at Joint Base Andrews before departing for Alamo, Texas, that was when he went down right after this whole thing to Texas to view
Look at the wall.
view his wall.
Yeah.
The president was asked whether he accepted any personal responsibility for the events that left at least 5 people dead, including a Capitol Police officer.
And he was supposed to be walking down the main street with the people to the Capitol. That's what he told them,
Yeah,
and then didn't do that.
right. After a violent mob of his supporters stormed the Capitol building, President Trump said, I have to bold these here. President Trump said, "So if you read my speech, and many people have done it, and I've seen it both in the papers and in the media, on television, it's been analyzed and people thought what I said was totally appropriate. And if you look at what other people have said, politicians at a high level, about the riots during the summer, the horrible riots in Portland and Seattle and various other places, that was a real problem, what they said. But they've analyzed my speech and my words and my final paragraph, my final sentence, and everybody to the T thought it was totally appropriate." Yeah, everybody to the T
That's Republican.
thought it was totally appropriate. No, many do not think it's appropriate.
Right.
And now he's trying to compare what he just said last week to what others said last summer during those riots. So now it's again the deflection, sorry. Deflecting it. It's always deflecting. And then over there, and that, and that, and that.
Yeah.
This is the work of the devil. This is what Satan does. This is creation as God. I've seen it in the people around me. Does constantly deflect, and change the subject, point it to something else, swirl it, twirl it, confuse it, and keep on going in my pride, in my arrogance as man, head of the household, White House, business, whatever the things are that are in constant unrighteousness, chaos, and confusion, and for whose gain, what purpose. As the House moves to impeach President Donald Trump, a handful of Republicans are joining Democrats in the historic second attempt to remove the president from office. Of these Republicans, some are publicly committing to impeaching Trump for urging his followers to march on the U.S. Capitol, where they killed a police officer, breached the halls of Congress, and threatened lawmakers. Others have indicated that they disagree with the president. They all stand out as the GOP lawmakers who have spoken out most strongly in the aftermath of the January 6th riots that left 5 people dead. Republican Adam Kinzinger, Illinois, said Tuesday, January 12th, that he supports impeaching President Trump over his role in inciting last week's deadly riot at the Capitol. "There is no doubt in my mind that the President of the United States broke his oath of office and incited this insurrection." Kinzinger, who previously, let's see here, I need to fix that. Kinzinger, who previously supported invoking the 25th Amendment to remove Trump from office, said, oh, that's correct, okay. So, clear that up. He said Tuesday that he supports impeaching President Trump over his role in inciting last week's deadly riot at the Capitol. Now I'm quoting what he said. This is what he said. "There is no doubt in my mind that the President of the United States broke his oath of office and incited this insurrection." He used his position in the executive to attack the legislative. So in assessing the articles of impeachment brought before the House, I must consider if these actions, the Article 2 branch inciting a deadly insurrection against the Article 1 branch, are not worthy of impeachment, then what is an impeachable offense?
Right.
He added, "I will vote in favor of impeachment." Kinzinger joins a steadily growing list of Republicans coming out in support of impeaching the president the week before President-elect Joe Biden is set to be sworn in. Democratic Colorado Representative Jason Crow said that he spoke with several of his Republican colleagues, and many are scared for their life ahead of the impeachment vote.
Can't be in office if you're afraid for your life. I'll tell you that right now.
Crow said that many Republican members are worried they'd be killed and are paralyzed by fear if they vote Wednesday to impeach the president.
That's ridiculous.
And this is what Trump is doing to
It doesn't
intimidate
matter.
people. I know.
It doesn't matter.
I
These
know.
people here are cowards. They're taking on the top nation's positions for the people, and they're afraid to die for it. They shouldn't be in office. They're only there for the money. They're only there for the power and the prestige. That's it.
Well, can I speak?
Sure.
Many of them are there to try to do what's right for America.
Of course.
And they always say, if you want to change things, then you need to get in office.
Yep.
And so because they have a passion to change things, they get in office. And they are willing to fight and argue and pass bills and try to do what's right for our country. Now, they know that there are threats from other countries. You would never expect it's within your own. So while they're going to Congress and they're going into the chambers to discuss these things, they would never ever think their lives are in danger within their own Congress and their own chambers.
No, I'm not talking about that.
Well, this is what they're talking about.
No, they're not. They're talking about now not voting because they're afraid of what Trump will do.
Correct. Within their own government. So they've never thought their lives would be in danger going to work within their own government. That's why the other one earlier said with the impeachment is because we're now concerned about our own colleagues. And they have guns there. We'll get to that in a moment too.
Okay.
So now when you're afraid to go to work, it's one thing when you go to war, and it's one thing when you have to go to other countries, which is, you know, the Secretary of State and the foreign policies and all those things, then yes, those things, you know your life is at risk and all that. But to be governors and congressmen of states, ruling and subjugating your own states and your own country, you're not expecting that your life would be in danger.
I don't know. I disagree.
But when you then go into the chambers,
Yeah.
which is a
Well,
sanctuary
that
place,
there, yeah.
they're afraid now to go back into the chambers
Yeah.
because one of them may go rogue and start shooting everyone up.
Sure.
So they are, and Trump said, Mo Brooks said, we're taking down names and we're going to kick ass. So anyone who does not override this electoral college vote and does not support Pence in awarding Trump the victory, we're taking down names and we're kicking ass. And there's a lot of violence that's been going on with this Trump administration. Last month's rally or whatever, a couple people got stabbed. I mean, there's a lot of violence going on. So while these people are just going to work within their own
Sure.
capital, you would not be thinking, I'm fearful for my life.
Not in the buildings, no.
Well, that's what's happening.
But in that position, you should know you're a target.
Correct.
And they should be ready for that and say, okay, this is what I'm signing up for.
Correct.
All the way to death.
But now they're going into the chambers.
Right.
And
Well, they
people
should
can
be safe there.
have guns in their offices.
Right.
And we have now 3 groups at war in there. We have the Republicans, we have the Democrats, and we have Trump's party. And there's a lot of energy and anxiety and anger and hatred in Trump's party that is in there with them. That these people are like, ugh, we're fearful for our lives. And now if we stand up and say, count my name as an impeachment against Trump, they're going to come after me. And what about their families? And they know where we live, I live, whatever. So now, okay, we have a few days left, he's done. Boom. So to impeach him, I'm concerned about saying, yes, impeach him, because my life is at stake here,
Right.
my family,
Sure.
I mean all this stuff. And it's happening within our own government. Not expecting it would happen within our own government. So I do have compassion and understanding with these people.
Yeah, I do too, to a point. There's still the point of standing up for your position.
Oh, I agree. And if I were there, I would be one saying, yes, he needs to be impeached.
Yep.
But would I be paralyzed by fear? I wouldn't be paralyzed by fear, but I'd be very concerned.
Well, you have to be wise.
Yeah,
You know,
I would be very concerned.
Sure.
I would be very concerned, more so not even so much myself, but everyone else.
Sure.
And I'd be like, oh boy, this is bad. But he has to be held accountable.
Absolutely.
Now, back in the first impeachment, I was like, okay, right there, he's delivered into your hands, impeach him. But then Trump and his Republican Party withheld witnesses. They maneuvered it in a way that they tampered with witnesses so that witnesses could not come in and speak. So then no witnesses were able to go in and speak because they tampered with them. So they couldn't hear witnesses. I mean, this whole thing is a fiasco.
Yeah.
Run by the devil.
Right.
In our country,
Yep.
sitting on the throne in the White House with all of his angels.
Yep.
Hell's Angels. Which isn't actually even the group that's been showing up as we talked about. Whatever happened to Hell's Angels?
Right.
We don't ever hear or see of them anymore. Now it's Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, a QAnon,
And this weird one.
and now Boogaloo Boys.
Boogaloo Boys.
Maybe they
Yeah.
oh, what do you call that?
Rebranded.
Rebranded themselves. All right. Anyway, Crow went on to say that some members teared up while talking about how scared they were. Public figures outside the GOP have confirmed Crow's testimony, citing death threats made towards Republican lawmakers. Tim Alberta from Politico Reporter tweeted, "Crow is right. Numerous House representatives, I'm assuming that RS stands for, have received death threats in the past week, and I know for a fact several members want to impeach, but fear casting that vote could get them or their families murdered." Republican Michigan Representative Peter Meyer implied the same issue Monday to CNBC, saying, "I've heard objections to the impeachment based on what reaction it might cause. Donald Trump has become the first U.S. president to be impeached twice in a historic vote that saw 10 Republicans break ranks and side with Democrats. After more than 3 hours of debate, House representatives voted in favor of an impeachment article that charged Trump with the incitement of insurrection." Donald Trump's second impeachment trial will be the first ever to extend beyond a president's time in office, creating a novel legal question that ultimately could require Supreme Court resolution. And here we go again. Everything with this Trump administration is first time ever, first time ever, first time ever, first time ever, and unprecedented
Well, why do you
times
think
like
that
never
is?
seen before.
He's not a politician. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's in there just doing whatever he thinks he can do
Oh.
as a business owner.
Do not protect him and credit him anything.
I'm not crediting anything. I'm saying
He
he's
knows
in there.
exactly what he's doing.
No, he doesn't as far as a political person. He's in there as a business person. He's doing whatever he wants to do as owning his own company.
He knows
And he thinks
exactly
the
what
world
he's
and the-
doing.
Well, okay.
He knows exactly what he's doing.
Okay.
And he's doing it even more so in a dominant faction or way, because he will say what you're saying. I'm not political, I'm business. I'm all business. So I'm going to go in and destroy all this political stuff, break it all up. Well, the problem is he has no respect
No.
whatsoever for anything sacred,
Right.
held dear, honorable, traditional among our country, in favor and cooperation with one another on both sides of the aisle,
Right.
and historical events and past presidents and incoming presidents and foreign policies and other countries and their battles, and
That's what I'm
our
saying.
military needs to be there. It's all disregard for everything,
Right.
believing I know what I'm doing, as President Trump would say. Well, what did Giuliani say? We're either going to be the fools, which you have revealed yourself to be fools. It would be wise of you to listen to your Congress. Listen to your governors. Listen to your representatives. Pay attention to what's going on. And work with wisdom. None of this is wisdom.
Right.
Wisdom, says, by me, kings, rulers, nobles, princes, rule and reign. By me, they do this.
Right.
He's dismissed her completely.
There's no wisdom. Right.
But yet he believes
what
he's the one who's wise, the one who knows what he's doing, and is being made the fool.
Well, that's what I mean. He has no wisdom as far as a politician. He doesn't know how it operates, how it works, how it's supposed to be, and he's just winging it.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I'm not a politician, can't stand politics. But even if I were elected president of the United States, you go in there and you work with what has been,
Right.
what is, and what we need to do.
Right.
And you're not there to dominate and take over and destroy. You're there to, let's continue on. Let's fix. Let's build up. Let's add. Let's clean up.
Right.
Not like I'm going to, like he will say, I went in to drain the swamp, clean the house or whatever. And it's like, no, you actually created a swamp. Mudslinging to the nth degree. In such depth of muck and miry clay that it's like, I don't know if our country's ever gonna, I mean, it will, but it's like, oh my gosh, you think you know what you're doing and you have understanding as a businessman. And even as a businessman, you're doing bad business
Yeah.
for our country
Right.
and our government. You're doing bad business. So even just as, forget the business aspect, forget the political aspect, just as a man, do you not have sense and wisdom in these things? And you want to go in there as a bull and just smashing up everything to pieces without anything being sacred or traditional or held dear or honorable
Right.
or respected? Literally gone in with like absolute no respect.
Right.
And it's not even just our country, it's even others.
Yep.
And around the world.
Yep.
Which then it goes back to the articles during the few months back, well, quite a while back, when it's like, gee, how come he's BFFs with Kim Jong-un and Putin? Oh, they're dictators. And he likes that. And he's like, how come my people don't bow down and fear me like your people do? And he admired them. He admired them.
Yeah.
So that's really what he wants to be. That's why in the business sense he'd go in and be like, you're fired, you're fired. And he wanted to do that in government and couldn't. So then they worked to, him and his administration worked to pass that other sanction, or not sanction, but whatever that thing was, article.
Where he could just fire anybody at will.
Him and anyone in his administration, not even just him and anyone in his administration. I have not found a single one in his administration that I would trust to rightly fire anyone. Anyone who comes to him and speaks the truth, they'll be like, you're fired.
Yeah.
Because that's what's been happening. Right. Anyone who comes and believes his lies and supports him, you're hired. And it's like it would all go reverse and backwards and upside down.
Yep.
So the answer isn't settled, but history has bad news for Trump. A sparse but consistent line of lower-level impeachments in the past suggests that Senate retains power to put him on trial even after his term ends. Praise God and hallelujah. Thank you, Father. If it convicts him, the Senate could take a second vote to bar him from running for office again. A number of legal scholars say the framers of the Constitution didn't intend to leave presidents free in the waning days of their terms to engage in egregious wrongdoing without consequence. Drafting history, impeachment practice, and basic constitutional design all point clearly in favor of the constitutionality of trying an ex-president, said Kate Shaw, a constitutional law professor at Cardozo School of Law. Several Republican members of Congress grew angry on Tuesday, January 12th, over new security systems implemented at the Capitol. Okay. So this whole Capitol siege breach took place January 6th. So within days or a day, they instituted new security systems within the Capitol. Several Republican members of Congress grew angry over new security systems implemented at the Capitol. The safety measures, which included metal detectors and physical pat-downs in some instances, were introduced after last week's deadly insurrection at the complex. You are creating a problem you do not understand the ramifications of, Representative Steve Womack of Arkansas was heard yelling at police who were conducting the check, according to a press pool report. He warned that the security check was going to create chaos during busy hours on the floor when members of Congress were streaming through to vote. Another representative, Rodney Davis of Illinois, was heard shouting that the checks were horses, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Davis went through the metal detector, but then came back and was heard telling House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer, Democrat Maryland, that the new measures were bullshit, asterisk, 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 and they were diverting valuable resources. He also said GOP members weren't consulted by security officials before they were installed. Up until this week, lawmakers were exempt from being stopped at metal detectors. Staff, reporters, and visitors are all required to go through them to enter the building. Members were reminded that House guidelines require any members with licensed firearms to restrict them to their offices. The acting House Sergeant at Arms, Timothy Blodgett, announced the changes Tuesday, January 12th, warning in a notice to members. Quote, failure to complete screening or the carrying of prohibited items could result in denial of access to the chamber. So they were all given notice that this is going to take place.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you're there voting, you would have known about it, but you obviously weren't there.
Yeah. Blodgett and acting U.S. Capitol Police Chief Yogananda Pittman briefed Republican members on the protocols Tuesday. In the meeting, ranking member Davis blamed the majority Democrats for going overboard. Oh, he was in the meeting. And blamed the Democrats. Imagine that.
Well, you don't have to be in the meeting to blame the Democrats. Because obviously.
Well, in the meeting.
Oh, okay. Which is weird because he said up here they didn't notify me. They didn't check with me.
Yeah.
Well, how can you
He
not be in the
also
meeting?
said
Were you
GOP
sleeping?
members weren't consulted by security officials before they were installed.
What meeting was he attending? Was he sleeping?
What, were you sleeping?
Yeah.
This is political correctness run amok. This is what Davis still is saying. The threat is outside, not inside. Every resource used inside is one that can't be used outside, he argued,
It's
according
interesting
to a
because
readout of the
If we
briefing.
didn't have a third party now, we could say that it would be safer. But it's no longer safe.
Correct.
No.
Because now on the inside, we have a third Republican party,
Right.
Trump's party,
Right.
and they're permitted to carry guns inside. They have to keep them in their office.
Yeah, no.
But now we've got three parties inside after a Capitol breach, and so the Congress felt it best to put in metal detectors and be searched, and I'd be like, okay, yes,
Same thing.
wisdom.
These are the same people.
Let's save lives.
These are the same people that don't wear masks.
Exactly that.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's just so pathetic. Gosh.
The ramped up security comes after last week's violent uprising at the Capitol, in which at least 5 people lost their lives. The mob had been encouraged by President Trump to go to the Capitol as Congress was voting to certify President-elect Joe Biden's White House victory. Several Republican members of Congress on Tuesday, January 12th, complained about or outright bypassed the medical detectors to enter the House floor, which were ordered put in place by Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Democrat, California, after last week's deadly riot at the Capitol. Ahead of a House vote Tuesday evening calling for Vice President Mike Pence to invoke the 25th Amendment. Oh, so she wanted these put in place before we vote Tuesday for this impeachment.
Right.
Or
Because
calling for Vice President, calling for Vice President Mike Pence to now remove President Trump, not the impeachment. Okay, thank you. So, all of this metal detector was put in place by Nancy Pelosi ahead of a House vote Tuesday evening calling for Vice President Mike Pence to invoke the 25th Amendment to remove President Donald Trump from office. The Republican members expressed anger and frustration in accessing the chamber. I can totally understand why she'd say we should put metal detectors in there.
before the vote. Yeah. Hello. That was wisdom.
Good job, Pelosi.
Yeah.
Gosh.
That was wisdom.
There you go. There she is. Wisdom. I love her.
Yeah.
Oh, and then what is the GOP party doing? We're gonna bypass the metal detectors. I'm like, why?
Right.
Why?
Why would you do that?
And we're gonna complain about the metal detectors. Why? Do you have other intentions?
Right. Right.
Because this is preventing you from carrying your weapon in
Right.
to the chambers? Oh my gosh. Republican Representative Louis Gohmert of Texas, Steve Stivers of Ohio, Van Taylor of Texas, Lauren Boapart of Colorado, there's more about her to come in a moment, Debbie Lesko of Arizona, and Larry Bouchon of Indiana, among others, were seen not complying with police at checkpoints or complained about the measure's implementation, according to press pool and media reports. Boapart, a newly elected member who vowed in a viral video to carry a gun in the Capitol, was seen in an apparent dispute with police over going through the metal detector. She set off the alarm and refused police to search her purse. Afterwards, she tweeted, "I am legally permitted to carry my firearm in Washington, D.C. and within the Capitol complex. Metal detectors outside the House would not have stopped the violence we saw last week. It's just another political stunt by Speaker Pelosi." Before I continue on, what I don't understand with these people who don't understand is metal detectors are not going to stop the breach, which happened, was not expected to happen, but because that happened, and now we have three distinct political party divides that now have to request Vice President Pence to remove Trump, and we have the Trump GOP party who is vile, angry, aggressive, who are going to be sitting in these chambers, that the Democrats and these other Republicans that are fearful for their lives in that moment are having to stand up and say, yes, Pence, remove him, and if you don't, we're going to have to take over and impeach him. You have hostile situation going on immediately after a hostile breach, that metal detectors are not going to keep the people out, but are going to prevent guns from coming in with you people that have to now finish this out in the chambers and hopefully not start an insurrection within the Capitol.
Well, I can see, and I understand why people carry guns, to protect themselves.
Yes,
So if she's in there now without a gun,
correct.
she feels she has no protection.
Exactly. But if everyone goes through the metal detectors and everyone is screened and scanned and pat down if it looks suspicious, no one will have guns in there.
Right.
So you don't have to have a gun to
Now,
protect yourself.
now it's up to the police on the outside of the doors
Correct.
to keep the violent people from coming in.
Correct. Exactly right.
Yeah.
And at that time, as they're putting up all this razor wire and much higher fences, and they're securing the Capitol. So just during this moment,
Right.
it's kind of like the masks.
Well, I would imagine these metal detectors are going to be forever now.
Well, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. But just like the masks, are we going to wear masks for the rest of our lives till we die? Or is it during this season? Is it during this moment? Could be a seasonal thing, 3 months. It could be a yearly thing. It might roll into 2 years. So can you just cooperate so we can protect and save lives and wear masks?
Right.
It's, it's wisdom.
Yeah.
It's good health
Right.
during a global pandemic. Again, we're not talking about the seasonal flu. Yes, we all know about the seasonal flu, and that keeps getting thrown in there. The seasonal flu, we don't have to wear masks during the seasonal. Yes, we know that. This now is a global pandemic. It's not the seasonal flu that sparks up here and sparks up here and sparks up here. This is a global pandemic with a virus that is new, not familiar with it, have no idea how many it's going to wipe out and how long it's going to last. And until a vaccine is created, can you just wear a mask? Oh, and then all these masks you don't work and do work and don't work and don't and do work. And it's like anyone who goes into a room with anyone who's sick automatically knows that, oh, I should probably.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, but no, now we have to have all these scientific studies
Yeah.
and figure out, do they work, don't they work? It's like, just put on a
I
mask.
know.
Save us the money of all these studies. Just put on a mask.
Right.
You know, the metal detectors here, this is a good thing.
Yeah.
Just go through the metal detector. None of us are going to carry
They have them
guns.
at the courthouses.
I know.
I mean, what's the big
I
deal?
know.
You know?
I know. And, oh, this, you don't know what you're going to do, and this is going to slow us down when we're all rushing in a hurry. Just come a little earlier.
Right.
Can you come a little earlier?
Are you always coming late? Is that a problem for you?
Yeah, and right now we're in a major national crisis. Major national crisis.
See,
This
these-
is outside the
These
norm.
senators, these people at this level, they think they can do anything they want.
And then they take it as if this is across the board all the time. It's like,
Yeah.
no, it's just right now. It's just for this moment. Let's just get through this hump, and then we'll figure out, or let's get through this hellish crisis, and then we'll figure out after that what we should do next. So can you just humble yourself and cooperate
Right.
with all of us as a whole?
Right.
Because we got people shaking and quaking for their lives within these chambers, fearful for their life,
Yep.
and then if they do stand up and say yes, impeach, then now they got their families' lives at stake because, oh yeah, they did say, Mo Brooks said, taking names, kicking ass, and Eric's like, I'm coming for you, and Trump is like, oh, best is yet to come, stay tuned, you've seen nothing yet. It's like,
No.
really? I just don't get it.
I know.
But here's Boapart's complaint. A newly elected member who vowed in a viral video to carry a gun was seen disputing police. Okay, she set off the alarm. She wouldn't let her purse be searched. And she said, this is her reasoning, metal detectors outside of the house would not have stopped the violence we saw last week. Okay, this has nothing to do with what happened last week. This has everything to do with what's about to happen next in the chambers. That we're going to
protect
ask
you.
Pence to invoke the 25th Amendment, and all hell may break loose with all of Trump's Republican Party in there with us.
Yeah.
And it's just another political stunt by Speaker Pelosi. No, she's just trying to work to protect and save our lives.
Yeah.
A new congresswoman from Colorado, Representative Lauren Boebert, I'm not sure how you say her name, has rallied 83 other representatives to counter an effort by Democratic legislators to prohibit politicians from carrying firearms in and around the Capitol. Boebert, a vocal supporter of gun rights, rallied lawmakers to oppose a measure by Representative Jared Huffman, Democrat California, to prohibit carrying a gun throughout the Capitol grounds. Huffman garnered support from 19 other House members and said in a mid-December letter that current regulations, which allowed concealed firearms for politicians, create needless risk. I refuse to give up my Second Amendment rights, Boebert said in a press release. This is all going back to, it's the same deal with the mask. It's the same deal with the churches are closed for a while so we can get this virus under control. It's all, you're taking away our amendment rights. It's like, we're in a pandemic. We're in a political firestorm. We're in Black Lives Matter protest and cities being burned. We got a whole lot of chaos going on right now. So if everyone could just do their part, we could probably get through this much quicker.
Yep.
And safer and save lives. Boebert said in a press release, I'm a 5-foot-tall, 100-pound mom with 4 children and will be walking to work and serving in one of the most dangerous cities in the United States, or the U.S. Lawmakers will now be required to walk through metal detectors before entering the House of Representatives chambers in the wake of the Capitol riot. So again, she can carry a gun walking to work.
Mm-hmm.
She can carry a gun going into the Capitol.
Right.
She then can take her gun and put it in the office.
Mm-hmm.
Now, before you enter the chambers, you're going to go through a medical detector.
Right.
They're having a fit.
I know. I know.
And you're taking away my right to carry a gun. It's like, you can carry your gun to work and back home.
Right. Which a lot of places don't even allow that.
Well, I don't know. I mean, we're a gun right country now, and conceal and carry and all that. So yeah, I think you can, but I don't understand the problem here that's being created by some of these people. I never have throughout all this stuff.
I know.
The acting sergeant at arms announced on Tuesday afternoon that magnetometers, however you say that word, magnetometers, had been placed at selected entrances to the chamber and reminded lawmakers that firearms were forbidden. Effectively, immediately, all persons, including members, are required to undergo security screening when entering the House chamber, the statement read. Failure to complete screening or the carrying of prohibited items could result in denial of access to the chamber, it went on. The decision immediately confounded Congress members who pointed out that the danger last week came from outside Congress. We know that, but now we have danger within our Congress because of the radical right Republicans who definitely were going to oppose, or were opposing, the certification of electoral votes that night that caused the Capitol riot, and now they are going to call on Vice President Mike Pence to invoke the 25th Amendment to remove President Donald Trump from office, whom they, within that chamber, are the very ones fighting to keep him in office. And now during this time, and if we have to carry through an impeachment by Congress, we just don't want you to have guns in the chamber. I'd be like, way to go. That's wisdom. They're having a fit.
Yeah.
And again, yes, they have all the security outside the chamber protecting anyone from coming in now, which they always have anyway, but now even more so. Failure, okay. The decision immediately confounded Congress members who pointed out that the danger last week came from outside Congress. This isn't really helpful in terms of potential future rioters, but it's actually to help protect us from our own colleagues. Representative Grace Meng, Democrat, New York, tweeted with a face palm emoji. So, that's the very thing. We're trying to protect ourselves from each other within this chamber, within these heated...
Because we've got 3 factions now, and we can't trust anybody.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But now these Republicans are... The thing is outside. It wouldn't have stopped them from outside.
They aren't seeing clearly right now for some reason.
It's like, how do you not understand the differentiation between the two?
I don't know.
And what's going on next in these moments. I'm not even there in eye of
They're
understanding.
foolish. That's why.
It's just
They're
the
just
weirdest
self-absorbed.
thing.
They're self-absorbed in following Trump's lead. It's all about me. And I don't get it, so I'm going to argue it.
Or it's like, we despise authority.
Right.
And we are going to fight against any authority that comes our way.
Yep.
Which then they would have to despise Jesus Christ and his Father, the Lord God, and God's wisdom.
Well, that's a whole nother...
Because they are all about authority.
Right.
And he sits on the throne of heaven and earth and is ruling and reigning. Why do you think we're having all this? Because you can't humble yourself. You can't listen. You can't understand. You literally are revealing that you hate authority. And anyone who hates authority is full of pride and arrogance as God, which is of the devil, or creation as God, with my rights, and we will not be silenced, and we will be heard.
Yep.
And it's evil. It's aggressive.
Yes.
It is violent.
Yes.
And dominating. And lots of threats. Working to intimidate and oppress. The decision to install metal detectors outside the House floor follows a recent debate about whether legislators had the right to carry firearms in the building. Members of Congress are allowed to store firearms in their offices and transport them in Washington, D.C., as long as they are not loaded. They are not allowed to carry them into the chamber. Following the deadly siege, GOP Representative Thomas Massey, Republican Kentucky, said he and several other members of Congress felt relieved they were carrying firearms when a mob of rioters overpowered police. So, yes, they had weapons on them, and that was fantastic at that point. But right now, when this next proceedings need to take place with asking Pence to remove Trump, and if they won't, Congress is going to impeach, we've got that volatile situation possibly happening again within our chambers. So right at this moment, during this moment, don't bring your guns in here. We don't want it to become the wild, wild west. And then we're hiding behind our desks from our colleagues. The next member who argues Congressman shouldn't be allowed to carry firearms at work needs to be laughed out of the Capitol, Massey wrote. Several of us were glad to be armed while barricaded for hours in our offices with our staff, he added. From Tuesday, masks will also be mandatory on the floor and anyone flouting the rule will be removed. It comes in the wake of several COVID-19 cases after lawmakers were forced to shelter together when pro-Trump supporters sieged the Capitol on Wednesday. So this is the laughing in your face thing. This is what they'll do. This is what I get on Facebook, the laughing emoji. Mm-hmm. So the next member who argues Congressman shouldn't be allowed to carry firearms at work needs to be laughed out of the Capitol. Now again, you can carry firearms to work. Just don't bring them into the chamber. Mm-hmm. 3 Democratic members of Congress have tested positive for COVID-19, and they all have pointed to a day spent locked down with colleagues who refused to wear masks as a likely point of contraction. Representative Pramila Jayapal, Democrat, Washington, put out a scathing statement Tuesday after her positive diagnosis stating that anyone who refuses to wear a mask should be fully held accountable for endangering our lives because of their selfish idiocy. She also called for serious fines on every single member who refuses to wear a mask in the Capitol and said the sergeant at arms should immediately remove any member from the floor who won't comply. Representative Brad Schneider, Democrat of Illinois, and Bonnie Watson Coleman, Democrat, New Jersey, have also tested positive. I was forced to spend several hours in a secure but confined location with dozens of other members of Congress. Several Republican lawmakers in the room adamantly refused to wear a mask, Schneider said Tuesday, following the events of Wednesday, including sheltering with several colleagues who refused to wear masks. I decided to take a COVID test. I have tested positive, Watson Coleman tweeted Monday. Representative Lisa Blunt, Rochester, Democrat, Delaware, said that during their time of lockdown with several colleagues during the Capitol siege, she saw a guy or a reporter off to the side with extra masks and asked if he had more of them, and he said she could take them. She started asking those who didn't have a mask if they would want a fresh, clean mask to save their lives and stop a super spreader, while several Republicans rejected the mask and sat in tight quarters without one. My heart goes out to all those who lost their lives over this, and my heart goes out to their families and friends, and all those in our nation, and lawmakers and Capitol Hill staff and police and officials and National Guards who suffered because of this. My heart goes out to our nation and the world so shocked by what happened to our capital in the United States of America on January 6, 2021, that could have been a great and mighty nation under God, with His Son Jesus Christ as our King, and God in our flesh, and nation with Him as Lord. My heart also goes out to all those in Hong Kong and their young democratic leaders fighting for democracy in their country, like the United States of America, while the whole world just saw our nation's democracy crumbling because of one man as God and his administration. Working to destroy it. But the truth has saved it. And President-elect Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will be sworn in office January 20th. My heart goes out to all of you who suffered and died for democracy. While our current president and his administration and lawyers just let you down.
No.
President Trump said Friday, January 8th, he will not be going to the inauguration of President-elect Joe Biden, an extraordinary move that will make him the first to skip the inaugural ceremony of his successor since 1869. To all of those who have asked, I will not be going to the inauguration on January 20th, the president tweeted. On Thursday night, the president, who failed in various legal challenges since Election Day, acknowledged that a new administration will be inaugurated January 20th. My focus now turns to ensuring a smooth, orderly, and seamless transition, Trump said. This moment now calls for healing and reconciliation. Vice President Mike Pence will attend the inauguration of President-elect Joe Biden, a person familiar told NBC News. Pence's decision to watch Biden's swearing-in ceremony at the U.S. Capitol on January 20th is yet another public break with President Donald Trump since the riots that rocked Washington. I'm glad he's at least doing that.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'd rather have Pence there anyway than Trump. If I were Biden.
Yeah, so Pence obviously broke with the president that night of the certification of votes because he did not vote Trump as president that night, right, and carried through with the American vote, the democracy, and
well, he's weak, that's why.
According to Trump.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's now breaking with Trump here and saying he's going to the inauguration. Biden responded saying, I was told on the way over here that Trump indicated he wasn't going to show up at the inauguration. One of the few things he and I have ever agreed on. It's a good thing, him not showing up. With just days until President-elect Joe Biden's inauguration, law enforcement and local government officials in Washington, D.C. are implementing security measures that will make the historic transition of power look very different from those in the past. Last week's events, in which insurrectionists stormed the U.S. Capitol and pipe bombs were left at the Republican National Committee and the Democratic National Committee offices in Washington, have heightened security fears for the swearing-in, with credible threats on the lives of Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris, law enforcement officials say. The inauguration will also take place against the backdrop of an ongoing FBI manhunt to track down Trump supporters who on Wednesday stormed the Capitol building and assaulted police. Investigators are also looking for the person or persons responsible for leaving pipe bombs at the DNC and RNC. Despite threats of more violence, Biden told reporters he plans to carry on with the day's events, saying, I'm not afraid of taking the oath outside. The event is set to go ahead as scheduled, with several security modifications that will restrict public access to what is usually a very public event, altering a day that was already scaled back due to the coronavirus pandemic. So poor Biden.
Mm-hmm.
I know I've told you this, but I'm going to say it with the camera, that, he has served our country for so many years, throughout most of his adult life. And then as a senator, he still kept serving even when his wife and his whole family got in a severe car accident and his wife and baby daughter were killed. and his 2 sons were in the hospital for a very long time. And they were just little kids. And he would serve as senator by day and travel to the hospital and sit there by night with his sons.
Mm-hmm.
He's been very honorable. And he's worked very hard. And in spite of his, I don't even want to say pro-abortion, because Biden, from what I've read and researched, he's not pro-abortion. He's pro-choice. And he says that he firmly believes it's the right of the woman and her doctor to make the decision. And if the decision is made medically or for whatever reason, there has to be an abortion, he wants facilities available. Homosexuality, he's all about equal rights. Everyone has equal rights. He's not there to tell you you can't have an abortion. He's not there to tell you you can't transition into a male from a female or female to a male. And he's not there to tell you you can't marry a man, or female, you can't marry a woman. Now, ideally, if we were the Lord God's country in Jesus' name, then those things would have to be worked out according to Christ. And that would be an awesome thing. But Biden has served well. I'm not a Democrat. I don't support Democrats' liberal policies. I don't support the Democrats' liberal policies. There's a lot of things the Democrats have done during this pandemic, these Democrat governors, that every time I've looked and listened, I'm like, you're doing a fine job. In the midst of a pandemic that we've never dealt with before, and there is no here's the protocol. It was like, we have a bad virus, it's spreading fast, people in China are dying like crazy, Italy too, and all of a sudden now it's here, and we have a president that's like, it'll go away, we're not worried about it. And these governors are now having to face a massive problem. And in spite of that, every one of these governors that I've had to research and listen to, it's like, yeah, you're doing a good job. The governor of Michigan, I understand why the people got angry and upset when she's like, you can't buy seeds to plant your garden, but it wasn't even actually really that. That got skewed, and she had to go back and correct that. And okay, it's all corrected, all is well. But now they're like, we're going to take her life. And now Biden, in his late 70s, he'll turn 80 during this term, if he survives it. And if he's given the opportunity to serve and doesn't get killed tomorrow, which I just, God forbid that should happen. He rightfully deserves this. He deserves this. Serving as much as he has served and being as faithful as he has been faithful in the midst of so much turmoil and adversity, and has always been there and has always done it, and has suffered a severe stuttering problem when he was a kid, and had to overcome that and still be able to methodically get words out and speak what needs to be said. And in the rush of having to speak things, there's times he can't get the word out. He knows what he wants to say, but he can't recall the word fast enough. And that happens to all of us, even those of us who don't have a stuttering problem. There's so many times I'll be like, and then whatever that thing was, and whatever that thing was called, that thing, he's done that, and they're like, oh, dementia. It's like, it's not dementia. He has held his own very well. He has done very good. He knows what he's saying. He knows what he's doing. And he has remembrance of things, and he can call it out. And he has stepped up to the platform and spoken each and every time, and I commend him for that. And then to be able to withhold his own during the live president-elect debate
Right.
in last, whatever that was, October, dealing with someone like Trump, it's like, I was concerned for Biden, and that got done, I was like, way to go. You did a fine job. You did a really good job. I mean, yeah, you didn't have to call him a clown, but, you know, he'd probably be like, he is. I'm like, I know, but okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, now Biden, he's run for president before and lost, and then he won vice presidency with Obama, and I was not an Obama fan. I didn't vote for Obama. And then he ran again, and I was like, okay, this is his last chance to become president, and he won the vote. And it was a close call, but it kept getting re-verified and recounted and recertified, and he won. And it's like, he deserves this. And this is, you know, being that he's up in age, even though he's still very sharp and very able to run and manage our country, he probably, if it had to wait another 4 years and try to run then, you know, I don't know, maybe he could do it then, but I was like, no, it's his time. I just felt like, no, this is his time, and God is going to grant him this because of his service and his dedication and his commitment and his loyalty, and having to go through all this stuff, and then this entire barrage of everything working and coming against him from Trump's mouth and Trump's administration and Trump's lawyers. And later on, I'm going to read how even other countries were involved to berate him and get everyone to not vote for him so that Trump could be voted back in. And through all of that, I'm just like, wow, Biden,
Yeah.
this is your moment. This is your time.
Yeah.
But now, what I wanted to say, in spite of all that, or in addition to all that, is I am so sad for him because now he finally wins, and he had to go through hell many times over to get there, and he's sustained. He's kept. The truth is still, Biden is going to be our president. The truth is still, Biden is the president. Biden is the elected president. The truth still stands. He's going to be president. And he finally gets that crowning glory, if you want to call it that, or ball and chain, you could call it that, I don't know. But he's wanted that, and he finally gets that. And now the inauguration not only had to be scaled back to what it normally is because of the pandemic still, but now add to that Trump and his administration and his GOP party and the threats. So scale it back because of the virus still, and now in addition scale it even further back and way more back because of Trump and his dominancy and administration. And it's just like, he's cheated out of the regular traditional inauguration every president has typically gotten, but he's still like, I can tell he's the kind of guy that's like, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Whatever we got to do, just get me in office, because here's the things I know I need to get started with right away. He's like, I need to get started with COVID right away. I need to get started with, some of these foreign policies right away, and then healing our country. Actually, that was number 2. COVID and uniting our country and healing our country. And he just wants to get in office and get that going. So, I hope that he does not get shot tomorrow.
Me too.
Or Kamala Harris. I don't want anybody shot.
No.
I hope to God, our Father, that he does get in office. I also hope he will be able to fulfill his 4-year term and not get assassinated. I hope that neither one of them. I hope that both of them will be able to fulfill their term. I really don't want Biden to get in office and then become assassinated and Kamala Harris to take presidency. I would not vote for her for president. And again, I didn't vote for Biden for president either, just for the record. I have to keep saying that. But I really hope he doesn't get assassinated and then she takes over as president either. Okay. Why don't we break here? We're going to kind of get into the next, well, unless you want to go a couple more pages. How are you doing?
Fine, but we gotta keep going because I won't have time to finish this today if we don't get it done.
Okay. On January 11th, the Trump administration imposed sanctions against a group of Ukrainians who helped President Donald Trump and his lawyer Rudy Giuliani collect and spread political dirt on President-elect Joe Biden. All right, let me read that again. On January 11th, just happened. The Trump administration imposed sanctions against a group of Ukrainians who helped President Donald Trump and his lawyer Rudy Giuliani collect and spread political dirt on President-elect Joe Biden.
Yeah, I heard about that.
The sanctions were announced by one of Trump's most loyal cabinet secretaries, Steve Mnuchin, of the Treasury Department, and repudiated conspiracy theories that Trump has used to attack his main rival. They also demonstrated Trump's weakening grip on power in the wake of his incitement of the mob that attacked the U.S. Capitol on January 6. Trump's theories about the corruption of the Biden family in Ukraine have been painstakingly investigated and widely debunked, including by the president's Republican allies in Congress. The allegations still became a centerpiece of Trump's re-election campaign, culminating in his attempt to air these theories on live television during the first presidential debate in September. In its statement on Monday, the Treasury Department described some of the key sources for these allegations, including a former diplomat, a former prosecutor, and a current lawmaker in Ukraine, as part of a Russia-linked foreign influence network that sought to undermine the presidential race. Russian disinformation campaigns targeting American citizens are a threat to our democracy, Secretary Mnuchin said in the statement. The announcement dealt a blow to the efforts undertaken on Trump's behalf by Giuliani, who met with the sanctioned Ukrainians on multiple occasions, received documents from them, and repeated their claims on cable news networks, all as part of his crusade to embarrass the Biden family and help his client Donald Trump win another term as president. Much of the information these sources provided to Giuliani was related to Biden's son Hunter, who sat on the board of a Ukrainian gas company, Burisma, while his father served as vice president. Giuliani has claimed that Biden acted corruptly in Ukraine to advance his son's business interests. These claims have never stood up to scrutiny. Two of Trump's closest Republican allies in the U.S. Senate, Ron Johnson of Wisconsin and Chuck Grassley of Iowa, spent over a year investigating these allegations against the Bidens. Their final report, released in September, I'm assuming 2020, found no evidence of wrongdoing on the part of the former Vice President, Joe Biden. That did not stop Trump or his lawyer from continuing to spread these allegations during the election. In one of the ugliest exchanges of the first presidential debate, the President, Trump, lashed out directly at Biden's son. He didn't have a job until you became vice president, and once you became vice president, he made a fortune in Ukraine, Trump said, trotting out the claims that his lawyer had tried to substantiate through his resources in Kiev. Biden was recruited to the board of Burisma Holdings, one of the largest private natural gas producers in Ukraine, in 2014, and served until his term expired in April 2019. Since the early months of 2019, Hunter Biden and his father have been the subjects of debunked conspiracy theories pushed by U.S. President Donald Trump and his allies concerning Hunter Biden's business dealings and Joe Biden's anti-corruption efforts in Ukraine on behalf of the United States during the time he was vice president. This campaign of misinformation continued into Election Day, when Giuliani again went on television to air the theories he heard from his Ukrainian associates. By that point, most mainstream news networks in the U.S. had stopped allowing him to voice these accusations on the air. So the president's lawyer appeared on RT, the Kremlin-owned propaganda outlet. Even there, the interviewer pushed back on the claim so firmly that Giuliani grew exasperated. The problem is there's never enough evidence, he said. The interviewer said. So that was, let's see. President Trump, August 2020, retweeted Russian propaganda about former Vice President Joe Biden that the U.S. intelligence community recently announced was part of Moscow's ongoing effort to denigrate the Democrat ahead of November's election. Trump amplified a tweet that contained audio tapes of a 2016 conversation between Biden and then Ukrainian President Petro Poroshenko, material that was released earlier by a Ukrainian lawmaker named by the U.S. intelligence community in its August 7th statement about Russia's disinformation campaign against Biden. U.S. authorities labeled Derkash's efforts as disinformation because they are intentionally designed to spread false or misleading information about Biden. By retweeting material that the U.S. government has already labeled as propaganda, and doing so with the 2020 Democratic National Convention kicking off, Trump demonstrated once again that he is willing to capitalize on foreign election meddling for his own political gain. There is no proof of wrongdoing on the tapes of Biden and Poroshenko, but Trump and his allies, as well as Kremlin-controlled media outlets, have used the tapes to foment conspiracies about Biden's dealings with Ukraine. And it was reported in January 2020, the Trump administration broke the law by withholding congressionally approved military aid to Ukraine last summer for a policy reason, a top government watchdog said in a scathing report. Okay, so this is now a year ago. In January 2020, I don't know if you remember when all this was going on, the Trump administration broke the law by withholding congressionally approved military aid to Ukraine
Yeah, I remember all
last
this.
summer for a policy reason,
Right.
a top government watchdog said in a scathing report. The Government Accountability Office's report came a day after the House of Representatives sent articles of its impeachment of President Donald Trump to the Senate for conduct relating to holding back that aid. Trump refused to release the funds to Ukraine. At the same time, he was pressuring that country's new president to announce investigations of former President Joe Biden and of Biden's son Hunter, who had served on the board of a Ukraine gas company. The funds were only released after the block on the aid became publicly known, sparking the congressional probe which led to the Republicans' president's impeachment by the Democratic-controlled House. So Trump basically said, I'm not going to send you this aid
Right.
unless you dig up dirt on Biden and his son
Yep.
and use it against him so that I can win the presidency. Then I will send you this foreign aid
Right.
to help you win the war that Russia's
Which is
trying to
they've
destroy
already
you.
agreed upon it, and they were
Congress
supposed to
already
release it.
agreed it. All yep, yes, and amen. And then Trump's like, whoa, hold on a second.
I know.
Not unless I can use this for my political capital and gain.
Yeah. Again, pushing the envelope of not knowing how to be a politician, someone who has
This has nothing to do
integrity.
with even being a politician.
It has everything to do with our country's integrity, standing for what you say and following through. And he doesn't do that. He's just running it like a business and doesn't care. Just running
Well,
it.
actually, I'll say it this way. He just ran that like a politician.
Oh, I disagree.
No, 100%. He just ran that like a politician.
He ran that like someone who thinks they're above the law.
That too. But he
So-
ran it like a politician.
No,
Because he said that Trump refused to release the funds to Ukraine at the same time he was pressuring that country's new president to announce investigations of former Vice President Joe Biden and of Biden's son Hunter, who had served on the board of Ukraine. So he ran that like a politician. I will send you the aid
Okay.
if you dig up dirt, or if you
I
start
know
a
the story.
propaganda against Biden because his son Hunter worked for your gas company.
I understand that.
So you do me a political favor, then I will send you this money that's already been approved to be sent by Congress, while Russia is trying to destroy you and take over to claim you as part of Russia, and you need financial aid to help fight this war that they're in right now. Like, hurry, like, hurry. It's kind of like hurry now, like in the
I
Capitol
was already
siege.
supposed to have.
Hurry now, send the National Guard.
Yeah.
It's like, hurry now, send that financial aid that you promised, you worked through, and it's approved, and now it's like, whoop. If you do me a political favor,
Yep.
it was all political,
Okay.
100%. If you do me a political favor, then I'll send it. It's like, you, President Trump, do not have the power to withhold that. Congress approved it, send it. He steps in, withdraws it, withholds it until Ukraine agrees to do him a political favor. That was 100% politician.
Okay.
To the core in corruption. Bad news. Thank you for that, Lori.
We'll just finish this page and then we'll take a break.
Russia is seeking to denigrate former Vice President Joe Biden's presidential campaign, primarily by using social media and influence operations, FBI Director Christopher Wray warned in September 2020. Russia is carrying out efforts to sow discord in the U.S., primarily to hurt Biden, because Moscow views him as part of an anti-Russia American establishment. Because Moscow views him as part of an anti-Russian American establishment. Yeah, because Biden is not friends with Russia. Trump is friends with Russia. BFFs. Biden is like, yeah, no, I don't trust you, and we've had a whole lot of problems with you in the past, and I got my eyes on you, and now they don't want Biden to become president because Trump and Putin are BFFs. So because Moscow views him as part of an anti-Russian American establishment, Wray told lawmakers during a House Homeland Security Committee hearing on threats to the nation. Russia continues to try to influence our elections primarily through what we call malign foreign influence, Wray said. It's an assessment sharply at odds with President Donald Trump, who still dismisses as a hoax the intelligence community's findings that Russia worked to help him win the White House in 2016. So Russia helped him win the election. Russia is trying to stop Biden from winning the election. In addition to Russia, China is among adversaries that are trying to interfere in the presidential campaign, primarily through disinformation, Wray said. So Biden has got Russia, Ukraine, and China working against him to sow lies, disinformation, conspiracy theories in us as Americans to not vote for Biden, while Trump and his administration would all go out and affirm those. Now, that was their job, was like, we will affirm these. Like, you sow them in our country, among our people, and we will constantly speak them and affirm them to be, that they're true, as if they're true. So then the American voters will vote for Trump and not Biden. And boy, did they work hard. And it was fist-pounding Trump, Biden will, socialist, communist, blah, blah, blah. He's going to hurt God, he's going to destroy our nation, blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, oh my gosh. And through all that, Biden still won. The Department of Homeland Security has found that Russia is spreading disinformation regarding former Vice President Joe Biden's mental health, according to a DHS bulletin obtained by ABC News. ABC News previously reported that DHS withheld publication of an intelligence bulletin warning law enforcement agencies of a Russian scheme to promote allegations about the poor mental health of Biden. The draft bulletin, titled Russia Likely to Denigrate Health of U.S. Candidates to Influence 2020 Election, that was the name of the bulletin, was submitted to the agency's Legislative and Public Affairs Office for review on July 7th, 2020. Russian actors are spreading unsubstantiated allegations that former Biden is of ill health the DHS bulletin says, and speculates that this narrative will resonate with some American voters and reduce their confidence in him as a candidate. Russia is using both covert proxy websites and overt state media to amplify these allegations, often in conjunction with other election-related malign influence narratives, which is consistent with their tactics in 2016 to undermine a former presidential candidate, it continues. That would have been Hillary Clinton. Russian covert and covert influence actors posted negative commentary and unsubstantiated allegations about the poor mental health of Biden. For example, proxy websites have claimed that the candidate's gaffes are symptoms of dementia, that he is mentally unfit for the presidency, and that he is unlikely to serve his full term due to his age, the bulletin reads. President Donald Trump's campaign has also maintained an effort to depict Biden as mentally unfit for office. Meanwhile, while Trump is running office, many are saying, Trump, you are unfit to remain as president.
Yeah.
One such example came in July when the Trump campaign aired an ad in 12 states that questioned Biden's fitness for office. Joe Biden is slipping, a narrator in the ad says. Now at the age of 77 years old and running for president for the third time. Oh, I didn't know it was 3. Biden is clearly diminished. Joe Biden does not have the strength, stamina, and mental fortitude required to lead this country, end quote. That's how these ads were. It's like, well, Trump is revealing he doesn't. So the very one who is accusing the one of these things is the one actually who is not fit to keep running this nation. And President Trump is often heard calling, I wrote this, and President Trump is often heard calling Joe Biden Sleepy Joe. He's always working to get these digs in. Plant any doubt, any negativity against Joe Biden in any speech, any rally, any tweet he possibly can, and all the Democrats. To undermine him and weaken his ability and sow concern and doubt in the people. Okay, Italy Gate. Now if that wasn't enough against Biden, Ukraine, Russia, China, now we have Italy Gate. As news of an international conspiracy involving the Italian government to remove President Donald Trump picks up steam, a massive blackout just hit the Vatican. The timing of this suggests something very big is happening, especially following the release of a sworn affidavit revealing the Italian government played a huge part in the U.S. presidential election. Like that they wanted Trump out and they want Biden in, so now Italy is the one who got Biden in, not just us, the American people. Reportedly, Pakistan, where am I? Hold on a second here. So the timing of this suggests something very big is happening, especially following the release of a sworn affidavit revealing the Italian government played a huge part in the U.S. presidential election. Then Parish 4 Minnesota tweeted, quote, Vatican and all of Italy power outage blackout. Reportedly, Pakistan and Iran power out too, question mark, end quote. That was still part of that whole tweet. After this information was spread, quote, the Catholic Traveler published saying, this morning I woke up to hundreds of messages from people asking me if I was okay because they heard there was a massive blackout at the Vatican. There was no massive blackout at the Vatican. Here's a live video at the bottom of the page I shot from the Vatican during a blackout. I received so many links to videos and articles about how a huge sting was underway. There was a gunfight. The Vatican was surrounded by military and police, and the Pope was arrested and being held in an Italian prison waiting for the FBI to arrive. Also reports of U.S. SWAT helicopters landing in the middle of St. Peter's Square to get the Pope. I looked out my window. I can see the Vatican from my apartment. Lights were on. No gunfights. No police. Cars were coming and going as usual on an early winter Sunday morning. Another article reads, CNA staff, January 11, 2021, 7:30 a.m. Mountain Time. On Sunday, January 10th, the internet was abuzz with false reports of an overnight blackout at the Vatican, accompanied by a series of claims concerning Pope Francis, the Italian police, and the FBI. The claims were widely shared by conspiracy theorists, generating bewilderment and concern among Catholics around the world. On January 10, 2021, so this all just happened, A website called The Conservative Beaver published a report headlined, Vatican Blackout, all caps. Pope arrested on 80-count indictment for child trafficking fraud. The article was widely shared on Twitter and triggered a spike in Google searches for the term Vatican Blackout. The website describes itself as a conservative news outlet that has published news stories of interest to proud Canadians for more than 10 years. The website claimed that Pope Francis was arrested on Saturday, January 9th, in connection with an 80-count indictment of charges including possession of child pornography, human trafficking, incest, possession of drug paraphernalia, and felony fraud. The report asserted that the arrest was ordered by the Italian National Prosecutor's Office and carried out by military officers, Italian police, and their sex crimes unit, amid reports of gunshots. It claimed that the agents cut off the power in the Vatican and dimmed the live cam overlooking St. Peter's Square to cloak their actions. It further alleged that the Pope had been transferred to an unknown prison for interrogation by federal agents working for the state of Italy and Interpol, and that the Pope would then be questioned by the FBI. Is there any evidence supporting the claims? No. Not a single established news outlet reported a disturbance at the Vatican on Saturday. EWTN Vatican correspondent Colm Flynn, who lives close to the Vatican, said, I didn't notice any power outage across the weekend. I was at home on Saturday most of the evening and there was no power cut. Mountain Buterock, a tour guide based near St. Peter's Basilica, reported that there was no massive blackout at the Vatican. He said that he had heard no gunfights or other indications of a police raid. Regarding the dimming of the live cam, he pointed out that the camera exposure on live feed changes in response to weather conditions. In any case, he wrote, you can see the lights are very much on, you can see the dome, you can see the lights on the colonnade, you can see some office/apartment lights, you can see the nativity lights, you can see the Christmas tree star. Did conspiracy theorists seize on the claims in the Conservative Beaver report? They did. Conspiratorial-minded Twitter users sought to connect the report to the U.S. elections as well as a massive power outage in Pakistan. A major technical fault in Pakistan's power generation and distribution system caused a massive power outage that plunged the country into darkness overnight, the energy minister said. A breakdown in Pakistan's national power grid plunged the country of 212 million people into darkness on Saturday night, January 9th. So this all happened right after our Capitol siege. So now all this conspiracy stuff is going on that it's all related. A countrywide blackout has been caused by sudden plunge in the frequency in the power transmission system, Pakistan's power energy minister Omar Ayub Khan said on Twitter. Power breakdowns are not uncommon in Pakistan, and most major hospitals, airports, and other institutions have their own generators. USA Today fact check the claim Pope Francis was arrested after a blackout at the Vatican. Rumors that Pope Francis was arrested after a blackout in Vatican City started to spread across the internet on January 10th. Its story, published under the headline Vatican Blackout, Pope arrested on an 80-count indictment for child trafficking fraud, claims the arrest was ordered by the Italian National Prosecutor's Office. It also states the FBI is making arrangements to fly in and interrogate him, and that the Pope's arrest will be the first out of many. The claim may be linked to QAnon, a conspiracy theory based on unfounded claims that President Donald Trump has been fighting against a deep state apparatus run by pedophiliac political elites, business leaders, and celebrities, per USA Today. Pope Francis has been working in recent days. Pope Francis has not been arrested. No reputable media outlets reported the alleged arrest, and Pope Francis has made multiple statements and appearances on January 10th and 11th that confirm he is not in custody. Italygate, foreign election interference. SEALs Team 6 has this one. On January 8th, 2021, it was reported. Okay, so again.
You have Italygate here too.
I know, but, okay. So, January 6th was our Capitol siege. 2 days later, January 8th, 2021, it was reported Obama orchestrated election steal in Italy. Affidavit.
Obama?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Obama orchestrated election steal in Italy. Affidavit shows proof foreign election interference in Italy. Election results switched from Trump to Biden, and Italy did it. President Trump knows and has everything! Exclamation mark. The Italian affidavit, now I'm writing this, written in English and not Italian, was written on the same day of our Capitol breach on January 6, 2021. Just noted for facts there. The Italian theft of the election was orchestrated in the Rome embassy by an employee, Stefano Serafini, Foreign Service officer of over 20 years. He retired the day before the election to ensure he would not lose his pension, unlike what happened to some of the FBI agents who betrayed our country in 2016 and did lose their pension just days before their retirement. Stefan Serafini coordinated with the General Claudio Graziano, who is on the board of Leonardo SPA, an Italian aerospace defense contractor. Leonardo used their military satellite uplink to load the software and transfer it over to change the votes from Trump to Biden. The plan was orchestrated by Barack Obama with the help of Matteo Renzi, the former Prime Minister of Italy. The Italian intelligence service supplied intercepts, photos, phone calls, and shockingly, pictures of the CIA agents who have been involved in orchestrating this. Italy did it. Senior IT expert at global defense contractor testifies in Italian federal court that he and others switched votes throughout America in the U.S. presidential race. A sworn affidavit was delivered to Congress detailing confessions by an employee of an Italian defense contractor, Leonardo SPA. The affidavit was written by the employee's lawyer and delivered to Congress by Maria Zack, chairwoman of NationsInAction.org, a government accountability advocacy group. Okay, all of this just happened. I need a drink.
We're gonna stop now. Wow.
No, let me finish off this Italy thing and then we'll stop.
Okay.
USA Today fact check. The claims votes were switched from Trump to Biden at the U.S. Embassy in Rome at 3:41 a.m. on January 7th. Vice President Mike Pence confirmed that President-elect Joe Biden defeated President Donald Trump, an act that marked the formal end of the presidential race per USA Today. Nonetheless, some internet users have continued to levy baseless claims about electoral fraud. This week, there were multiple videos posted to Facebook that alleged the vote count was changed in Rome.
I still don't know if I understand how that has to do anything with us.
The U.S. Embassy in Rome.
Yeah,
That it all got through satellite, went to Rome, got changed, sent back to satellite, came back to our elections, and Biden won the votes.
Okay.
Nonetheless, okay, did I read that? Okay,
Yeah.
This week there were multiple videos posted to Facebook that alleged the vote count was changed in Rome. The theft of the election was orchestrated in the Rome embassy by an employee, Stefano Serafini, Foreign Service officer of over 20 years. She said. This reporter said. Okay. I can get rid of that one, I guess. Stefano Serafini coordinated with the General Claudio Graziano. General Graziano is on the board of Leonardo, the defense contractor, Leonardo SPA or SPA. Leonardo used their military satellite uplink to load the software and transfer it over to change the votes from Trump to Biden. She also alleged that recent arrests of employees at Leonardo were related to the incident and that the plan was orchestrated by former President Barack Obama with help from former Italian Prime Minister Matteo Renzi and the CIA. Stroller Zack, a former lobbyist and current chair of Nations in Action, that's that woman up here, She also made an appeal for funds to help her gather more evidence. Did you get that one?
Yeah.
She also made an appeal for funds to help her gather more evidence. Conversation Controversy, another group, also shared a video in which retired CIA station chief Bradley Johnson shares a similar version of the theory, connected to another debunked theory about election servers in Frankfurt, Germany. He said the U.S. elections were changed, the results were changed in those 5 or 6 key states. Then all of those voting machines were hooked up to the internet. The internet then was used to download that information to these famous servers in Germany. So from there, those were uploaded and sent to Rome. And this is where this took place, he continued. Once they created all the new data and manipulated all the data that was there, they sent these new numbers back up through this military satellite and back down to all the machines here in the United States in those 5 or 6 states. Johnson also claimed the time it took to upload the data to servers in Germany and Italy, manipulate it in Italy, and send it back to the U.S. was the source of the sudden uptick in votes for Biden in some states. Italy Gate has quickly spread the internet. Johnson told USA Today that it's clear from Italian newspapers this is going on, though he provided no proof. The claims in both videos on Italy Gate are baseless. They are also easily contradicted by statements from multiple federal officials who have found no proof of electoral fraud. On November 12th, a national coalition of election security officials announced that there is no evidence that any voting system deleted or lost votes, changed votes, or was in any way compromised, per USA Today. All of the states with close results in the 2020 presidential race have paper records of each vote, allowing the ability to go back and count each ballot if necessary, they wrote. This is an added benefit for security and resilience. This process allows for the identification and correction of any mistakes or errors. The coalition, which included the Department of Homeland Security, Cyber Security, and Infrastructure Security Agency, and the National Association of State Election Directors, also deemed the election, quote, the most secure in American history because of all this. On December 1st, then Attorney General William Barr also told the Associated Press that the U.S. Justice Department had uncovered no evidence of widespread voter fraud. An apparent uptick in votes for Biden in some states also wasn't proof of maliciousness.
Sure.
Malfeasance. USA Today, Reuters, PolitiFact, and the Associated Press have debunked these claims. Most spikes were caused by late-counted absentee ballots, which tended to skew Democratic or left-leaning counties that released results in large batches. So therefore, our rating false. Based on our research, the claim that votes were switched from Trump to Biden at the U.S. Embassy in Rome is false. There was no evidence of switch votes or electoral fraud in the presidential election per multiple officials. Italy Gate relies on the notion that votes were changed via satellite, software, or the internet, but hand recounts of paper ballots have confirmed election results in at least one contested state and locality. And other details of the theory are inaccurate and easily debunked. This I had put previous to something we already read, so I'm going to put it here now, or I'm going to read it to you here now in this section because it still kind of applies. President Donald Trump's campaign lawyer, Joseph D.
Well, does this finish this, though?
Todd, I know what I'm reading right here. It has to go here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is something I had put
That's fine.
previous stuff we already read and recorded. So now I'm going to read it to you here because it's still fitting here from what is already in the re-edited document, or in the edited document. Okay, President Donald Trump's campaign lawyer, Joseph DeGenova, suggested that Chris Krebs, the former chief of U.S. cybersecurity, should be executed for defending the integrity of the November 3rd election.
Another wise.
The Lord reminded
lawyer.
me of this one. I was like, oh, that's right. This was, I gotta get this
These
in here.
people are just idiots. To even come and speak that?
They are vicious.
They should be put in jail for that. That's a threat.
Exactly. And now Trump is the one who's saying regarding the left Democrat, these vicious, these evil left radical people, it's like they're not the ones who are vicious,
No.
evil, and
No.
what was the other word?
This is just pathetic how these people speak out. With no regard.
Wicked, was that the other word he used? I know. It's just, and it's ongoing. It's like, really? Okay, so everybody has to dive into that and find out, oh, no, it's not that. And then before you even get that one done, oh, this! It's like, that? Is it that? You dive into all that? You research all that? No, it's not that either. In the meantime, they're like, oh, this, and then that too. And it's like, oh my gosh, okay, and it's this. It's like the molehill like thing or whatever. It's like, and it doesn't stop. I mean, it just doesn't stop. And Trump said the best is yet to come. I mean, or more is to come, because they have made their threats. We're not going to give up without a fight. We're still going to keep fighting. We're going to come to your backyard, and we're still going to keep on fighting.
Yeah. That's what his son said. Be in your backyard.
So, yeah, just to rephrase, just to repeat this is worth repeating. President Donald Trump's campaign lawyer, Joseph DeGenova, suggested that Chris Krebs, the former chief of U.S. cybersecurity, should be executed for defending the integrity of the November 3rd election. Quote, anybody who thinks the election went well, like that idiot Krebs, who used to be the head of cybersecurity, that guy is a Class A moron. He should be drawn and quartered, taken out at dawn and shot, DeGenova said in a call-in interview to the Howie Carr Show, which was broadcast on the radio, Newsmax, and online streams. Krebs was fired by the president earlier this month after the Department of Homeland Security office he led, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, said publicly that it had found no evidence of votes being deleted, lost, changed, or compromised in the 2020 election, contradicting Trump's baseless claims of rampant fraud. Yep, you're fired. For what? Speaking the truth?
That's what he said. Yeah.
Krebs.
How dare you? How dare you?
This is what happens to truth speakers.
Yeah.
This is what happens to truth speakers.
Mm-hmm.
It's this constant, it's been that way my entire life.
Mm-hmm.
I get this same stuff my entire life. Mm-hmm. And I'm not believed.
Right.
No matter what, and it all still stands.
Right.
It's all still kept, it's all still protected, it's all still pure, it's holy, it's true. And it's still this stuff against me from every single person in every aspect of my life without relent. Krebs, a lifelong Republican, stood by his position during a 60 Minutes interview, saying that those ongoing allegations are dangerous and nonsense, and that Americans should have 100% confidence in the security of the election. We can go on and on with all the farcical claims alleging interference in the 2020 election, but the proof is in the ballots, Krebs said Sunday. The recounts are consistent with the initial count, and to me that's further evidence, that's confirmation that the systems used in the 2020 election performed as expected. Because again, you keep going back to the paper ballots.
Right.
Let's just finish out. We might as well just finish. We're just about done.
Okay.
Okay. Flagged by Facebook in its effort to combat online information posts circulating in the days leading up to President-elect Joe Biden's January 20th inauguration, claimed that Secretary of State Mike Pompeo traveled to Italy for the alleged arrest of Italian President Sergio Mattarella. These claims are false and part of a baseless conspiracy theory alleging that Italy interfered in the 2020 U.S. presidential election to secure Biden's victory. The images in these posts show Pompeo on a state visit to New Delhi, India, in October 2020 with U.S. Ambassador to India Kenneth Juster. The posts alleging that the Italian president has been arrested claim to show an image of Pompeo walking alongside police officers in Italy as a man with his hands behind his back trails behind him. The caption on one post reads, "Italian president arrested for his part in the interference in our elections. He was working with Obama to sabotage Trump's re-election." The image does not show the Secretary of State in Italy, but rather in New Delhi, India, on October 27, 2020. That day, Pompeo tweeted a series of images from the same scene with the caption, quote, "A solemn moment, laying a wreath at the National War Memorial in New Delhi with U.S. Secretary of Defense at Esper DOD. We will never forget the brave men and women who have given their lives in defense of the world's largest democracy," end quote. So Pompeo was in India in October to lay a wreath at the memorial, and with all this stuff going on with the Vatican blackout, which wasn't, and blackout in Pakistan, and then this Italian affidavit, they now put Pompeo in Italy with the president, Italian president, to arrest him for sabotaging our election in favor of Biden. And that's what caused Trump to lose it now. That's what caused Trump to lose the election. This all just happened in the last couple days.
Yeah.
Like, just happened.
Sure.
On the 6th was that the Italian affidavit is dated January 6, 2021. The day of our Capitol breach or insurrection. And then since all that, just in the matter of those days, all of this stuff got spun out and tweeted and spread like wildfire. That has just been like, okay. Shared online with the hashtags Italy did it and Italygate, the claims are part of a conspiracy theory intended to sow doubt in the U.S. electoral system and bolster allegations by Trump and his allies that the election was rigged. The supposed evidence analyzed by Reuters contradicts the main claims presented in his theory. On December 22, 2020, Reuters published an exclusive report detailing an investigation into a data theft at Leonardo that took place between 2015 and 2017. Okay, let me repeat that because I'm just remembering what this is. The supposed evidence of this whole Italy did it and is just surfacing now, analyzed by Reuters, contradicts the main claims presented in this theory. On December 22, 2020, Reuters published an exclusive report detailing an investigation into a data theft at Leonardo that took place between 2015 and 2017. So whatever data theft happened that they're saying just happened November 2020,
actually happened years ago.
yes. Now, this is the same problem that was happening all leading up to the election on Facebook galore, was all this ballot
Yeah.
dumping and
Well, people are
postal
posting-
workers dumping
yeah,
and
they're
leaving it at the
posting
roadside,
pictures
posting these pictures, and oh my god, all these
from years
ballots.
ago.
And then I would actually research that, and I found out,
Yeah.
oh, this was General Mail left on the side of the road in 2000. Like one of them was 14.
Yeah.
Wasn't even an election year at all.
Right.
So there are no ballots in it. It's just mail. And then another one that was dumped was like 2018, and that was, I don't know if it was ballots and mail being dumped by a postal worker.
Well, they found some ballots.
Well, no, this was in 2018, so
Yeah.
it still was
years
not
ago, right?
not part of this election.
Oh.
And then what they were taking, what Trump and Giuliani were taking to the court was, oh, there was some like ballots mailed in from the military, because we have military overseas and they all do mail-in ballots.
I think that's what it
And then
was.
we have also all of our embassy people. They're all doing mail-in ballots because we have embassies all over the world. So all of our American citizens all over the world are mailing in their ballots.
Right.
Anyway, 9 ballots. Well, Trump was saying all these ballots were found and all these ballots were for me and were not even counted. The report that kept surfacing at that time was saying there were 9 ballots found
Right.
and 7 were for Trump. Or no, 7 were for Biden and 2 were for Trump. I think it went that way. If it didn't go that way, it's the other way. Pretty sure it was 7 were for... No, I don't know now. So I can't be quoted on that one. But anyway, that was 9.
Right.
So that's not going to still overturn the election
No,
results.
Of course not.
So any evidence, any little fragment of evidence they have found, they've been running from court to state to
Yeah.
state. Here's our evidence, and it's like, but it's not enough to overchange
Right.
the election results. You can't overturn the election results with 9
Right.
or 7 or 2.
Right.
You're gonna have to come up with a whole lot more than that, and they couldn't.
Right.
They couldn't. And so they're just like scrambling for anything, scratching and looking to grab anything they can get. And now this Italy thing, and it's like,
Yeah.
oh, so the hacking took place years prior to the 2020 U.S. election, between 2015 and 17. The 100-page arrest warrant examined by Reuters reporters showed that the hack appeared to target details of Europe's biggest unmanned fighter jet program and aircraft used by the military and police. So it didn't even have anything to do with an election. There is no mention of the U.S. election anywhere in the document. Reuters spoke via phone with D'Elia's lawyer, Nicola Naponiola, I can't say it, I'm sorry, who previously provided Reuters with comment for the December 22nd report on the Leonardo investigation.
Napoleano.
Thank you. Said that when his client was questioned by Naples prosecutors on January 12th, he denied any involvement in the alleged plan to change the outcome of U.S. elections. According to
Napoleano.
who was assisting his client during the questioning, D'Elia called any allegations of his involvement in a plan against Trump pure fantasy. Last month, mid-December, it was reported that President Trump is leaving Joe Biden with a mess. Really?
Yeah.
With just weeks to go before the president-elect enters office, Trump administration officials revealed several federal agencies, including the...
Maybe that's why he doesn't want to turn it over peacefully, because it's such a mess and he doesn't want to be embarrassed. He's walking away from it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're familiar with situations
Well, it's
like
kind
that.
of like, you know, you want to help me? No, don't help me. I'm going to get it cleared up. I don't want you to see where I'm at. Yeah.
And meanwhile, everything's piling and getting worse and worse,
Yeah,
and
well,
then
it
it's
won't.
really bad.
This month it'll be all caught up. But yeah, that could be interesting.
Well, my theory on all this is if he stays in for another 4 years, he's protected and can't be prosecuted and jailed for all this stuff,
Right.
including things even as Donald Trump, not even President Trump, just Donald Trump.
Yeah.
With all this lawsuits and money shifting everywhere and throwing everything into chaos so nobody can keep anything straight and prosecute him, people are starting to gather and be like, we're just waiting for you to come out of that White House.
Yeah.
As soon as you come out of that White House.
Right.
And I think it's going to be many lawsuits.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's going to be able to. He's been able to fight through and pay his way out of a lot of this stuff. I don't know if he's going to be able to do that anymore.
Yeah. We'll see.
All right. With just weeks to go before the president-elect enters office, Trump administration officials revealed several federal agencies, including the State Department, the Department of Homeland Security, along with parts of the Pentagon, have been compromised in what could be one of the largest cyber attacks in U.S. history. Hackers infiltrated SolarWinds, a software company based in Austin, Texas, when SolarWinds customers, which include government agencies and more than 400 of the top Fortune 500 companies, downloaded new versions of the targeted software. Update. Hackers gained access to internal networks and email accounts. Parentheses, I wrote, but had nothing to do with our elections, poll voting, and mail-in ballots, because we'll see who all is affected here in a moment. Because they'll take this, and they'll say this was the thing. So I'm putting this in here right now as this popped up. A cybersecurity company that was also a victim of the attack, imagine that, a cybersecurity company that was also a victim of the attack was the first to raise the alarm. Because the attack, which started as early as March 2020, is still ongoing, one of the primary objectives for the U.S. government right now is to stop it. Once in office, President-elect Joe Biden will punish Russia for its suspected cyber espionage operation against the United States.
Cyber espionage.
Thank you. Cyber espionage operation against the United States with financial sanctions and measures to hobble the Kremlin's ability to launch future attacks, his chief of staff said Sunday, as a GOP senator criticized President Donald Trump for having a blind spot when it comes to Moscow.
You think?
Because Putin is I think there's a whole lot of financial.
Yeah.
Here you go, Trump.
Yeah, there's some money going on there.
And now Putin, which we read earlier, or Russia, can launch all these disinformation campaigns against Biden to keep him out of office because Biden is not.
He can't be bought off.
Yes,
Yeah.
Biden can't be paid off, and Biden knows all this history with Russia and Putin, and he'll hold him accountable.
Sure.
Putin doesn't want to, and Trump's not going to hold him accountable because they're two peas in a pod.
Right.
Those who are responsible are going to face consequences for it, said Biden. Chief of Staff Ron Klain. It's not just sanctions. It's also steps and things we could do to degrade the capacity of foreign actors to repeat this sort of attack, or worse still, engage in even more dangerous attacks. But this attack was reported to infiltrate government offices and departments, not our elections. That's what we know so far.
Okay.
It was all the government offices and departments, Fortune 500 companies. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with our elections.
Okay.
And Biden apparently is going to work to put an end to this. Oh, because all that got infiltrated or hacked so far were like emails, possibly documents, but nothing regarding elections and ballots and nothing like that.
Yeah, the Fortune 500 companies. Yeah.
And it was also reported shortly after the presidential election of former Vice President Joe Biden and his now Vice President Kamala Harris in a tweet filled with lies. Presidential Donald Trump implied he wouldn't leave the White House or let President-elect Joe Biden enter unless Biden can prove his election win was not fraudulent. I'm like, you know what? Get that guy out of there now. If you can prove it wasn't fraudulent, then you can come in. If you can't prove it, you're not allowed to come in. You don't even have that power. Trump, you are such a, what did your one other lawyer say? Class A moron. You called Krebs a Class A moron. Trump, you don't have the power to say you can't enter the White House unless you prove your election wasn't fraudulent. And it's like Biden doesn't bow down to you.
Right.
And you are no longer the president. You're outgoing. Kick him out.
Right. Wow.
So, in a tweet filled with lies, President Donald Trump implied he wouldn't leave the White House or let President-elect Joe Biden enter unless Biden can prove his election win was not fraudulent. Class A moron.
AA moron.
I don't like to call anybody names. I don't like to call anybody names.
It's hard not
I'm
to.
not a name caller.
It's hard not to here, though. It's just so pathetic.
It's pathetic.
Yeah.
It's just pathetic.
Yeah.
And because his own other lawyer used the term or the name Class A moron for Krebs, and all Krebs was doing was speaking the truth.
Right.
I'm taking Trump's own lawyer,
Yeah.
and I'm pointing Trump's own lawyer
Yeah.
to Trump. And now spit your words out of your mouth to your
Right.
your leader and president. telling who's the rightful owner of being
Yeah.
a Class A moron.
Yeah.
It wasn't Krebs. A day earlier, Trump told reporters at the White House that he would not concede the election but would voluntarily leave if the Electoral College voted in December to make Biden president. Biden does not have to disprove mass fraud in order to take office. Trump and his allies have failed to prove the existence of such fraud or there's that word again. I can hear it and I know how it's said, but I can't get it out. Let me see.
Maleficence.
It's not maleficence. Okay.
Oh.
Trump and his allies have failed to prove the existence of such fraud or maleficence.
Maleficence.
We'll go with that.
Yeah.
In dozens of lawsuits filed since Election Day. Yeah, so Trump's been the one not able to prove there was fraud in all these lawsuits.
Right.
And now he's going to stand at the door and say, you can't come in unless you prove.
Well, he's changing his tune here. Because I can't do it, you don't have to either. Yeah.
Oh, this isn't Trump talking. This is a reporter wrote this.
Oh.
A day earlier, Trump told reporters at the White House that he would not concede.
Trump told the reporters.
Yeah. Trump told reporters at the White House that he would not concede the election, but would voluntarily leave if the Electoral College voted in December to make Biden president. So, okay, yeah, he will concede power now. Okay.
Because he couldn't prove it himself. That it was, that
That it was rigged or...
Right. So now Biden, he's saying Biden doesn't have to prove that he got it.
Well, yeah,
I can't prove that I'm not.
Yeah. He didn't really say that, but he's saying
That's
he
what he's
will
implying.
voluntarily
Yeah.
leave. And, I will voluntarily leave. As if, hey,
know,
no,
yeah.
you're actually going to be dragged out. If you don't leave, you're going to be accosted.
We'll watch
You're
him.
going to be arrested. All the National Guard people there, they're all going to be brought to the White House and be like, get him out.
We'll watch him walk out with a little box full of his stuff from his desk.
His trophies. Pictures and trophies. Oh. Yeah, I'll voluntarily leave. Mm-hmm. Yes, you will.
He's actually leaving early enough because once the swearing in takes place, he no longer can take the jet, Air Force One.
You mentioned that before.
Yeah, it was on the news. And so he has to leave before that so he can actually call it Air Force One that he's leaving on. Otherwise, it's not Air Force One because he's not the president.
Okay. I can't stand this stuff.
That's interesting. Yeah.
All this game playing and manipulation.
Yeah.
So yeah, Trump also does not have the authority or ability to determine whether Biden can take office. Advisors to Joe Biden's transition team are growing concerned over President Donald Trump's continued refusal to allow Biden to receive briefings on national security or on the federal coronavirus response. This was from a little while back.
Yeah,
He
they're
has
all
since-
saying that he shouldn't have access to any of that anymore. Now or after.
Who? Oh, no, hold on. Wait. Advisors to Joe Biden's transition team are growing concerned over President Donald Trump's continued refusal to allow Biden to receive briefings on national security or on the federal coronavirus response. When Biden was elected,
Yeah.
and he was appointing his administration, they were then supposed to start going to the President Trump's daily briefings with national security concerns and COVID. Trump was not allowing that. Trump was not allowing them to come in. They're like, no,
Okay.
you're not going to be briefed on any of this stuff. But it's like, no, you have to.
Yeah.
You have to let, and he's like, no. That went on for a while. As long as Trump refuses to accept his electoral defeat, federal agencies have been instructed not to engage with anyone from Biden's transition team. That's what Trump was holding power over.
Okay.
Now, again, between transition of powers, that's how that works. December is kind of like,
Yeah.
November, all the electoral, everything's counted, everything's verified, everything's disputed. Okay, December, let these oncoming president and vice president come in with this incoming, yes, thank you, overlapping daily briefings, both their daily briefings, and updating and cluing them in. Here's what, here's how, here's this, here's that. And now when these guys go out, these guys are like, okay. But Trump is like, no, nope, nope, you can't come in. You're not going to be part of the daily briefings. You stay out. Which, it's like, so then everything is just so against Biden. Everything is worked against Biden. And now it's like Trump won't let him come in on the daily briefings, which you should do. Would be the rightful thing to do, respectful thing to do, honorable thing to do. But can we get that from Trump? No. And now when Biden and his team would come in, which this has since changed, but it was looking very concerning. Because if they come in without those briefings, they are coming in completely not knowing.
Right.
Completely
And
in the
now
dark
that-
and
now
having
that-
to scramble,
To catch up. Mm-hmm.
which this grace period should allow for that time. Trump wouldn't allow it. And now Biden and Kamala Harris and their administration have to come in starting, like, you've been blindfolded now. Okay, here you are. Take out the blindfolds. Now go. You got to get to work, and you got a whole lot of problems, and you got to figure all this stuff out fast and make all these decisions and point our country in the right direction and keep control of our security. And they'll be like, okay, where's what? Who's doing what? Where are you at with this? Oh, you should have already known that. Yeah, well, we don't. And then what can Trump and his family and administration do? Told you he'd be a terrible president. Told you he wouldn't know what to do.
Yep.
Told you he has dementia. He can't think straight. He can't lead this country. He doesn't know what he's doing. Because he'll use that.
Sure.
He'll set him up
Sure.
and then do that
Yep.
when Trump's the one who caused it.
Yep.
It's just this evil, he keeps saying, that evil, wicked, far left Democrat, evil, wicked. It's like, can we get that hand spun around? Because it's like, no, you are the one who's being evil and wicked every step of the way.
Yeah.
So we just want to, okay, here's what Biden's team says. We just want to get access to intelligence information and to the ongoing work on COVID so that we can prepare to govern, said Biden advisor Jen Psaki. In recent days, two types of briefings have emerged as flashpoints in the ongoing deadlock over, this is an older report. I should take out the in recent days. Two types of briefings have emerged as flashpoints in the ongoing deadlock over when Biden's transition can formally begin. The first is a presidential daily briefing on national security threats. The other is the internal planning for the government's COVID-19 response. With each passing day, the lack of access to current classified operations or to back-channel conversations that are happening really puts the American people's interest as it relates to their national security at risk, said Abraham. So yeah, Trump's just putting all of our country at risk because of his
Babyishness. Mm-hmm.
So, and then getting back to the beginning of his presidency, was it the beginning of his presidency when London created the big Trump baby balloon?
Mm-hmm.
Big baby Trump balloon? Cell phone in one hand. And,
I don't know who created it, but yeah, they flew it.
and then, well, they had it created or made, and then they flew it over their nation. A couple other nations, they're like, hey, can we borrow that? Can we do that? They're like, sure, here you go. And then they're flying all over in that area. And it's like, oh, they knew from the beginning, Trump, you're the biggest baby of them all. And we had a big baby running our nation these last 4 years. And he said he's a genius. And he's smart. He's really, really
he uses
smart.
Big words too.
And then all of his supporters and patriots, you are really smart people. You're the only ones who really know what's going on.
Right.
Okay, so I want to end with this. Thank you to all the honest media reports and news journalists and reporters and fact checkers who have worked so hard and tirelessly in such adversity and turmoil with such strength and dignity and integrity and commitment to the truth in our country, America, in keeping up with all that President Trump and his family and administration and lawyers and supporters and patriots have believed and done and said that isn't true and caused our country so much confusion and disagreements and chaos in such darkness with divisions and animosity in our country and around the world. What a blessing you have been to the one true God named Lord and the truth that you have worked so hard to produce and provided and kept and preserved for the glory of God and our peace and life and light and understanding in our country, America. Thank you for your dedicated and relentless service to our country and fellow Americans and the world. And amen.